In furthest ind ******* in furthest ind the narrative of Mr. Edward Carleon of the Honourable East India Company's Service edited, with a few explanatory notes by Sidney C. Grier, William Blackwood and Sons, Edinburgh and London, Mxiv, all rights reserved. Note. The narrative of Mr. Edward Carleon of Elswether, in the county of Northampton, and late of the Honourable East India Company's Service, gentleman, and comprising his most marvellous escape from the hands of the Inquisition, falsely called Holy, at Goa, and his journey to the court of the Great Mogul, likewise the true relation of his dealings with the Lord Marquis of Tourville, and with Madame Heliodora his daughter, concerning which grievous calumnies have of late been forged by certain unfriendly persons, together with divers curious observations on the manners of the Indians, and on the situation of His Majesty's subjects at present resident among them. Wrote by his own hand in the year of grace 1697. To him that reads. I, Edward Carleon of Elswether, Esquire, being of sound mind and body, for the which I thank God, do take up my pen on this 4th day of November, 1697, to record the history of my life, being moved thereto by divers considerations. Imprimis, I would desire to protect my children from such tribulation as hath been brought lately upon myself and my dear wife, through the evil offices of an enemy, from which we were hardly delivered by the great kindness of my honoured and esteemed friend, Mr. Robert Martin, lately accountant of Surat in East India. Item. I would do all that lies in my power to lighten the griefs of an illustrious lady, whose trials, no less than the fortitude with which she hath endured them, would seem to a man of honour to have earned her exemption from cowardly attempts. Item. During my sojourn in the Indies, I met several marvellous adventures, and had the felicity to enjoy the discourse of many ingenious persons, the recounting whereof may serve both for the instructing and the diverting those that shall come after me. By the advice, therefore, of my aforesaid friend, Mr. Robert Martin, I am resolved, God helping me, on composing, from such notes and letters as I have preserved, a book of my life. Contents. I of my descent and parentage, and of my sending to the Indies too. Of my tarrying in London and of my sailing in the good ship Boscobel, and also of my making an enemy in Mr. Vane's Spender 3. Of my arriving at Surat, and of the posture of affairs therefore. Of my sending to Goa by my employers, and of those things that befell me there via of the events that befell me on my arrest, and in the holy house at Goa 6. Of the secret, dreadful, and bloody doings of the tribunal of the Holy Inquisition 7. Of my amazing and miraculous escape from most imminent death 8. Of my second voyage in the Boscobel, and of the ending thereof 9. Of my finding the New France in the Indies X of the confidence reposed in me by my Lord, and of the pitfall wherein I fell 11. Of my casting out from my fool's paradise 12. Of a part of my life that had been better spent otherwise than it was 13. Of my journeying to the city of Agra, of my coming thither, and of the person I found there 14. Of my leaving the city of the great Mogul in the company of one that had not entered therein with me 15. Of my second deliverance from extreme peril of death 16. Of my departing from East India, and returning to my home and Dorothy 17. Of my setting to reap the harvest I had sown 18. Of my attaining my desired haven after long trial of stormy seas 19. Of certain ancient friends of mine that were sufferers for conscience xx. A chapter extraordinary, added on the advice of the author's friends, for to declare how it come about that this book was wrote appendices. I on the native races of India 2. On the spelling of proper names 3. On private trading by the company's servants 4. On old and new Goa and modern Goa v. On the French at Santum 6. On the historical basis of this story end notes. In furthest ind. Chapter I of my descent and parentage, and of my sending to the Indies. It will be convenient for me, before relating my history, to give some account of my birth and parentage, and this I will proceed to do. Our branch of the family of Grier, though not of the most illustrious, is at least respectable in its antiquity, having been settled at Elswether, which at one time belonged to a branch of the noble family of de Lovetot, for the space of 400 years, ever since the Esquire Simon Grier wedded Dame Eleonora, daughter and heiress to Sir Walter de Lovetot. My honoured father was the fourth and youngest son of Roger Grier, Esquire, and Marjorie Culpeper his wife. Being but a younger son, he quitted his home early, and adventured himself in the wars in foreign parts, together with his cousin, my Lord Brandon. Under the banner of this nobleman my father showed great valour and skill in arms, both in Bohemia and also in the Palatinate, so that his assistance was much sought after by many princes and captains of those parts. But on hearing of the troubles in England, my father accompanied his kinsmen to Oxford, to the intent to place their swords at the disposition of His Majesty. It was when on this visit that my father first saw my mother, that was then Mrs. Margaret Brodie, daughter to Sir Nicholas Brodie of Rinnington in the county of Durham, and Anne Delamere his wife. In her youth my mother was bred up with a young lady of quality, Mrs. Hyacinth Penfold, that was sister's daughter to my Lord Duke of London, and dwelt at his Grace's castle of Belfort in this county. Now when my Lady Duchess, that was as truly honest a lady in her opinions as ever lived, though his Grace her husband was but a trimmer, came to pay her devoir to the King and Queen at Oxford, she carried with her the two young gentlewomen aforesaid, and they were to her as her own daughters. My Lord Brandon, then, was presented to Mrs. Penfold as a match she should do well to accept, though he was well advanced in years, and little beautified by the chances of war, and my father cast his eyes upon the gentlewomen that bear this lady company. And Mrs. Brodie, hearing of his feats of arms in the wars of Germany, and finding his person not disagreeable to her, was not loath to look kindly upon her servant. 1. He then, discovering in her not only great beauty of countenance, but also a sweet civility of manner and marvellous parts of mind, did ask her hand of my Lady Duchess, who did grant him, with many kind words, the boon he craved, and my father and mother were wedded at the same time and place with my Lord and Mrs. Penfold, and lived together for over 7 years thereafter in the enjoyment of a rare peace and felicity, though troubled on all sides by the evil chances of the time. This same year was memorable for that my father was knighted on the field of battle by the hand of His Sacred Majesty himself, after a certain skirmish near to the city of Bristow, too, since that he did, by his skill in war, save the king's forces when near to their destruction. 'Twas at Oxford that I was born, in the year 1646, in a mean lodging in a certain poor street of that town, since my mother was afraid to show herself in any more convenient dwelling, and my father durst only visit her secretly by night for fear of capture, my Lord General Fairfax having but just then took the city. Shortly after this, also, by the deaths of my uncles, his 3 brothers, whereof the eldest was slain with my grandfather in that lamentable defeat of my Lord Astley at Stow-on-the-Wold, and the second, having been taken at Leicester the year before, died in prison, and the third was foully murdered in a tumult raised against him in the streets of Northampton, my father found himself possessed of Elswether, that is to say, of the old house only, whereof all the lands were sold or mortgaged for His Majesty's service. And he, taking up his abode there with my mother and myself, fought still for the king, until that day when the rebels consummated their iniquity by that deed whereof no age hath ever seen the like for its enormity, when he left fighting, being assured that God must shortly punish the whole nation of England with utter destruction. 2 years thereafter, notwithstanding, he joined himself to the cause of His Majesty King Charles II, and at Worcester fight was grievously wounded, and lay for many days in danger of his life in a certain mean house of that city. Being there found by the rebels, he was thrown into a dungeon, but after a while, by the good offices of my Lord Duke of London, was released, and suffered to return home, being now incapable of fighting more, for that his left leg had been shot off by a ball from a great gun, and his right arm disabled by a pistol shot, at Worcester fight. In the year 1653 there comes sad news to Elswether. My Lord Brandon, heading a rising for the young king in the north, was taken and beheaded, and my lady his wife, who had wearied herself in vain to obtain his pardon, died after giving birth to a daughter. Their son and heir had died in his infancy, and the barony must needs descend to a distant cousin of my lord's, that was a boon companion of the king in France and Flanders. My lord's estates and property was all confiscated, and for the poor babe was nothing left, save that she might have my lady's gowns and such like. My lady had committed her babe to the charge of the gentlewomen that bear her company, desiring that she should be brought to Elswether, and bred up by my mother. Wherefore this gentlewoman, Mrs. Sophronia Skipwith by name, took with her the babe, together with my lady's gowns and jewels, and the great portraits of her and my lord which he had painted for her on their wedding, and divers tomes of French and English romances, and started on her journey. Coming to Elswether, she found there sore lamentation, for that my dear mother had departed this life 2 days before. And Sir Harry, my father, finding himself with my Lady Brandon's babe to keep, and discerning Mrs. Skipwith to be a gentlewoman of most discreet conversation and a sobriety suiting her years, which were 35 at the least, and rather over than under, did offer her to remain as governess to the babe, the rather as the aforesaid Mrs. Skipwith was an orphan and a distant kinswoman of my lady's. Now if you look to hear that Mrs. Skipwith made use of Sir Harry's kindness to creep into his good graces, and thus marry him thereafter, you shall be disappointed, for she behaved herself throughout her life with a rare discreetness and wisdom, and hath left behind her a memory full of praise. My good father, then, adopted for his own the little Mrs. Dorothy Brandon, whose kinsman, even after the happy restoration of His Majesty King Charles II, when he gat back his lands, never troubled himself to inquire after her, lest for very shame he must settle on her a portion out of the estates of my lord her father. My father, I say, adopted her, intending in due time to marry her to me his son, and we grew up together as brother and sister, but in that prospect. Now at the Restoration, as I have said, there was many received back their confiscated lands, but my father, who, with his brothers, had sold and mortgaged all for the king's service, gat nothing, since he had done it all willingly. There remained to us, then, only the manor of Elswether itself, whereon was a heavy mortgage, that was fallen into the hands of Mr. Sternhold, the attorney that my grandfather had been wont to employ. And again, if you look to hear in this place that Mr. Sternhold proved himself a cruel or an unrighteous creditor, you will again receive a disappointment, for sure there was never no man that served better either the father or the absent son. But if this great burden of the mortgage was to be removed, it was needful for me to make my fortune, and this in no unspeedy way. And if you shall be surprised that my father allowed me, his only son, to undertake such a distant and dangerous manner of life as that I have followed, I would have you remember that Sir Harry, as was but natural in a gentleman of his family and breeding, cared more for the honor and name of the house than for him that might one day bear it, and that he sent me forth in quest of wealth for to redeem the estates, as any father in Rome might have sent forth his son in quest of warlike honor. After this explanation, which I trust shall resolve any matters that might otherwise seem to you obscure or contradictory, I will proceed to my tale. Since I have spoke to you of my father's poverty, you will readily perceive that he could not send me to any great school, nor was he likely, in the dark days that then shadowed this poor realm of ours, to commit me to the tuition of the schismatical minister that had usurped the room of the vicar of our parish, wherefore he was constrained to send me by the day to the grammar school of Puckle Acton, which town lieth in the vicinage of Elswether. Here, in common with the sons of many gentlemen of the country round, I gained a slight acquaintance with Greek and Latin, and, for which my life hath made me far more grateful, such a knowledge of the art of fence, of boxing and shooting, as hath often stood me in good stead. When I was not at the school, the time did often hang heavy for me, for the gentlemen's sons of whom I have spoken durst not admit me to their company more than rarely, for fear of the suspicions of our tyrants, that were wont to scent a conjuration or conspiracy whensoever any number of malignants, for so they called us, was met together. The company of the boys of the town I neither sought nor would my father have permitted me so to do, and I came thus, almost of necessity, to use and enjoy that of my little cousin Dorothy Brandon, in all my holidays and times of rest. 'Twas with her I learned from Mrs. Skipwith to read French, and we loved to pore together over the pages of the Grand Cyrus, that magazine of brave thoughts and witty conceits, of the Cleopatra and of the Clelie. Of English books we had no great store, but in Sir Philip Sidney his Arcadia and in Mr. Lillis Euphues we found a rare delight. Add to this, that my little cousin taught herself Latin in order to the reading it with me, and, her youth remembered, was no mean scholar in the Greek, and you shall see that we had no lack of fantastic and heroical reading for to divert ourselves withal. Nor was this all our diversion, for we had, beside, our especial romance, or rather romancical drama, since we never writ our incidents, but, if I may so speak, lived them. In this piece my cousin was called Polyxandra, a wood nymph vowed to Dian's service, and I Cleombrocles, her faithful knight. The action of the plot was mighty tragical, and full of moving scenes and incidents, for we were beset not alone by the horrid monster Anthropophage, whose castle I have oft times besieged, and whose self, as presented by Bevis our house dog, I often slew, but also by Sophronisius, the tyrannic governor of Meissen, whose part, unknown to herself, was played by Mrs. Skipwith. This tyrant was wont to carry off the amiable Polyxandra whensoever as our romance was most alluring, and many fearful vows have I breathed against her, the poor victim weeping meanwhile over her task of presenting in needlework the history of Sisera and Jael. My father performed the part of the Deus ex machina, stepping in to grant Polyxandra an holiday when all my intercessions failed, but even he could do little against a certain terrible enchanter, named Virgilius Tully, to whom the renowned Cleombrocles was bound by a solemn vow, that he should attend upon him daily in his cave, and there serve him. Yet was not all our life spent in wars, for to us the meadows and woods around elsewhere were those of Arcadia and Thessalia, and we wandered through them engaged in heroic discourse, carried on in extreme picked and delicate language, and garnished with many euphuisms and other pretty conceits, such as I now hear the learned ladies of France do mightily affect. Oh! The vows of never-dying devotion these woods have echoed, the coy answers of the nymph, and the renewed passion of Cleombrocles, interrupted by the approach of the fell Sophronisius. After the joyful and happy restoration of His Majesty King Charles II, I was able to meet with my fellows without molestation, and also to join with them in many noble sports. But so great was the ruin and poverty brought upon us by the dominion of the rebels, though now happily past, that of the common usages and hospitalities of the country was there next to none among us. 'Twas but rarely that my little cousin and I visited upon any, and 'twas fewer still that came to the hall, save now and then an ancient cavalier that had known my father in the days of his youth. Yet 'twas one of these ancient gentlemen, as I believe, that must have stirred Sir Harry's mind to see that I, his only son, was growing up in idleness, and thus embarked him, if I may so speak, on that long voyage of treaties and negotiations, whereof I was only made aware when all was complete. 2 or 3 times in the year, it was our custom, my little cousins and mine, to go to Puckle Acton and take supper with good Mr. Sternhold, the attorney. There was never there for us any lack of welcome on the part of Mrs. Sternhold or himself, and their 2 comely daughters, Mrs. Diony and Mrs. Cicely, were wont to make much of me, and to show great kindness to my little cousin. It did much please them that we, being so young, were deemed troth plight, and they did delight to set us side by side, and to cry out how pretty a couple we made, and then to incite me to show myself a courteous servant to that my little lady. But always after this was Dorothy wont to behave herself so coy and disdainful as 'tis impossible to conceive, and would try me with as many grievous slights as did ever the coldest and cruellest maid in the romances, so as I would threaten to go away into some foreign kingdom, and seek my fortune, far from my untender love, as did the knights of whom we read so often. And this also did mightily divert the 2 young damsels and their mother. 'Twas on my 18th birthday, at the close of the year 1664, that occurred which enabled me, though without any knowledge of mine beforehand, to perform this frequent threat, nay, rather compelled me so to do. We had been supping at Mr. Sternhold's house, Dorothy and I, and as we returned she did most steadfastly refuse to take my hand through the woods, because, said she, I had had the misfortune to turn my back on her during the evening. And we wrangling and quarrelling over this mighty matter, the dispute lasted until we were come to the hall, where I spake after my usual fashion, but Dorothy tossed her saucy head, and must needs say that I talked much of going to foreign parts, but should never go there. Then upon this scornful humour of hers brake in the voice of my father, that was sitting in his great chair in the study, with many papers upon the table before him. Son Edward, says he, I would fain speak with you. At your pleasure, sir, says I. When shall I attend upon you? Now, says my father, so soon as little doll here be gone to bed. Dorothy kissed my father, though with a pout, made me a curtsy, and ran away, I shutting the door after her. You are now arrived at your 18th year, Ned, says my father. Yes, sir, says I was born in the year that my Lord Fairfax took Oxford City, as I have heard you say. True, saith Sir Harry, and you are come to this age without being bred to any trade or calling. Not that 'tis your fault, lad, but mine. 'Tis no news to you, my son, that we abide here truly only on sufferance of Sternhold, and that 'tis all I can do to keep up the house as we live at present. Wherefore you won't be surprised when I say that I can neither send you to the university, even had you displayed any leaning thereto, nor yet maintain you while you seek a place in His Majesty's service in foreign parts. Indeed, no, sir, says I. There remains, then said my father, the life of a soldier, but now that the wars of Germany are ended, that ain't any longer a road to wealth by the means of large spoils and larger ransoms, and moreover, you are too old, for I hold that a lad should be bred to that calling from 14 years, or 15 at the most. Also there are now no such masters in the art of war as those I had the honor to observe in my young days, nor any such noble theatre as that wherein I observed M. And with regard to His Majesty's Navy, I fear there is but little glory to be won there nowadays. The rebels were good sailors, even I will say that for M. And beside these, which we need not consider, there is 2 other places offer themselves to your choice, for I am willing you should choose which you will accept. Being lately reminded of your age and stature, and sure 'tis well I was reminded on't, for I had clean forgot it, I writ to my Lord Duke of London, son to my Lady Brandon's uncle that did deal with me so kindly after Worcester fight, and asked him to use his good offices with His Majesty to gain for you some place or preferment. And to this my Lord Duke hath replied, with many civil words touching my care of little Doll there, his kinswoman, that places be now so few, and they that seek so many, that he knows none for which he might make interest with His Majesty on your behalf. Yet out of his remembrance of his parents' ancient love for our house, His Grace is good enough to offer you his nomination to the post of Writer, 3, in the India Company's service, which if I accept on't for you, His Majesty hath been graciously pleased to command that the bond of £500, which must be entered into for your good behaviour, shall be pledged from his privy purse. Had it been but 500 pence instead of pounds, I had never been able to pay and this, no doubt, in his singular great kindness, His Majesty hath guessed. And with regard to this offer, I can say naught but good on't. As for wealth, this is one of the straightest roads to tea. For though the wage be but £10 by the year for 5 years, and after that a convenient increase, yet are there many places of trust to be obtained, and, as I hear, many chances of trading on your own account, so that many gentlemen of that service are become by this means very rich. 'Tis true that you must needs leave your country for a term of years, but that is no more than I did myself, and many other noblemen and gentlemen that fought in that long war. And the other place, sir, said I, when my father left speaking. The other place, Ned, said Sir Harry, and he such as I could desire for a carly on of elsewhere. Mr. Sternhold is so good as to say that he will find you work as his clerk, and although you should at the first receive nothing by way of wage, yet afterwards, I make no doubt, you may rise to wealth. The lawyers have gained much by the troubles of these days, and stand to gain much more. Still, what say you? I need scarce say to you that I had not to think for long. When the choice lay between the Indies and Mr. Sternhold's clerkship, the which, as I well knew, should never have been proffered by him had not my father asked it, you won't wonder that I sprang joyfully at my Lord Duke his offer. Which also did hugely please my father, he saying that he was glad to find he had a son that would show himself no laggard in seeking to repair the fortunes of his house. And before aught else in the next morning, my father writ to the aforesaid nobleman to signify his grateful acceptance of his singular kindness, I myself also writing to express my duty to His grace and my desire to comport myself suitably in that place He destined for me. And this letter wrote, and set in readiness for my Lord Harmarthwaite's messenger, that was, by the especial kindness of his lordship, to carry it to London, and there deliver it into his Grace's hands. I found time to consider what great change in my manner of life one day had brought. For but yesterday was I a masterless man, saving, of course, the authority of that my good father, too old for school, and yet without a calling. But today I was pledged to the Honourable East India Company, the which was now my master. And notwithstanding the joy that was in my heart, that I should at last have good hope of freeing my father's estates, in process of time, from the burdens that oppressed them, there come upon me some natural sorrow that I must part from my good father, and from Dorothy, that quarrelled with me and loved me as she had been indeed my sister. Standing on the staircase in some disquiet, and thinking thus with myself, there came running to me on a sudden my said little cousin Dorothy herself, dressed up mighty fine in a laced waistcoat, and petticoat of white satin, with cherry-coloured knots, and cried laughing to me, "All our quarrels forgot, why so sad and solemn, cousin Ned? Do you see my new gown? How doth it please you? Why so fine, little lady? Rather let me ask," says I, bowing low, lest she should again reproach me of lack of courtesy. "Mrs. Skip with a thrift a gown of my mother's, and made this for me," says she. "Come with me to the picture room, cousin Ned. I would have you tell me whether I am like my mother." So we two to the oaken gallery, where Dorothy held me by the hand, and we stood before the portraits of my Lord and Lady Brandon, he in his harness, with a battlefield behind him, and she in her wedding gown. "Help me with this chair, Ned," quoth my little cousin, and I dragged the great chair for her between the two portraits, when she climbed up on it, and stood thus between them. "Tell me, cousin Ned, am I like her?" she cries. Truly there was a marvellous likeness, they both wearing white satin and lace, though there was pearls in my Lady Brandon's dark hair in the stead of the cherry-coloured ribbons. Nor did I find in her countenance that intrepidity and firmness that was displayed in my little cousin's, and which sheath, I take it, from that gallant cavalier my lord her father. "Well, cousin Ned," cries Dorothy, tired of standing. "O mater pulchra filia pulchria," quoth I, with a low bow. "Speak to me in good English," cries she, pouting. "'Tis but to say, as you very well know, that my lady your mother was fair, but you are fairer, little doll." "Nay," cries she, "I won't be called that. Sure I ain't Miss Doll any more. Sir Harry saith I am to be called Mrs. Dorothy always, for I am nearly 11. Oh, cousin Ned, is it true that you are going to the Indies?" Sweet doll," says I, "to furthest Ind, and to the kingdoms of Cathay, perhaps." "You are ever teasing me," she saith. "I would I had a fan here, that I might give you a tap therewith, Master Ned. But I will have one some day. When you come back from your voyages and adventures, I shall be a court lady, like my Lady Penelope Harrington, so, and she held up her hand like a fan, and made great eyes over the edge on't at me. God forbid, cried I, in a grievous heat. And why, prithee, she asked, somewhat angered. My mother was a court lady, so why not I? That was in better days, says I, much disquieted by her speech, yet little caring to tell her what I meant, but now times are changed. I can't tell you much, little doll, but this I will say, that rather than know you such as my Lady Penelope is now become, I would see you in your grave. Then I won't be like her, says Dorothy, putting her hand in mine, for when you have wrought all your great deeds you are coming back to marry me, Ned, aren't you? Said I, so that I find you a gentle and comely maiden, caring for my father, and seeking no court gaieties. I would not, with my good will, wed a court lady. As you will, says she. And you will bring me back a parrot, cousin Ned, and a pearl chain for to wear on Sundays, and an escrotor, 6, of Indian work wherein to keep my jewels. So quoth I, and when I go to London, as this next month, I will send you a fan and a cherry-coloured girdle for to hold it withal, as fine as any in the county, if you will give me one of your knots whereby to choose it. Nay, says she, not for that only, but to keep for yourself. Sure after this goodness of yours, I must make you some return on't. See here, and she unfastened with great gravity her breast knot, kissed it, and gave it to me. Now are you my knight, cousin Ned, and you must enter upon all your adventures for my honour, as did Ambixouls for Miselinza, in the book, 7, wherein Mrs. Diony read to us last night. And I have made for you, beside, a badge in gum work, for to carry with you and wear on Royal Oak Day, and you must needs keep 'em both forever for my sake. So be it, little cousin. But is my departure naught to you, says I, somewhat grieved. You have no farewell for me, doll. Come back with your shield, or else upon it, quoth she slowly, and, as it seemed, with difficulty. Truly a Spartan message, I cried. Is there naught beside, little doll? I shall miss you, she said, and climbed down from the chair, walking to the window away from me. And I, looking after her, saw that her face was pale and her shoulders heaving, the while she held her head as high as ever, and clenched her hand for to keep back the tears. And with this I was ashamed. Dorothy, my little cousin, says I, going after her and taking her by the hand, I beg your pardon. Trust me, I did not mean to hurt you. Why, cries Dorothy, turning round upon me in anger, and then on a sudden falling into a passion of weeping and tears, and hiding her face in my sleeve. Why will you make me cry, cousin Ned, when I have been essaying to send you forth with all composure of mind, as a lady should her knight? 'Tis all spoiled now. Not so, says I, admiring the child's insistence in her romancical dreams. I am going forth as your knight, my lady doll, to forge my weapons, and with them to fight the great and cruel giant Poverty, and to release my noble father, whom he holds in his toils. You also the giant keeps endurance, but not so strong but you are allowed to help and solace the other captive, and to send words of cheer to your knight. Here is a noble tale, indeed. True knight for true lady, asks she. There is our motto, says I. Now are we indeed well provided with all that a romance could lack, little cousin? I would I were going too, says she, looking up at me with her eyes yet shining with tears. I would fain be your page, cousin Ned, like the ladies in the romances, for you will see all the marvels, the tigers and the wild men of the woods, and the elephants, and the great Mogul himself, and I must stay here. But be sure, if you fall, that I shall don armor and avenge you, as did Parthenia for Argalus in the Arcadia. But that, we may hope, shall not be needful, said I. Come into the garden with me now, doll, and we will slay anthropophage once more before I depart. And we left speaking, and went down into the garden, holding each other by the hand. Now this relation of all those things that preceded my setting out in search of fortune I have set down at length, to the end that all may see how falsely 'tis said that I went to East India in pursuance of my own way and against my father's will, and also that I was already tired of the match my said father had prepared for me, and desired to rid myself of my cousin Dorothy. Such is the malice of my enemies, that they don't scruple to say even this, whereas I have showed to you that my father did well nigh force me to set out, and that I departed in the full intention to return and fulfill my contract with my cousin. And this relation I do hereby declare to be true of all things therein contained. Chapter 2. Of my tarrying in London, and of my sailing in the good ship Boscobel, and also of my making an enemy in Mr. Vane's spender. 'Twas in the month of January 1663-64, 8, that I rid away from Elswether, mounted on my father's war horse Gustavus, with our servant Miles behind me, on a beast taken from the plough, and bade farewell to my home for more than 20 long years. And looking back for to view the whole once more, I did see my cousin Dorothy waving her handkercher, and heard her cry to me, "True knight for true lady, cousin Ned," which words of hers did much move me, so that I rid in silence for some time. But passing Mr. Sternhold his house, there come out that good attorney himself, and would ride with me some miles of my way, parting from me at the last with much sorrow, and asking my acceptance of a book of wise counsels, said he, for young gentlemen that were going to foreign parts, called the Merchants of Iso, which I received with much thanks, and have often found cause to be grateful for the same. And Mr. Sternhold leaving us, we journeyed on without remark nor disaster, and in process of time came to London town. Here the first night I lay at an inn, whose name I have now forgot, and in the morning I did send Miles for to acquaint my Lord Duke of my being arrived, and to inquire when it should be convenient for me to wait upon his grace, and testify my gratefulness for his kindness. But in less than an hour Miles came back, not alone, but with him my Lord Duke's chaplain, Dr. Riven, in his Grace's coach, for to carry me to Belfort Place, which leadeth off from the Strand, there to abide while as I should be in town. So I with the chaplain in the coach, Miles following with the beasts, to his Grace's mansion, where I lay so long as I remained in London, eating with the family, 9, and once or twice at my Lord Duke's own table, where his Grace showed himself mighty condescending towards me, and asked of my father's health, and likewise of that of Mrs. Dorothy Brandon, his Grace's kinswoman. I had thought, said he, of having the young damsel here, for to breed her up with my own little girls, but there was some that showed me divers difficulties in the way. Methought, as I looked upon the visage of her Grace the Duchess, that I saw who she was that had showed the difficulties, and truly Dr. Reuven informed me thereafter that I was right. Well, says my Lord Duke, more cheerfully, there is plenty of time yet. Perchance, should Mrs. Dorothy wed suitably with her quality, we may be able to provide her a marriage portion. But looking again upon the Duchess, I foresaw that she would have her say concerning this also, and indeed we have heard no more of the marriage portion up to this present time of my writing. Now in other matters also was my Lord Duke very gracious to me, in especial in carrying me into his privy cabinet, where he was wont to make experiment into the secrets of nature, and did discourse to me mighty ingeniously concerning humours and transmutations and efficient and material causes and radical heat and the like, all which I do now much regret that I set them not down at the time, but having once let slip, the years between have blotted out the clear recollection thereof. And at other times I was under the particular charge of Dr. Reuven, that had known my mother, having been in the service of my late Lady Duchess before that his Grace the now Duke had attained to his title, and entreated me most gently for her sake. 'Twas with him I paid a visit to that place of much resort, the New Exchange, where I must needs buy for Dorothy her fan and her girdle, and truly I had not believed that there could be so many fans in the world, and Dr. Reuven and I were sorely troubled to choose one among them all. 'Twas also with Dr. Reuven that I presented myself in Leadenhall Street, at the house of the honourable company I should serve from thenceforth, and having testified my thanks to the gentlemen of the committee for their acceptance of me, was enrolled on their books. Here, while I was waiting in an outer room while Dr. Reuven visited upon one of his friends, that was a clerk or factor in the house, I fell in with a young gentleman, by name Mr. Vane Spender, who wished to put a quarrel upon me, and all because my nomination had been received before his own. By this means I gained I know not what immunity or privilege, but 'twas such as made Mr. Spender conceive himself deeply injured at my hands. But I, foreseeing that if we should be camarados, as the soldiers say, in the Indies, we were well to endeavour ourselves to live in peace, did address myself to speak him fair, so that his anger cooled before we parted. And here again you shall see how false it is to say that on my first falling in with Mr. Spender, I incited him to wrath by the arrogancy and haughtiness of my behaviour, since I did my best to conduct myself handsomely towards him. Some 2 or 3 days after this meeting was the 30th of January, being the day set apart forever for the remembrance and deploring of that dreadful, bloody, and tremendous crime, the murder of our late Sovereign Lord, King Charles the Martyr, which was then but lately appointed as a fast day by authority for the continual reprobating of the same. So in the morning to his Grace's chapel, where was preached a most moving sermon by Dr. Reuven, such as was like to teach us all the horror and wickedness of rebelling against the Lord's anointed. And after dinner, it not being fit to go to see shows on such a day, I was left idle, and chose to walk abroad in my morning habit, meditating in myself upon the observance of this day at home. For there it had been my duty in the afternoon to read aloud to my father the later chapters of that most truthful and pathetic book, the Acorn Basilic, until Dorothy and Mrs. Skipwith was moved to tears, and Sir Harry would look lovingly at his sword and armor on the wall. Walking thus, I heard on a sudden my name called, and looking up, saw Mr. Vane Spender at the window of a tavern, bidding me come in and drink with him. And I, answering that I had no list to drink that day, did walk on, but in a moment come Mr. Spender running after me, and cries, "Nay, Mr. Carlyon, sure you must come. Here is his lordship desires to speak with you." Then I, being fain, as I have said, to keep well with Mr. Spender, and being moreover curious to know who his lordship should be, that desired to speak with me, made answer that I would sit a while in their company willingly, but would not drink. So he, and I after him, to an upper room of the tavern, where was Mr. Spender's elder brother, Mr. Hampden Spender, and with him a gentleman in a very rich habit, as little mourning as could well be worn that day by any loyal person. "Come, sir," says Mr. Hampden Spender, "call for what you will." "I thank you, sir," says I, "but with your permission I won't drink. Your brother hath fetched me in to pleasure his lordship yonder, which I'm desirous to do so far as my power allow." "Oh, come," saith he again, "even though your grandmother be dead, Mr. Carlyon, there's none here will carry home tales of your drinking in a tavern on her funeral day." "Sir," said I, "'tis because this is a fast day appointed that I don't drink, and if it want he, I trust I should be little like to forget what happened thereon." "You are putting an affront upon me, sir," cries Mr. H. Spender, mighty fierce. "Pray, are you too nice to drink with us? Do you know in whose company you are, sir?" "Sir," says I, "you are seeking to put a quarrel upon me, as I call his lordship to witness. If you desire me to settle this matter by force of arms, I am ready to pleasure you, if his lordship will certify me that I am right in so doing." I saw Mr. Spender's countenance change at this, as I had looked it should, since, as I discovered afterwards from Dr. Ruven, his father had been but an attorney, who, meddling with great business in the troubles of the last reign, had gained for himself a high place and some esteem among the rebels. This son of his, Mr. Hampden Spender, attained to a seat in the Commons House of that Parliament which was jestingly called the Rump, and had showed himself exceeding eager in the matter of the conferring upon my Lord Duke of Albemarle of power to treat with the King on behalf of his Commons. Now that his Majesty was happily returned, Mr. H. Spender was in good favour with him, and was wont to take occasion by this favour to aspire higher than his original, might seem to us loyal gentlemen to warrant. "Come, Spender, let the lad be," says my lord, not ill-humouredly, on our reaching this pass. "'Twas you brought him here, why should you press him to drink? You ha'n't he no cause to pick a quarrel, even if Mr. Carlyon thought fit to fight you, I bow to your lordship, says Mr. Spender, and gulps down his wine with an angry face. Pray, sir, says his lordship, turning to me, tell me whether I ben't speaking to the son of Sir Harry Carlyon of Elswether. You are, my lord, says I, and pray, sir, says he, and it true that Sir Harry hath in his family a young gentlewoman that is some kin to my late Lord Brandon, that was headed 10 years since. You are right, my lord, he hath, said I, much marvelling who this might be that spake thus acquaintedly of Dorothy. And I trust, Mr. Carlyon, that this Mrs. Dolly or Mrs. Molly, or whatever her name be, is a young damsel of good conditions, and shows herself dutiful towards her kind guardian. I'm glad to be able to assure your lordship that Mrs. Brandon gives every satisfaction to those set over her, says I, but give me leave, my lord, to ask who you may be that are so well acquainted with a young gentlewoman's family that you don't scruple to mention her name in a place of public resort. If you be one of Mrs. Brandon's kin, permit me to say that after so many years of neglect you choose a strange time and place for to show an interest in her welfare, and one that justifies me to inquire your designs. Thus far I, in grievous fear lest while I was away in the Indies my little cousin should be took away from my father at Elswether, and delivered unto some of her noble kin for to bring up. Tut, tut, Sir Spitfire, saith my lord, but not unkindly, go tilt with windmills. As for my name, I don't doubt Mr. Spender will be pleased to tell it you when I am gone. But you need have no fear that I mean to claim little Mrs. Brandon from Sir Harry. What should I do with a modest, well-brought-up young damsel? 'Twould be worse than Daniel in the den of lions. No, that'n't what I meant. The lady among the rabble-rout of commerce, perhaps, my lord, I said, as he hesitated, and he gave a great laugh, and vowed that I was as much a Puritan as Mr. Milton himself, and with that arose, and took up his sword and beaver to depart, saying that the king should require his attendance in an hour's time. "'Tis the usual way," says Mr. Hampden Spender, when his lordship was departed. "My Lord Brandon drinks, and I pay." "Pray, sir," says I, "is that my Lord Brandon?" and went to the window and looked after him. This was the first and last time that I beheld that nobleman, my cousin Dorothy's kinsman, who was slain not long thereafter in a duel, and the barony became extinct, the estates thereof passing to the crown. Sir, indeed is t, saith Mr. Vane Spender. Pray who else should be so kind and condescending, and recognize so abundantly the services that my brother hath the honor to render him? Why, my brother is his right hand in all he doth. At present he is his attorney in his case of—" "Oh, hush, my dear brother," quoth Mr. Hampden Spender, "the word hath an ugly sound. Prithee, name it not in the ears of our dear young friend here. Sure, I'll never have it said of us that we corrupted youth." "Sir," said I vow I don't understand you. Do you wish to pick a quarrel again?" "No, sir," saith Mr. Spender, standing up mighty grand, but somewhat fuddled with the wine he had drank. "We wish no quarrels with persons too nice to drink with us, and too proud for our company, nor no conversation with them neither. Then, sir, says I, you'll allow me to bid you good day, if you please, and so left the place before they could stop me. But to this day I have never found myself able to determine whether these gentlemen, the Messrs. Spender, were in reality desirous to put a quarrel upon me, and having compelled me to fight first one and then t'other of them, thus to rid themselves of me, or whether 'twas but the natural heat of their temper that moved them to provoke me to a dispute, a heat that hath led to many grievous troubles between us since that time. Now some days after this, my Lord Duke would carry me with him in his coach to Whitehall, there to wait upon the King, that I might thank his Majesty for his singular great kindness towards me. And on our arriving, his Majesty being in his cabinet council, we walked up and down, and his Grace did point out to me many ladies and gentlemen of whom I had often heard speak, yea, and presented me to such as had known my honoured parents in their youth, who treated me with great gentleness, and wished me a short service and a great fortune. And presently, the council being up, his Majesty come out, and my Lord Duke did present me to him, who graciously allowed me to kiss his hand. And thereafter was his Majesty pleased to jest with me, saying that he had heard by a sure hand that I was as much of a Puritan as any rebel among them. And this to my much heat and grief, for I perceived that the report of my adventure in the tavern, small though it were, had gone ahead of me, so that I made bold to say to the King that no man but he should have said such words to me, for that my father had shed his blood for his Majesty's father, and that I asked nothing better than to have occasion given me to do the like for himself, and so took it hard to be likened to a rebel. Whereat his Majesty laughed prodigiously, and was good enough to say to me that I was a proper fellow, and he had liever I were staying in England than going forth to the Indies, for the realm had need of more such. And speaking thus, and saying that he hoped I should ever keep strictly the fast day of the blessed King Charles the Martyr, and draw sword in defence of the ladies when their names was lightly used, his Majesty left us, and my Lord Duke advised me to be proud and thankful for his condescension. Which indeed I was, only feeling sorrowful that so kindly a king should have so scant respect shown him, for verily among his courtiers was none that accorded him any reverence, but all elbowing and cursing one another as well in his presence as without it. And from such disorder and looseness as I saw in the court, good Lord deliver us. Now despite the good counsel of his Grace and of Dr. Ruven, that reproach did still rankle in me, that I should be called a Puritan, and in order to the showing it untrue, I must needs go to the play. And this notwithstanding that the aforesaid Dr. Ruven did much advise me to the contrary, saying that I might well prove my loyalty to Church and King in many other and more reputable ways, but finding me set upon the thing, he desisted at last, considering that my wilfulness should bring its own punishment. And this indeed it did, for going with one of his Grace's gentlemen to the playhouse, we saw presented a comedy newly translated out of the French, but so debased was the sentiment, so indecent and unseemly the action of the piece, so vile the painting and so immodest the clothes of the women that played in it. Sure this in itself is a new thing, and of revolting newness, that I was fain to leave the place before even the first act was gone through. But this my companion would by no means suffer, so that I turned my eyes from the stage to the company present, but found little comfort there. For indeed, to see the gentlemen laughing hugely at the wickedness and profaneness of the piece, and the ladies feigning to cover their faces with their fans, as though it were to hide their blushes, but truly there was but little need of this, when the action was beyond ordinary unseemly, and yet peeping through holes cut in these same fans, for to view the stage still, was monstrous shameful. And in fine, when the play was finished, and I had refused my companion's proffer to carry me with him behind the scene and present me to the lady that played the chief part, whose name is, alas, too well known in this kingdom, I returned unto Belfort Place, well determined never again to go to the play. And this resolve, so made, I have kept. And after this, the spring now coming on, Dr. Ruven and I made a part of several parties of pleasure that were given by divers gentlemen and gentlewomen of the Doctor's acquaintance, for to visit His Majesty's palaces at Greenwich and Hampton, the docks at Deptford, and other places. In all which I found myself well entertained, and did gain, I hope, some knowledge that hath served me well since, but the time was now drawing near when I must needs start for the Indies. I then receiving one day a command to present myself on board of the Honourable Company's ship Boscobel, lying in the Thames, for to embark for the factory at Surat, did make haste to bid farewell to their Graces the Duke and Duchess, thanking them humbly for their singular kindness, and likewise to that curious scholar and good friend to me, Dr. Ruven. Miles, also, I dispatched back to Elswether with the horses, and such letters and gifts for my father and Dorothy, as well as for Mrs. Skipwith and the others of the family, as I had got together, and then gathered up my trunks, and took boat to Gravesend. At the which place, as I had been advertised by the committee, I found the ship, whose master, his name Captain Freeman, received me with much civility, desiring me to choose my cabin and my seat at table where I might desire. For, says he to me, there's another young gentleman bound for Surat with us, but he and tea yet appeared, and tea's first come, first served, aboard of the Boscobel. Not to appear to slight his goodness, I complied with this desire of his, and did choose my place next to my kind captain's own, which pleased him mightily, and me no less, for he was a person of very curious discourse, and one that had gone through infinite wanderings and perils. And of these he was nothing loath to tell me, while as we lay a-waiting in the river, for 'twas yet 2 full days before my fellow traveller come on board, so that the master swore we should lose our convoy by this delay, and that he would tarry no longer, nay, not for the President of the Indies himself. In these 2 days I was much entertained in visiting all parts of the vessel, which was a fine new ship of the company's own, and in learning from my good friend Captain Freeman many of the duties of a supercargo. Moreover, this good man did several times carry me with him in the ship's boat, for to wait upon divers merchants with whom he had to do, and did so divert me with histories of his travels, that I vow this delay was no sorrow for me, but rather a pleasure. But at last, when Captain Freeman had but just now said that he would up anchor with the morning tide, and wait no longer, my fellow traveller arrived on board in a monstrous rage, and cursing very loudly the waterman that brought him off, and had lost, says he, one of his trunks. Methought I knew my gentleman's voice at once, and when I went on deck to assure myself of the matter, sure enough 'twas my old acquaintance, Mr. Vain Spender, who, seeing me, greeted me with an oath, and desired me bid the master to have the waterman soundly cudgelled by the seamen, which on Captain Freeman refusing, he was excessive vexed. And coming to us into the cabin, when this affair was settled, he took umbrage again to find me in the highest seat next to the captain, declaring that he was second cousin to the Secretary of the Indies at Surat, and must needs sit highest. Which I, for peace sake, was willing to suffer, but Captain Freeman would not hear on't, and I kept that chiefest place. And herein also you shall see that I went not about to provoke Mr. Spender, but contrariwise, did all in my power to pleasure him. So then the next day we left Gravesend, and in the Downs did fall in with the East India fleet, which was 10 in number, whereof 6 ships, ours being one, carried letters of marque, 11, for protection against enemies. In our company was no king's ships, for these used to meet only the homeward-bound fleet at Sancta Helena, for the better protecting of their incomparable rich cargoes, but we did believe ourselves secure from any foe that was like to come against us. And in this confidence were we well justified so long as we sailed in company the one with the other, but when alone and separated, we were like to have fallen an easy prey, as you shall hear. But of the exact history of this matter I am not well informed, and for this reason. For while we were yet in the Channel, Mr. Spender was seized with that grievous disease of seasickness, whereof none knows the misery that hand he felt it, and did lie groaning in his cot, cursing at me if I did so much as speak to him. Seeing which, I left him to himself, and did continue to enjoy the ingenious discourse of Captain Freeman, the which did much divert me. But when, leaving behind the narrow seas, we were entered that great bay which is called from the Spanish province of Vizcaya, or by our seamen, Biscay, the complexion of things changed, so that Mr. Spender arose and played the jolly sailor, whereas I was obliged to yield myself to the dreadful malady. And this made it the more irksome to me, that Mr. Spender must needs come continually and make a mock at me, casting in my teeth all manner of nasty jests such as the seamen use to provoke one another withal, and deriding me in my misery, who could not frame so much as to answer, much less to punish him, until our good captain found him one day at his tricks, and threatened him with divers pains and penalties, in case he should annoy me again. And thereafter was I left in peace, though I was like to wish to die, so long as the master told me the ship was flying along with a fair wind, and making a fine course. Yet, had I but known it, I had ought to have been thankful for that rough progress of ours, but of this I never thought until it was stopped. For one day methought I heard a prodigious great noise on deck, running and trampling and setting of sails and the like, and much loud talk and swearing. And in a moment in come Mr. Spender with a pale face, telling me that we had outrun our consorts in the night, and were now chased by a Sali rover, so that we were all like to be taken and made slaves to the Moors. Now upon this, though it seemed to you a thing incredible, yet truly the disease, the which had heretofore weighed me down, and made me to long for death, left me on a sudden, so that I leaped up and dressed myself, and seizing my sword, ran upon deck, Mr. Spender following after with his pistols. And upon deck I found the seamen busied in making ready the 2 cannons that our ship carried, and Captain Freeman serving out cutlasses and fuses. 12. Then looking behind, I saw the rover that chased us, the which was a long vessel of a monstrous outlandish build, mighty low in the water, and moving with a most marvelous swiftness. And asking our captain whether we were like to escape, Mr. Carleon says he, we have left our course and are now running for Tangier. If we can come at it, maybe a king's ship or 2 will put out to our aid and drive off the black devils, but if not, I see no help but we shall end our days in Barbary. Now this catching the ear of a young boy, that was on board for to serve Captain Freeman in his cabin, he falls a blubbering because the master said we must all end our days in Barbary, and this being heard by the seamen, they were taken with a mighty trembling and despair, so as to leave handling the ropes and charging their pieces, and stand gazing upon the rover. So that Captain Freeman, Mr. Spender, and I were fain to go among them with our drawn swords, and so force them to return to their duty, which when they did we quickly made way upon the rover. And upon this the pirates tried to knock away our masts with a shot, but they was too far removed from us, and did but lose ground in the trying, while as the Boscabel flew on towards the coast, which we could now clearly discern. And now our captain caused the ship's cannons to be fired again and again, and that not so much with the intent to hit the enemy, for of this, indeed, there was but little hope, but that those in the harbour, hearing the noise, might perceive our plight, and make haste to come to our help. Now, as we learned thereafter, it chanced, in the great goodness of God, that there was at this time lying in the port the Royal Charles and the Navarre, king's ships, whose captains, hearing the noise of cannons and perceiving its cause, made haste to put to sea and come to our help. We then, beholding these 2 great ships sailing towards us, gave thanks to God for his mercy, and left firing at the rover, the which was, indeed, no longer needful, since he, perceiving our reinforcement of strength, did incontinent turn himself about and seek to escape. But for all his subtlety and swiftness, our 2 ships were better than he, and sailing in such a manner as to cut him off from the port that he aimed at. I would I might describe this action in seaman-like terms, but this lies not within my power, had the mastery over him, and succeeded to bring him in and all his crew as captives, who, in due course, were set a-working in chains upon the ramparts of the town of Tangier, a singular and worthy instance of God's confounding the designs of the wicked, in bestowing upon them that very doom they thought to have prepared for us. And this all have acknowledged, to whom I have told this history, though many of them were, I fear, careless persons, and little like at ordinary times to observe and admire the providence of God. But 'tis not alone on the account of this marvelous escape and deliverance of ours that I shall always be mindful of this town of Tangier, but for an evil chance that was like to have befell me there. For we casting anchor in the port for to await our consorts, that were all to take in water at this place, the master of the Boscabel did grant to his seamen leave to go on shore, which leave we passengers also enjoyed. And I going in a boat of the place with Mr. Spender, he met upon the landing stage a gentleman of his friends among the officers of his Majesty's troops there quartered, and tarried to drink with him. But I, desiring to see somewhat of the city, went on apace, and found it a mighty pretty town, standing on a fair bay, and surrounded by fortifications of a tolerable strength, and that seemed apt to resist a siege. But the streets of the place are extreme narrow and dirty, so that one can scarce pass through them, from the great multitude of camels, asses, and other beasts that dispute passage with him. And the people of the city are so lazy and ragged as I had never before beheld, and the crowds of beggars beyond belief. Passing at last through all this nastiness, I came to the ramparts on the land side of the place, whence was a fair prospect of desert and remote hills, such as I then saw for the first time. And here I sat me down for to examine and admire that I saw, and did watch the soldiers at their exercises close under the city walls with much diversion, in especial the Moorish part of them, whose riding and sword play was very pretty. Now, as I sat there come up Mr. Spender, none the better for the wine that he had of a rascally fellow, half Spaniard and half Moor, that kept a tavern under pretence of an inn. And you must know that 'twas now the 29th day of May, Royal Oak Day as we call it, so long had I tarried in London before the ship sailed. In remembrance, then, of the most miraculous happy escape, as on that day, of His Majesty King Charles II, I was arrayed in a brave habit, with my cousin Dorothy's badge on the forefront thereof, for to testify to all men that loyalty whereof our house is proud. And Mr. Spender, coming up, did assail me suddenly with many evil words, miscalling me a penniless knave and a beggarly malignant and many other such ill names. Nay, moreover, he gathered up dirt and cast it at me, and did even spit upon my Royal Oak badge, insulting me and it the while with such revilings as I won't write down. And I, who was, despite my good advice given to my little cousin, and my temperate behavior in London, but a youth, and hot-headed at that, was so wrought upon with his reproaches as to draw my hanger and run upon him with intent to slay him. And though now I am covered with shame to have desired to take away a fellow creature's life on such a cause, yet then I was ready to have killed him on the spot. And he, drawing his sword also, was prepared to fight, and I make no doubt but there should have been blood shed between us, had not Captain Freeman on a sudden come up with another shipmaster of his acquaintance, and thrown himself upon us. "How, lads, young gentlemen," cries he, mighty angry, swords out. "What's this? You would pink one another, for all the world like a couple of Portugals or two Italian bravos in a play. And for what? For a few bad words. Fight it out with your fists, like honest Englishmen. Here's Captain Branter and I will see fair. 'Twas well indeed that they was there, for as I put up my sword, Mr. Spender, mad with passion and the wine he had drank, flew upon me with his drawn blade, and I had much ado to defend myself. But Captain Branter pulling him off, I was able to make ready, and we did set to in good earnest. But, thanks to my fights with young rebels at school, it was not long before I made him admit himself mastered, and caused him take back all his naughty words. And Captain Freeman then enjoining upon us to shake hands and have it over, the which was done but with a poor grace on either side, we returned to the ship, so ending this affair. Chapter 3. Of my arriving at Surat, and of the posture of affairs there. The other vessels coming in that same evening, we left Tangier the next day, and continued in company our voyage along the Afric coast. And although we caught sight not once nor twice of the galleys of those pirates that infest these waters, yet they dared not attempt us, seeing our force, and we had opportunity to admire the strange things that met our view. For in these climates there is many things are not as they are with us, as the sea and the weather and the length of day, and the very stars themselves, not to speak of the poor heathens that boarded us more than once, more especially off the colony of the Gambo. 13, and on crossing of the line. Moreover, we were made initiate in those mysteries which, as I suppose, are a relic of antique superstition, but which the seamen do hug mightily, yea, even the wisest among them. In all these matters, then, was there much to instruct us, and our good master and his mate were always willing to tell us whatever we desired. But as we drew further to the south, and neared again the temperate climates, and in especial as we passed that cape called by the Portugals Bon Esperanzo, 14, where the Dutch have a few forts, we were assailed by such storms as we were like to have left our bones in the South Seas. Also the continual tossing and rolling of the ship did bring on again, both in Mr. Spender and myself, such an access of that dread malady whereof we had dreamed ourselves cured, as we could do little else but lie and groan, desiring that death which seemed at once too close to us and too far away. But when we had left well behind us that evil and dangerous cape, and were entered the Indian Ocean, the which we found, in our traversing it, prodigious still and pleasant, we revived, and did begin to look forward with great anticipation to our arriving in East India. Now during this part of our voyage the nights were extreme clear and mild, so that I was wont to stay long upon the deck with Captain Freeman, who, as he smoked his pipe, would tell me many strange tales. For one thing, he told me of the mermaids in the eastern seas, whereof he himself had seen one, sitting on a rock and combing her long hair, and likewise of the dolphins and other monsters of the deep. Likewise he told me of the wild men of the woods, whereof, said he had seen many in the great islands, but all at a distance, and also of the anthropophagi or man-eaters, of which he had never seen none, but had heard of them from the most respectable persons. Of tigers, also, and crocodiles, and great serpents, he told me much, especially with regard to the Empire of Burma and the Eastern Islands. And passing to the islands of Japan, he spoke much of the Japanese, that are a marvelous polite, 15, people, and mighty inquisitive concerning strangers, but so cruel and barbarous as could never be imagined. 2 emperors they have, whereof one may never be seen by the vulgar, and as many princes, lords and grandees, as they could furnish forth even Spain with them. But into their country may none travel, neither merchant nor Jesuit missionary, nor even visit their ports, excepting only the Dutch, and these must needs, when they come thither, abide on one small island, whither their merchandises are brought them for to load their ships withal. And if I should tell you all that Captain Freeman told me concerning the manners and aspect of the inhabitants of the great city Kangoxima, 16, methinks you should set him down as a worse liar than Senior Ferdinando Mendez Pinto himself, the which should be grievously unjust, seeing that he had visited these parts and this city as a lad in a ship of Holland. Wherefore I will say naught on't. Of China and the Chineses, likewise, our good master spake much, but this also I will not put down, lest I should have confused therewith other matters I learned later from divers shipmasters at Surat. But this I may say, that all this talk of mine with Captain Freeman was wont to end in one way, viz., that when the captain was through with his pipe and his tale, clapping me on the shoulder, Master Ned, he would say, when you list to make a venture, come and sail with me to the eastwards, and I will put you in the way of such markets and bargains as none but the company's captains knows on. Now truly this prospect was in no way displeasant to me, but I little dreamed that I should ever make a voyage eastwards, though never such a short one, with Captain Freeman. And having now sailed northwards for a great while, and passed, at an inconvenient distance, that fair island called Ceylon, 17, the which I had a great desire to see, we come near to our port. And to me, who had thought Surat to be on the seashore, 'twas a most monstrous surprise to find that we must needs cast anchor in Swally, 18, road, and from thence find means to get ourselves conveyed to the town, the which stands at some small distance up the river Tapti. But this delay was by no means displeasing to us, for there was many strange things and persons to be seen, such as we admired mightily. And we reaching the shore in the master's boat, and paying the tax of half a rupee that was demanded from each passenger, found there Mr. Spender's cousin, the secretary, that was come to fetch him in an hackney, which is an Indian coach drawn by 2 white oxen. But since Mr. Spender made no offer to present me to Mr. Secretary, and I cared little to force myself upon this gentleman's notice, I was left desolate, defending my trunks against a rout of swarthy rascals, both Moors and Gentoos, 19, that fought with one another, and would have carried off my baggage before my eyes, had I so suffered it. But at last Captain Freeman, coming on shore and finding me contending with these fellows at great odds, from my having no knowledge of the Hindustan tongue, and much incommoded with the great heat of the sun, was very wroth against Mr. Spender, and made haste to call to my help a gentleman that was walking to the landing place, bearing a great white umbrella over his head for to shield him from the sun. And by great good fortune, who should this gentleman be but Mr. Martin, one of the company's senior factors, to whom I had a letter wrote from Dr. Ruven. He received me with great kindness, and made haste to hire certain of the troublesome ropes for to carry my trunks to his hackney, and bade me take my place therein, and so carried me to the city, after bidding farewell to my good friend Captain Freeman. Dr. Ruven had assured me that I should be much pleased with Mr. Martin, and in truth, in that short space of our journey together I did discover him to be a person of most varied and ingenious learning, and so full of proverbs and wise sayings as I had never imagined could be. Coming, then, to the gate of Surat, we must needs pass through the custom house, where the customers, 20, are so strict that they must perforce search in all my pockets as well as my trunks and mails. And this done, we went on into the city, Mr. Martin displaying to me divers strange sights, until we come to the factory, which is a large and fair house, builded after the Moorish fashion, and well defended by great walls. And being arrived, Mr. Martin was so good as to say that if I would, he would make interest for me to be under him in the business, and to lie in the chamber next to him of nights. And of this offer when I had gratefully accepted, I had my trunks brought to the place he showed me, and was assigned a gentoo servant for to wait upon me, and was carried by Mr. Martin to view the whole of the factory. Which factory is, as I have said, a great house, given to the English many years since by the King of Gujarat, but whereto they have added godowns, 21, and storehouses, built on hired land. And the house itself is built after the Indian mode, of 2 stories, and the upper and lower rooms opening on 2 long galleries, the floors being of the best cement, and near half a yard thick, all this for the sake of coolness. The walls are part of stone and part of timber, whereof the last is adorned with tolerable carvings, after their heathenish fashion. There is a neat oratory, or chapel, where divine service is held twice in the day, and on Sundays 3 times, and a convenient dining room, open on all sides, but shaded at the top, wherein all the company's servants do eat together, being placed according to their degree in the service. The President's rooms are very finely furnished, in part after the Oriental style, and Mr. Secretary's are likewise decent and comely enough, close to which was Mr. Spender's chamber. And we happening upon the President about this time, Mr. Martin did present me to his Honour, and ask his leave to keep me under him, which his Honour was pleased to grant. And on that same evening, Mr. Martin carried me to the garden belonging to the English, which is situated without the town, and should have been very fair and pleasant but for the doings whereof I will tell you. For as Mr. Martin and I rid to the garden, he discovered to me all the trials and troubles wherein from this poor town and factory had lately suffered, which I will set down, that so you may perceive in what an evil case was His Majesty's poor subjects in Surat at this time. Now first you must know that near the whole of East India, and now, for aught I know, the entire country, is subject to the Moors, that are akin to the Scythian Tartars, and come from the north, and the chiefest nation of these Moors is called the Moguls. And the ruler of these Moguls is a mighty emperor, that hath his court in the great cities of Agra and Delhi, 22, and reigns there with such magnificence as no sovereign of Europe can equal, far less surpass. And the emperor, when I came to Surat, and that is still, in 1697, reigning, was the great Aurangzeb, 23, said by the Moors to be so wise and just as no prince hath been since Solomon, and by the Gentoos the most cruel and tyrannical ruler that did ever oppress a nation for its sins. Now of these Gentoos, the most warlike and bravest tribe is that called the Marathis, 24, dwelling in a province named, so far as I can spell it, Moratraw. 25, and of this province the boundaries are uncertain, but it lies in great part in the kingdom of Gujarata. The Marathis are said by some to be a most bloodthirsty and treacherous people, but 'twould ill become me to endorse this opinion without more strict inquiry, since it hath pleased God by their means to give me great deliverance, and this not once only, as I shall show hereafter in its place. Now these Marathis had at this time a great king, or chief, by name Sevaji, 26, son to a famous captain of the king of Vijapas, 27, called Shawji, surnamed the Bouncello, 28, from the caste or family whereto he belonged, and his mother was descended from the ancient kings of that country. He, rising up against the king of Vijapa, defeated and murdered by treachery Abdul Khan, 29, his general, and had thereafter great success, taking many considerable places, even fortified towns, so that at one time he was master both of Deccan and also of Kanchon, 30, which is the rugged country lying between the mountains and the sea. But neither he nor any leader of the Marathis hath ever been able to retain his hold on the plain country, but hath always been forced to seek refuge again in the hills, which, indeed, is the native land of the Marathi, where he is most at home. Now with such craft and subtlety did this Sevaji go to work, that he was able for some years to maintain his peace with the Mughal emperor, while all the while warring with him that should have been his ally, viz., the king of Vijapa. It may well be that the mighty Aurangzeb felt no grief to see two powerful princes destroying the one the other, and he did observe the fighting with no small diversion, calling the said Sevaji his mountain rat, because he must needs retreat always to the hills. Now with regard to the town of Surat, I must premise that there is set over it on the behalf of the great Mughal a governor, whose government is a byword among all the Europe merchants for its injustice. But whatever may be this person's iniquities, he is, at the least, faithful to his master, and spurned all the offers made him from Sevaji, that he should take his part. Wherefore Sevaji made a road, 31, into the place, and took and plundered the town, holding it for 6 days, and taking from it a prodigious booty. But the English, being retired into their factory, and using that for a citadel, did show so fierce a front, and upon occasion defend themselves so bravely, as Sevaji was forced to leave them in peace. But their fair garden, lying, as I have said, outside of the city, was overrun and ruined, and was not yet recovered when I first saw it, all this happening but shortly before my coming. But pray, sir, says I to Mr. Martin, how can you have any comfort of life, knowing that you are all the time placed between an unjust governor and a murderous robber. Beggars should be no choosers, sir, quoth Mr. Martin. Sure we are in better case here than under the eye of the Inquisition at Goa, or even than quarrelling with my Lord Malbury, 32, and the King's officers at Bombay. 33. At the least you are your own masters here, sir, says I. Not so fast, if you please, sir, says he. Not many months ago were we held under grievous oppression by the Dutch, that would have us acknowledge them to be lords of the eastern seas. Not being contented with the most injurious conduct towards ourselves, they must needs hoist their ancient, 34, above our St. George's Cross, as though we were surrendered to them. And not a warship had we for to defend us against their injuries. Had they but had old Noel to deal withal, he should have punished em first and made em ask pardon after. I trust, sir, that you and he regretting the most fortunate death of that rebel, said I. Mr. Martin looked upon me jestingly. He that hath an ill name is half hanged, and he, said he. Old Noel was a rebel, sir, but the Dutch feared him as the very devil. While thus discoursing, we walked to and fro in the garden, wherein had stood divers chultries, or summer houses, very pleasant to take the air within, but now heaps of ruins, together with grottos of many fantastical forms, and fountains, whereof the sound and the coolness was mighty agreeable. But the wildness of the place surprised me, though now I know that the Indian gardeners do not affect neatness and symmetry of arrangement, as do ours, nor had the ruins been cleared away, but the flowers were springing and growing up around them. And of the flowers themselves was nothing extraordinary, but only mallows and stocks and jessamines and such like common things, for so cursed with idleness are the lower sort here, that they won't take the trouble even to grow roses. Nevertheless, this garden is a mighty pretty and pleasant place, and were it only better dressed and kept, might be a very paradise. And we returning to the factory, Mr. Martin pointed out to me the English burying ground, wherein are many monuments of extreme elegance, and likewise the Dutch factory, where were many stout menhirs, that showed us, on our passing them, no more courtesy than they need. Likewise Mr. Martin bade me note the devastation wrought in the city by that freebooter Sevagi, so that the great walls were in part broken down, and many fine mansions laid in ruins, and the houses of the poorer sort almost all destroyed, though being but of mud and stubble, they were fast beginning to build them up again. And moreover, Mr. Martin told me of one John Smith, who, being captured by Sevagi's ruffians before he could escape into the factory, was carried before their prince himself, and heard him give orders for the beheading of divers, both Moors and Gentoos, that would not declare where their treasures was hid. Upon this J. Smith fell into a great fear and trembling, but God did graciously incline towards him the heart of the king, so that on the advice of one of the chief Brachmines, 35, his ministers, he let him go, and I myself have both seen and talked with him many times. We were now returned into the town, and this being the hour at which all do take the air, we met with most of the company's servants then in Surat, some riding on fine Arabian horses, These brought, as Mr. Martin informed me, by sea from Jeddah, 36, but the most part borne in palanquins, which is a kind of coach without wheels, and carried on men's shoulders, the which seemed to me a very womanish manner of going abroad, but I now know that the heat do make it very agreeable. Passing the Mint, which is an extreme handsome piece of building, we come to the Cloth Bazaar, which is like one of our markets, but held all the year round. And in the High Street, which I had looked to see a noble and stately place, I found only mean houses, with the shops like peddlers' stalls with us. And coming back to the factory, we made ready for supper, where I saw all the gentlemen that served the company at this place. And mighty strange it seemed to me, that all were dressed in white, for to avoid the heat of the sun, though keeping the English fashion. Now at the supper itself was all the meats served on plate of china, 37, that, as they say, cracks when any poison touches it, which is, without doubt, providentially ordained for the sake of the dwellers in this land, where poisoning is so common. And besides this magnificence, behind each man's seat there stood an Indian servant with a great fan of peacock's feathers, which was waved about for to cool the air. And such ceremony was observed in the bringing in and removing the many dishes as I had never thought could be anywhere, short of a king's palace. But with all this state, the gentlemen showed themselves very affable towards me, and Mr. Martin presenting me to one or two, we had much pleasant and witty discourse. And so at last to bed, being well tired by all that I had seen and done that day, but found it prodigious hard to sleep, through being plagued by those villainous insects called mosquitoes, the which abound in these parts. Then the next day I began to learn how the company's business was carried on. But instead of the English going into the public markets for to buy, as I had thought, I found that they made use of gentoo merchants, called banyans, 38, that act as brokers, and after buying up their wares from the Indians, bring them to the factory. These men are of a smiling and agreeable countenance and extreme respectful in their manners, wearing white linen ornament of a strange and womanish fashion. And although the Hindustans generally are very square in all their dealings, and prodigious exact to make good all their engagements, yet these banyans are extreme cunning, and do contrive to gain for themselves so much from their transactions with their countrymen on the company's behalf, as they are counted among the most considerable persons of the place. And I not knowing their tongue, my duty was only to write at Mr. Martin's dictation, and do my best to improve myself. And when work was over, Mr. Martin was again good enough to take me riding with him in his hackney, and to inform me on many matters. And I expressing my surprise that where so many gentlemen, and some of them of a good age, was gathered together, there should be none married, so far as appeared, Mr. Martin saith, the proverb, sir, tells us, he is happy that is wed, and without trouble, but he that weds here is like to have trouble. For what gentlewoman of good family and fortune should choose to leave all she might have in England, and adventure herself in the Indies? 'Tis true that the company desires its servants to be settled in life, and sends out women for 'em to marry, but you may guess what manner of creatures they would be, that would come out on such a chance, and moreover they are also sickly and soon die, whether from the evil nature of the climate, or from too much drinking of strong waters. Wherefore certain of the gentlemen here have wedded Indian or Portuguese wenches, and keep em shut up after the fashion of the country, never eating with em, and seeing em but when none else is by. But of such matches as these is great trouble arisen, in especial regarding the children that spring from em, when the mothers be papists. It seems to me, therefore, that they are wisest that determine while in the Indies to devote themselves to their work alone, and postpone all such delights until the time of their return. As I shall said I wot, you have made up your mind so soon, Mr. Carlyon, says he. You and he yet wedded, surely. I am troth plight, sir, says I, and told him that which you know already, viz., my engagement with my little cousin Dorothy. When I had ended my tale, Mr. Martin smiled upon me. All shall be well, and Jack shall have Gil, quoth he. I honour your resolution, sir, and shall take it extreme unkind in you if I ben't asked to the wedding, always supposing that I am in England then. That wise saw of yours is mighty comforting, sir, says I. Say you so, says he. Then what do you think of this one, sir, age and wedlock lames man and beast? I saw that he was jesting with me, but 'twas impossible for me to take offence, so kindly and sweet-tempered a person was he, and that friendship which was begun upon my landing at Surat hath continued ever since, to my much advantage. For although the company hath made, and doth still make, many rules and advices for the better governing of the younger among its servants, yet rules are not always kept, and more than once hath Mr. Martin brought me out of some trouble into which I was fallen, either through the natural heat of youth, or through the ill offices of Mr. Spender. For our life at Surat, there was in it always an admirable good order. We all ate in company, saving only the snack taken on rising for to comfort the stomach. Many of the gentlemen for this lunch, 39, drank burnt wine, made hot with cinnamons and other spice, but I always followed Mr. Martin's advice, who told me that so much wine drinking was like to breed fevers and other disorders. For himself, he was wont to drink the 40, the which is now well known in England, but then only to those in our factories in the Indies, and I did likewise, seeing that this herb doth much benefit the health both of the mind and the body by the operation of a certain temperate heat that is particular, 41, to tea, and hath been observed by many curious travellers. This life of ours in company, where so many persons of divers humours and originals were gathered together, made it necessary that all our behaviour should be civil and respectful, and this towards our chief and the chaplain in especial. The gentleman that occupied this last place was commonly a person of excellent parts and wise discourse, while his pay was higher than that even of the senior factors, and his precedence was fixed next after the members of council, a station contrasting happily with the treatment accorded in these days to many parsons in England. On Fridays was there an assembly held by Mr. President, whereto the chief merchants of the other factories was used to come, and whereat much sack was drunk, and also pale punts. 42. A drink compounded by the factors out of aquavity. 43. Rose water, sugar, and the juice of lemons, and one that has, I believe, been brought by some of them into England. But at the shipping time was there small opportunity for such gaieties, for all day long was the Banyans coming in with their accounts, and below in the courtyard the packers and warehouse keepers must needs be looked after, and the merchants seen and spoken with that had brought musters. 44. Of their goods. More than once, also, I had the advantage to go with Mr. Martin a journey among the towns and villages of the vicinage, when he must oversee the weavers of cotton fabrics, buying up the yarn from the spinners and entrusting it to the said weavers, that so they might have wherewith to occupy themselves during the rains. Nor was I idle when 'twas neither shipping time nor occasion for a journey, for, learning from Mr. Martin that the company did furnish a master for to teach to the writers the tongues of the country, and did promise also an annuity unto such as learned them well, but that few ever gained this, I applied myself to this study, so that I gat a fair knowledge both of the Persian and the Hindustan, 45, languages, and received the promised annuity. And this to my no small contentment, although His Honour the President, being worked upon by Mr. Secretary, was ill pleased that he must give it to me and not to Mr. Spender, that would never learn nothing that he could by any means avoid. Now in these first years that I spent in Surat was many great things happening, both at home and also in the Indies. The first whereof I won't recount, as knowing and hearing little of them, but of the latter I may mention that famous Marathi prince, Sevaji, of whom I have before spoke, being attempted, 46, by the whole power of the Emperor Aurangzeb, submitted himself and made his peace, and was kindly received and his demands granted, so as he dared even adventure himself in the city of Delhi itself, on a visit to that great prince. But here he quickly discovered himself to have been entrapped, for the mountain rat was not accustomed to the ways of courts, and did quarrel grievously with the emperor's ministers. Having thus offended Aurangzeb, he found he was almost a prisoner, and must needs bend his wits to the getting safely out of the place. And this he did by a stratagem so cool and so ingenious as caused all that heard on't to admire, and one that I myself did imitate thereafter, as you shall in due time hear. For having sent away his soldiers, and feigning himself to be sick, he had himself and also Sambhaji, 47, his son, conveyed out of the town in great baskets, such as the Moors used to send fruits and succades, 48, in as gifts to their mosques. And thus reaching a place of safety, he returned to Moratraw, and fought against the great Mogul with good success during almost all the remaining part of his life. And of the consequences of these wars you will see that I myself participated, but not yet. Now during all this time I was not content to enjoy only my wage as a writer and the annuity I had earned, but engaged myself also in ventures to the eastern seas, whereby my wealth was much increased. 49. But of my venture for cloves to the Manilas, or of my sending of Europe goods in a cafale, 50, which is a pack train, bound for the city of Delhi, you won't care to hear, and 'twould be tedious to tell. But I may say to you that these ventures prospered marvelously, so that when I had been 4 years in East India, I had been able to put by moneys sufficient to pay the further bond of £500 demanded from factors, when I should have been 5 years a writer and so have reached my promotion, and something also to adventure once more in trading. And all this I did regard as a step towards the fulfillment of that work which my father had set before me, and towards my marriage with Dorothy, and in my letters sent home I writ with great delight of this happy hope. Happy is it for us poor mortals that we can't read the future, for at this very time, when all looked so bright before me, I was about to part with all I had gained, yet, with all that I had ever had, and barely to escape with life itself. Chapter 4. Of my sending to Goa by my employers, and of those things that befell me there. Now this is the manner in which these untoward matters befell, of the which I spake only on my last page. For I was called one day into the council, which is the highest in the Indies, and found there his honour the President, together with Mr. Accountant, that is next in place to him, the warehouse keeper, the purser marine, the secretary, and divers of the senior merchants of the factory, that have the honour to be members of the board. And I, much fearing that I was to be chidden for some failure in my duty, did answer to the summons with little joy, standing before their honours like some poor rascal of a poacher awaiting his sentence from the bench of justices. But my friend Mr. Martin, being among the merchants present, did cheer me with a look, so as I was made happy again. Then saith Mr. Accountant, Mr. Carleon, you have now been near 5 years in the company's service at this place, and we learn from Mr. Martin, who is set over you, that you have a fair knowledge of the East Indian tongues, and have always deserved to be well spoken of, as a zealous and careful servant of the committee. I bowed in answer to these compliments, and he continued, Do you know anything of the Portuguese, Mr. Carleon? No, sir, says I han't never had occasion to learn it. It may be that occasion is even now arriving, says he. The company, learning that its interests have at divers times suffered grievous hurt through its servants not understanding the tongue of the Portugals, hath decided to have instructed therein certain of its writers, gentlemen well learned in the Indian tongues. At present you are the only gentleman at this place of whom this is said, and the committee are therefore pleased to direct that you shall proceed at their charges to the city of Goa, in the Portuguese Indies, there to study the Portuguese tongue. The time you spend there under the committee's direction will count as a part of your service as writer, and you will receive a genteel present from the company when you have given proof of your diligence. I thank your honours and the committee, sir, said I, for this goodness, which I will do my best to deserve. You will provide yourself, Mr. Carleon, says Mr. Accountant, with clothes befitting a young gentleman of quality, and the company will furnish you with letters of commendation to the most considerable persons in Goa. Mr. Martin will be good enough to instruct you with respect to the carriage and manners it will be becoming to you to assume. You won't of course deny your connection with the factory here, but it need not be insisted upon in general company. And if, here Mr. Accountant leaned forward, and looked me very steadfastly in the face, If you find that 'tis true, as is alleged, that the Portugals are contriving plots for the damaging the company's trade in the eastern seas, you will make known the same to us, by means as secret and as speedy as you can devise. Sir, said I, I'll do my best to be watchful for their honour's interests. For I perceived that the council was no little touched by the rumours that had of late reached us concerning the designs of the Portugals, and that 'twas my business to discover these, that so they might best be thwarted. And after this Mr. Secretary, that had spoke not at all hitherto, being grieved that he could not prevail with his honour the President to send Mr. Spender to go beside me, gave me my further instructions, and so I was dismissed. And Mr. Martin and I walking back to our chambers, he saith to me, This chanceth in an hour that happeneth not in 7 years, Ned, and sure 'tis a happy chance for you. With prudence and tolerable good luck, your fortune is now assured. I don't doubt but you'll soon be made agent in some small factory when you are returned from your studying, and so have occasion to use your Portuguese. But with your leave, lad, I will give you some counsel, lest you fall into trouble at Goa. Sir, says I hope that I shall always gratefully receive and follow any counsels you may be good enough to give me. Listen, then, says he, and first you must always be mindful not to infringe the punctilio, 51, of the Portugals, for so fantastical and strange is 'tis as passeth belief. You must never look hard at a lady, as she sits in her balcony, or rides in her coach, if you don't desire to be stabbed that night. And regarding the religion of Goa, you must needs be mighty circumspect. You have seen those poor idolaters, the papists here, walking through the city with their processions, and kneeling down in the mire when the host is a-passing. Here this happeneth but from time to time, but at Goa you see little else. And in all the Portugal's towns 'tis the law and custom that every one meeting a procession of the church shall uncover to tea, and also kneel, or at the least bow low, until it be passed by. Now some Englishmen, conceiving that saw to be true, when at Rome, do as Rome does, do make it their custom to uncover and kneel, as 'tis ordained, but to me, this compliance savours somewhat of cowardice, and won't, as I believe, commend itself to you. Wherefore, if you'll be guided by me, I would have you go into some shop near at hand, or turn down another street whensoever you see a procession coming, or hear the little bell rung that signifies the approach of the host, if you don't wish to be stabbed where you stand. And above all, my dear Ned, let me entreat you never to enter into any controversy with any person in Goa, be he Portugal or Indian, upon any question of religion. He will seek to lead you on until you have uttered something that is to his mind heretical, and then he'll denounce you to the Inquisition. And once there, Ned, 'twere far better had you been stabbed in the street by some bravo among the common people, for the few that are escaped thence are come forth crippled and helpless, and the many that he never escaped have died by the torture or the fire. Happy is he that can beware by other men's harms. I thank you, sir, says I, and will try to remember that which you have oft times told me, viz., a close mouth catches no flies. Good lad, says he, and may I see you return safe in 6 months or thereabouts, as full of the Portuguese as a banyan is full of deceits. But let me counsel you to take with you such weapons as you may chance to have, and to sleep with them under your pillow of nights, for Goa is the most shameless ill-governed town that ever called itself Christian. Much other good counsel did my esteemed friend give me during the short space of time that we yet spent together, for it took no long delay to prepare me for my journey. 'Twas thus that I found myself, in the early part of the year 1668–69, at the age of 22 years, equipped as a gentleman of good degree for to set out on my travels, having letters with me to several respectable gentlemen at Goa, a tolerable supply of money, and suitable weapons for my defence. Likewise I had with me my servant Loldus, 52, a most excellent good fellow, that had served me from my first arriving in Surat, and might put to shame many of our English lackeys. 'Tis the custom in East India for persons of any consideration to carry about with them a great following of servants, though the cost of this is not so great as with us, these men being habited in white calicut, and eating only rice and a little fish. But I had no list to waste either the company's substance or my own upon such display as this. Nevertheless, so confident did I feel in my situation, and so sure that my fortune was now to be made, that I writ to my father and to Dorothy that they should not wonder though they heard no more touching me for a long time, for that I might be chief vizier to the great Mogul when next they heard speak of me. To Mr. Martin's care I entrusted the diary I had kept, and such things as I must leave behind me, he promising also to keep for my return any letters that might be brought for me by ship from England. This good friend bare me company down to the landing place, and as his wont was, bade me farewell with a proverb, "Ned, suffer me to advise you once more, speak fair, and think what you will. Even if by chance your argument should convince a papist, it won't profit either of you, since you will find yourself in the Inquisition, and he must needs show an extraordinary great soundness and devotion to save his life, and bring the faggots for to burn you." Thus we bade one another farewell, and I departed on my journey in the company's balloon, which is a boat of 16 oars, very pleasant and commodious for to travel by. On our way we tarried only at the factory of Bombay, and arrived in good time at the mouth of the Goa River. This place is well defended, for there are here 4 forts and a blockhouse, and so arranged as that no ship may pass but under their guns. And going on up the river we passed the Great Agoda, 53, which brings water to the city, and the strong fortress of Marmagown. The champaign country on either side of the river is mighty pleasant of aspect, and situate in it is many fine garden houses, 54, of the Viceroy and the Hidalgos, 55, with stately churches and palaces. The river here is full of islands, which do much hinder the passage of vessels, and not far below the city it is crossed by a bridge of 36 arches, joined to a long causey. 56. The city itself is 10 miles from the river mouth, 57, and stands on 7 hills, being defended by good walls and gates. The prospect in approaching the place is an extreme fine one to behold, and the buildings of the city as rich and fair as any I have ever seen. Methought, as I come near to this accursed place, whereof I can now scarce think without a shudder, that here was no ill town to tarry in for 6 months, not knowing that I should not leave it for 3 years, and should, I fear, gladly have seen it destroyed, like Sodom or Gomorrah, long before that time. I had been recommended by my employers to a decent lodging, where such Englishmen as visited Goa on their occasions was wont to tarry, and here I took up my billet, together with my servant Loldus. The keeper of the lodging was a certain woman, widow to one of the company's captains now deceased, speaking English very well, though country-born, and no bigot, although one of those papists of whom Mr. Martin had warned me. She gave me a fair chamber, looking into a court well set with trees, and with a fountain running therein, and good entertainment also, so that I found myself well provided for. And I asking her to advise me of a good teacher, from whom I might learn the Portuguese, she named to me her own son, that had made 1 or 2 voyages in his father's ship, and could speak English also. And I, that had feared I must needs have some Jesuit padre to my teacher, whereby, as Mr. Martin foresaw, I had been very like to be led into controversy, accepted of her offer with great contentment, and had the boy fetched, that I might see him. He, being a smart fellow enough, professed himself quite ready to serve me for a decent weekly wage, and I was thus well attended, having always with me my secretary, as he called himself, beside my servant Loldus. And now, conceiving that I might well begin with the highest, I did send by the hand of Loldus that letter of commendation I had to Dom Luis de Bustamante, a gentleman in very high place, and nephew to His Highness the Viceroy. And this Dom Luis lost little time before he came to visit me, and entreated me most courteously, and must needs carry me with him to make my compliments to His Highness his uncle, for whom I had brought a genteel present, viz., several pots of extraordinary fine succades or sweetmeats, newly arrived from Europe. And the Viceroy I found to be a proper man, and most courteous of manner, and indeed, among all those I have known have I never seen none so kind and so greatly given to hospitality as were these Portugals. For His Highness was graciously pleased to give me as a token of his favour a ring, with a very fair diamond set therein, worth some 1,000 pagodos, 58, which he took from his own finger for to put it upon mine. How I lost this ring, you will hear in due time, but I have often desired to know whether it returned into His Highness's coffers or no. Dom Luis, likewise, showed me great kindness, and had fain had me lie at his house, and was so urgent with me that I had much ado to refuse him, but pleading the importance of my occasions, and my occupation with the Portuguese tongue, they left me where I was. Now after this time this was the manner of my life at Goa, and if it seem to you too light and idle, you must remember that I was but young, and that I conceived I was doing best my employer's business in mingling much with the Portugals. For on rising in the morning, I went with my hostess's son, that was called Peter, to take the air by the river, and perhaps to view some church or other great building, and thereafter I spent some time in the study of the Portuguese. But for some 2 or 3 hours about midday was everyone wont to repose themselves indoors, for fear of the heat, and I was fain to do the like. Then in the afternoon would come Dom Luis or some one of his friends for to carry me with him to some assembly or party of pleasure, and the evening passed agreeably enough, with music and dancing, and such like diversions. Now you will wonder how in all this time I escaped the Inquisition, without, as some have falsely said, I conformed myself to their customs for fear. But the manner of my safety was this. I followed out the counsel given me by Mr. Martin, and avoided all processions and church shows. I had much desired to have seen an high mass in the great church of the Dominicans or Black Friars, the which is all gilded within, and in the sacristan, 59, treasures of untold value, but I refrained, and forced myself only to visit it one morning with Peter. Likewise, I was very firm to refrain from argument, and indeed my companions, that were for the most part young gentlemen of good blood and breeding, did never attempt to force it upon me. And with regard to the punctilio of the Portugals, I saw much reason to marvel thereat, seeing that they will walk abroad in the streets bareheaded under umbrellas, for to avoid the necessity of uncovering the one to the other, but I was so happy as never to infringe it. And of adventures among the ladies had I none, seeing that they are kept very recluse, and I had neither inclination nor opportunity to make close acquaintance with them. But it is necessary to state this, since it hath been alleged otherwise concerning me. Thus all went well, until one day Dom Luis came earlier than usual to visit upon me, and carried me with him to his house, that was very fine and splendid, for to see his cousin newly arrived from the Mozambique. And this cousin of his, that was also nephew to the Viceroy, I found a pretty boy enough, Dom Francis de Lesser by name. Now this name, Francis, is very common in Goa, after their great saint, Franciscus Xaverius, 60, that lies buried in the fair church of Bon Jesus. And this young gentleman, Dom Francis, had been bred up in one of their colleges by the Jesuits, or Paulistans, 61, as they call them here, from their monastery of St. Paul's, and with him was his governor, 62, that the Viceroy, with the advice of the Padres, had appointed over him. This was a Paulistin called Father Sebastian, a person of a most gentle and courteous aspect, and so well versed in all matters of polite learning that to talk with him was a pleasure. Yet, to my misfortune, there awoke in me, while in his company, as it were a certain fervour and heat of opposition, so that I did find myself perpetually at an issue with him, to my no small concern, be the matter of our discourse what it might. Now on this day it seemed good to us to walk through the city and show to Dom Francis what was worthy to be seen therein, and so the time passed pleasantly away. But in returning from Old Goa, a part of the town that is now decayed, but wherein many respectable persons do dwell agreeably enough, we stopped on a bridge for to look at the boats on the river, and I chanced to say that 'twas a pity the Portugals should waste so much time racing one another on the water in balloons to the spoiling of their business. Then says Father Sebastian in French, "You English are a stirring and industrious nation, sir. Sure we can't never hope to equal you in this." "It seems to me, sir," says I, "with all respect to you, that in the present posture of affairs, your governors are much to blame in that they allow so many of your men to stay idle in monasteries, instead of arming 'em and setting 'em to drill or to work." "Why, 'tis said you have more Europe men in the convents here than in all your garrisons, and King Sevagi and his Morattis at your very gates." "But pray, sir," saith he, very meekly, "could these persons be better employed than in beseeching God to favor the arms of their country, and his saints to keep the enemy at a distance?" "Indeed, sir," says I, "speaking with all deference to you, I must say that all these black, white, or grey friars do the country no good, nor the church no credit. Were his highness to order 'em all on to the walls for to be taught how to handle a fusee or a pike, 'twould provide for the place a handsome garrison, and rid the town of a lazy set of rascals." I was about to continue, growing warm in the subject, the which had much exercised me since my coming to Goa, when Dom Luis pressed my arm, and I followed his eyes to a certain island in the river, where was a great void place with high posts set up therein, and seats of stone at one side thereof. I had seen this place before, and Peter also had pointed me to it, but it seemed to me that I had never yet truly understood what was done there. 'Twas the burning place of the Inquisition. I stopped suddenly in my speech, but Dom Luis said somewhat touching the time of day, and we passed on. Now as we come into the town, there was had betwixt us some discussion as to which way we should return to the Viceroy's palace, and on the advice of Father Sebastian we made choice of a certain street that leads past the cathedral. And we walking and talking merrily, come presently to the square lying before this, which is as large as any in England, and of a neat and plain aspect. Now we being entered the square, I saw coming towards us the procession of some saint, I have forgot which, but they were carrying the host under a state, 63, with clericos walking bareheaded on either hand, and boys scattering incense and ringing bells. There was also one or two images or statues, with banners and such like borne aloft, and many nuns and ladies of the city walking after. And as the procession come near, the people all made haste to kneel down in the dust, the men uncovering, until it should be past. And I, according to my custom, did seek to turn aside, but we were in the open square, and there was no shop nor side street at hand. Then there come to my mind that sight which Dom Luis had but now showed to me, viz., the burning place by the river, and I won't conceal from you that for a moment my knees trembled and the devil tempted me very sorely to take off my hat and bow myself before those images and that host which was carried there. But I thank God that I was kept from this base and cowardly conformity, and was strengthened to stand still while as the procession came near. Father Sebastian and Dom Francis went down on their knees mighty devoutly, and Dom Luis bowed almost to the ground, saying to me, "Bow, Dom Edward, 'tis the custom here." But I still stood up, and the procession passed by, the priests and women all looking black upon me that durst insult their idols. And when the people was rose up again from their knees, they come round about us, hustling us and crying out that we was atheists and heretics, and making ready for to stone us. But Dom Luis crying out to them very earnestly that I was a stranger that knew not their ways in that place, and that they were all three good Christians, as might be seen, they were content to let us pass, though with many ill words. Thus we walked on to the palace, Father Sebastian going meekly with his eyes cast down and his hands folded, and Dom Luis with a dark and gloomy air, while Dom Francis his cousin looked upon me askance, avoiding me as a man might one that had the plague. I, indeed, was far from being at ease with myself, and to add to my distemper, it seemed that even in the palace I could not be free from peril. For we reaching the building and standing on the great steps in the forefront thereof for to take the air, there come up an ancient man, an Indian, of a lean and shabby aspect, and he carried with him a little cabinet, so to speak, with curtains before it of some old torn stuff. And Father Sebastian asking what strange beast he had therein, the fellow replied by bringing the cabinet up to us upon the steps, and showing us inside on't divers little images of the Virgin and the saints. And his design was that we should kiss these, and withal give him some small piece of money, as the custom is here. And Father Sebastian motioning him to approach me first, being the guest of Dom Luis, I had in my hand half a ducat, 64, the which I purposed to give him, seeing the man to be old and poor, but I refused to kiss the images that he carried, whereat he departed much displeased, though the other gentlemen were willing to pleasure him. And now, Dom Luis seeming to be ill at ease, we went into the palace, and presently His Highness entered to us, and the evening passed as usual. But shortly before the company departed, while as they was serving Jacolat, 65, Father Sebastian entered again into discourse with me, and desired to hear many things concerning England. He held many strange notions touching our country, such as I should conceive a Frenchman might entertain, but so universally learned are these Jesuits that I can't so much as guess of what nation he was. And at last he advanced this proposition, viz., that the English are a people altogether destitute of all loyalty and reverence, and entirely given up to lawlessness and irreligion. And this saying I did combat with all my skill, bringing forward to the contrary thereof the loyalty wherewith the cavaliers fought for his late majesty, and the reverence they testified toward the poor clergy in their extremity. But, sir, saith Father Sebastian, sure you'll pardon me if I say aught displeasing to you in my ignorance, but I had believed that 'twas accounted in England a merit to show no reverence to such things as other men venerate. And this belief of mine was confirmed, sir, in me by your own behavior today. I hope, sir, says I, that I am always ready to show due respect wheresoever my conscience may allow on't, but I can't find it in me to bow down to a piece of bread. I saw Dom Francis turn pale and walk away, at a signal from his governor, and Dom Luis called my notice to a rare piece of carving in ivory that had but just been sent to His Highness from the King of Vizcaya, and told me that it was worth at the least 10,000 ducats. And while admiring this, I noted a badge or medal in gold that he bore on his left arm, and whereof I had often desired to ask him, and I inquired concerning its device, and his reason for the wearing it. But it seemed to me that Father Sebastian looked at him for a moment, and in the stead of answering, he put my question aside, and spake of some other matter. Then the father turned again to me. I ask your pardon, sir, but I don't follow your meaning as I could wish. May I beg of you to favor me at more length with the opinions held by the English, and by yourself as an Englishman, on this subject, viz., the respect paid to images of the holy saints. Now I would not have you think of me more highly than I deserve, and so I will confess to you that 'twas my fantasy at this time that I had a mighty pretty turn for argument, and could set out my meaning as neatly as any man. But on this especial evening I declare most solemnly that I had no list whatever to argue, but only to set forth and explain unto this civil and fair-spoken priest that which he desired to know. But 'twas not to be looked for that I, matched against such an extraordinary keen antagonist, could confine myself to a cold setting forth of facts, and I found quickly that I was becoming engaged in a smart controversy, Dom Lewis and divers gentlemen of his acquaintance standing by to listen, though uttering no comment on all that passed. The matter was ended at last by His Highness giving the signal to retire, and Father Sebastian saying that we must surely resume our debate on the morrow. I bade him good night, and so departed. But Dom Lewis coming with me into the hall while I buckled on my sword, and twopence, 66, which is gentoo boys or servants, sought out and brought to me my hat and cloak, I heard him mutter in his throat when he bade me farewell certain words. And of these the sense never reached me until I had returned to my lodging, and was ready to go to bed, though their sound seemed well known to me, but then I knew them to be, cum Deus vult perdor, prius dementat. But, as I said, I did not perceive at first the meaning of these words, and I went home after my usual fashion, with one of the Viceroy's servants bearing a lantern before me, and found Loldus looking for me in no small alarm, since it was already late, and he had feared lest some ill was befallen me. For, as Mr. Martin had warned me, in the streets of Goa is no safety for any whose occasions oblige them to be abroad after dark, for what with the coffrees, 67, or negroes, that are given no food by their masters, and the soldiers, whose pay is always withheld from them, so that both must needs brawl and rob for to keep themselves alive. The place is full of murders and assaults every night. Nay, so bold do these robbers become, that 'tis their custom even to break into houses, and strip the inhabitants of their monies and other goods, and kill those that resist them, wherefore every prudent person is wont to sleep with pistols at his bed's head and sword by his side. And after this manner had I laid myself down on this same night, with Loldus sleeping on the threshold of my chamber, and was fallen asleep in great contentment, expecting no harm nor fearing none, that peril from the unruly brawlers alone excepted. But on a sudden I was awaked by an extraordinary great knocking at the gate without, and heard Peter run to ask who might be there. At the first I thought it to be a band of those thieving soldiers of whom I spake just now, but by the answer that was then returned to him I knew what it was that should befall me, for a voice cried, "The Holy Inquisition! Open quickly!" Lol, thus says I to my servant, that had rushed into my chamber in a fright, "These men are come for to take me." "Shall we resist them, master?" quoth he, snatching up my sword from its sheath, and making as though he would defend the door. I looked around, the while I could hear Peter fumbling to unfasten the bolts of the gate. "Perchance," says I, "if we can drive them away for a moment we may escape." But at once I perceived that 'twas impossible. My chamber opened on the one side into the inner court, from which was no exit but over the roof, and on the other into a passage leading to the gate. There was no way of escape. But upon this a thought seized me. "No, lol, thus says I, we can't resist. They are come for to seek me, and must needs take me. But I dare be bound they ha'n't he no warrant for to hale you along with me, though they will take you if they find you. Hide yourself, and save these papers of mine, and carry 'em with you to Surat, to Mr. Martin." And thus speaking I snatched up from my writing book the letter I had but just wrote to Mr. Martin, and with it such notes as I had made touching the designs of the Portugals in the eastern seas, and thrust them into his hands. My pistols also I gave him, and such money as come to my hand, and bade him be gone. And he disappeared and was gone before I might so much as turn round, hiding himself in some hole so secure as that they never found him. Now all these things happened in far less time than I must take for to tell you of them, and Loldus was safely departed when at length the gate was opened, and the officers come along the passage to my chamber. I met them at the door, and would have asked their business, as one hugely curious concerning their visit, but at the sight of him that led them my tongue refused his office, for he was my friend, Dom Luis de Bustamante. And he summoning and claiming me as the prisoner of the Holy Inquisition, showed me a warrant, signed and sealed, and upon this the rest of the officers entered the chamber, and set seals on all that was therein. Now the seal that was upon the warrant bare the device of a dove carrying in her mouth a branch of olive, and these words in Latin, Justitia et Misericordia. Then I, looking upon the medal that Dom Luis bare upon his sleeve, did see wrought therein this self-same figure and motto, the which stirred up in me a great heat and indignation, that a brave man should suffer his friends carelessly to endanger themselves in his presence, and never tell them that his honor demanded that he should denounce and seize them. As for the rest of the officers, they was as evil-looking a crew of rascals as I ever saw, all clad in great gowns of black stuff, with hoods for to shade their faces, but of their nature I saw little, for they said nothing, leaving it all to Dom Luis, that was most assuredly their master. And this nobleman asking of me whether I were ready to come with them, I requested leave to finish dressing of myself properly, which was granted, and likewise to pack and take with me my trunk, or at least some clothes in a bag, but this he refused, saying that the Holy Office should look to my goods, and I should have them again. Then having dressed myself, I went with them to the gate, where they had a coach in waiting, and put me into it, and themselves followed, my hostess weeping and crying in the door that no such shame had ever come upon her house before, and so departed. Chapter V of the events that befell me on my arrest, and in the holy house at Grier. Now while we were in the coach I did make inquiry of Dom Luis whether they were carrying me to the Santa Casa, or Holy House, as the palace of the Inquisition is wont to be called, as though in mockery, but he refused to answer me, saying that I should discover where I was when I reached the journey's end. And I therefore waiting patiently, we presently alighted, and after some ceremonies gone through before an officer, and the placing of irons on my feet, I was taken along a certain passage, and thrust into an extreme noisome and stinking place, wherein was already confined some 30 or 40 persons. And these, I found, were common murderers and thieves of the town, for they rose upon me with one consent, and did take from me such money and other small matters as I had in my pockets, I not caring to resist them overmuch, as knowing that I should have no peace until they were well satisfied that they had left me nothing. And asking where I was, one advised me that the place was the Aljavar, or prison belonging to the ordinary, that is, the Archbishop of Grier, for that some law or custom hindered their carrying me at once to the holy house. In this foul and filthy hole I was left for 2 nights and a day, suffering great discomfort, and this not only in my mind, from the company I was in, but in body also, inasmuch as the floor was so covered with all nastiness that I durst not lay myself down, but was fain to abide standing, or at most leaning against the wall, which indeed scarce pleased me better than the floor, for that space of time. This chamber of the Aljavar was situate below the level of the ground, and hollowed out of the rock, holding but one small opening to the light, through the which scarce a single ray could manage to pass. In the midst of the floor was a well or chasm, from the which, as from the lowest pit, there ascended evil and mephitical vapors, that were at times insupportable. I can scarce find it in me to cast up against the prisoners their robbing me of my money, and the eagerness they showed in this thievish work, since the ordinary provided no food for them, and they must have starved had it not been for the charity of certain worthy persons, that brought broken victuals for to be given them. I myself had been like to have fared ill but for the kindness of the boy Peter, who brought me a basketful of such food as he could compass, the overplus whereof I did divide among my fellows. During the 2nd night of my imprisonment I slept scarce a wink, being so sore troubled with the vermins that abounded in the place, and the stench from the well. Yet was not this discomfort wholly to be held a misfortune, since it hindered me from dwelling overmuch on the hard and unkind behavior of Dom Luis, which otherwise had sorely exercised me. Despite this saving clause, nevertheless, 'twas with a joy that I had little expected ever to feel in the like posture of affairs that I heard myself summoned by the turnkey to come to the door, in order to my being transferred to the keeping of the Inquisition. At my request, time was granted me to make some small changes in my apparel and the like, and after this, the same persons as before met me on the threshold, and carried me in the coach to the Holy House, which is situate on that side of the great square that stands opposite to the cathedral, and is of a lofty and solemn aspect, being entered by 3 great doorways, whereof the midmost leadeth into the great hall, where I was taken. And here my conductors delivered me over into the hands of others that were there, and the irons that were upon my legs were knocked off. And this occupying some time, I had leisure to consider how little, when I, as had once been my custom, had read with my cousin Dorothy on the Sunday evenings in Mr. Fox his book of martyrs sitting in the summer-time in the garden arbor, and on the settle beside the great hall fire in the winter, how little, I say, we had thought that I myself should ever come as a prisoner into the hands of that very Inquisition, of the devilish cruelties whereof we trembled only to read. But these musings could not last long, for when they had released me from my irons, the officers into whose charge I had been given led me into a chamber opening from the hall, that is called, as I heard thereafter, the Board of the Holy Office. This chamber is hung round about with very fair tapestry, wrought in stripes of blue and citron colour, and at one end onto a great crucifix in projecting work, that reached almost to the ceiling. There was a raised place in the midst, whereon stood a long table with great chairs set all around it, and at the end by the crucifix a folding stool for the secretary. Opposite to this was set another fold stool for the prisoner, that was I, and in the chairs around the table sat my lords the Inquisitors, 68, and their officers. And of these Inquisitors, that are persons of a mighty severe aspect, and very reverend of bearing, the chief is a secular priest, and the second a religious of the order of the Dominicans, and vested in their particular apparel, which is a white vesture set with a crochet, 69, in black, and this under a black gown or cowl. And I, after bowing myself with all imaginable respect unto their lordships, did sit down, as they bade me, upon the stool set for me, having on my right hand the Grand Inquisitor, who, beginning to speak, said to me somewhat in a tongue that I took to be the Italian, but which I understood not, and did shake my head for to signify the same. They asked of me next, whether I could speak the Portuguese, and on my answering in that tongue, with some halting, that I understood it but passably, and spake it as yet hardly at all, they demanded to know whether I would have an interpreter. And I accepting of the same with gratitude, they sent a messenger, who presently returned, bringing with him a Jesuit priest, clothed, as their manner is, in a long black gown, with a collar and rings, and a high round cap flat at the top, and this person did take his stand beside my lord the Grand Inquisitor, for to interpret to me what he should say. At the command, then, of his lordship, this Paulistin asked of me, in outlandish enough English, concerning my name and state of life, both which I gave him, and then concerning the cause of my arrest, to which I made answer that to the best of my belief 'twas my not complying with the superstitious custom of the place, viz., in my refusing to bow to the procession that went past, carrying the host with it. And upon this, with great solemnity, the interpreter adjured me to make a full confession of all the matters whereof I was accused, for that then the Holy Office should exercise its right of mercy, and release me speedily, with great advantage gained to my soul. He bade me also search and see whether my conscience warned me of no other crimes, for the which I might worthily be brought to trial and punished, But I made answer that I knew not what they might account crimes, but that so far as I remembered I could not charge myself with any that need come under their lordships' notice. Furthermore, I declared to them that I was a subject of the King of England, and desired to be assisted by some consul or other officer of his Majesty's, and also threatened them with our fleet should they ill-use me or refuse me justice. But upon this they did dismiss me hastily, and bade the interpreter see me duly lodged. I was taken then to a certain gallery, the priest and the secretary going with me, and there was brought thither my 2 trunks, and these the alcayde, as they call the chief turnkey, set himself to open and search, the secretary being at his side and noting down what was found therein. And while this was doing, the priest that had acted interpreter turned to me with a jolly laugh. "These men speak no English," says he, "and I have many things to ask of ye that I'd fain know, so with your pleasure we'll discourse a while. May I ask whether ye would be son to Sir Harry Carleon, that once led the king's forces in the West Country?" "Seigneur," says I, greatly surprised, yet willing to be civil to this agreeable person, "Sir Harry Carleon is my father." "Well met, then," said he, "though I'd be glad to have had it in a better place. Your good father did me a kindness once, and sure I'll not forget it. I hope Sir Harry is in good health, sir." "He was well when he writ to me last," says I, "but pray, Seigneur, pardon my boldness in asking where you gat acquainted with my father. Was it in the wars of Germany?" "Nay, 'twas in the wars of England," says he. "The history on't I'll tell you another time, but advertise me now how matters are going under King Charles II, in Ireland especially." I perceived then that this person's outlandish talk was all after the manner of the Irish, and after I had told him something of that which he desired to know, I learned that his name was Thigalieri, but that in religion he was called Padre Diodoro, which in our tongue is Father Theodorus. Also he was good enough to testify great goodwill towards me, and to say that he hoped he should see me from time to time, for which, says he cheerfully, there will be opportunity enough before ye leave this place. "For I see," says he to me, "that ye are a lively youth, and mighty nimble with your tongue too. Sure I nearly laughed outright to hear ye calling down wrath on their lordships just now. And the cunning of ye! How did ye know that there was a poor Irishman here, dying for a man to talk to, when ye pretended not to understand the Inquisitor's Latin?" "I han't heard any Latin, sir," said I. "His lordship spoke to me in the Italian, as I believed." "Italian!" cried Father Theodorus, winking upon me with his eye. "Sure 'twas mighty ancient Italian, like this, wa'n't he it?" And he pronounced some words, so that I saw that what I had taken for Italian was but Latin, spoken in their barbarous and papistical fashion, as I had before heard it from Dom Luis. But the Padre continued to believe that I had spoken falsely, and had denied my knowledge with the intent to gain some advantage. "But pray, sir," says I, seeing that he would not believe me, "tell me how long I must stay in this place." "Until ye die or convert," says he, mighty dryly. "Alack, then, I am undone!" I cried, "but how will they use me?" That also depends on yourself, says he. Unhappy wretch that I am. I said, what shall become of me? Sure I don't know, says Father Theodorus, but for your own sake, I trust ye will convert. But that ye will determine for yourself. My business is but to talk to ye. As I said, 'tis sorry I am to see your father's son in this place, but I'm glad to have an Englishman for to talk with. I can't let ye out, indeed, but I can talk to ye, and maybe convert ye, and even if I can't do that, I might do worse than try. Sure ye have yet some things to be thankful for. Such was the strange and laughable humor of the man, that I could scarce avoid a smile even then to hear him. He took such infinite delight in a jest, as I have never seen equalled, and had a droll fashion of playing the philosopher with regard to untoward chances, that brought some diversion and even consolation therein. But he could not now treat me with any more of his philosophy, for the officers, having finished the searching of my boxes, came now for to search me also. And so well was this searching done, that they took from me even such little matters as the thieves in the prison had left me, among them His Highness the Viceroy's ring, the which I had contrived to hide, and gave back to me only my handkercher, which was but a coarse one, and not laced. Seeing that they had placed aside my books, which, in truth, were not many, but very dear and precious to me, I entreated that they would suffer me to keep them, but the secretary, through Father Theodorus, told me that no books was allowed in the holy house. My comb even they also took away from me, saying I should have no need on't, which indeed was true, since they brought a barber at once for to cut off my hair. Now this was very thick and long, so that I was extreme loath to lose it, nor has it ever grown since as it should do. Sure, 'tis a round head ye are become in your old age, my boy, said Father Theodorus, but so grieved was I that I could not bring up a smile for his untimely jest. And thus cropped like unto a Puritan or a madman, they led me to my cell. And this was situate on the higher floor of one of the squares of buildings into the which this place is divided, for on each floor are 7 or 8 cells, opening on a gallery, and each cell is some 10 foot square. And here they left me, desiring that I might find myself altogether comfortable there, and the 2 doors, whereof more hereafter, were locked. Now until I had been left by myself in this wise, I had scarce considered in my mind that I was truly a prisoner of the Inquisition. The civility of the officers, the reverent presence of the Lords Inquisitors, the decency with which the audience was conducted, the pleasantry of Father Theodorus, all conspired to make me feel that I was but in some piece of trouble a little greater than ordinary, wherefrom I must speedily be released through the representations of my friends. And even now, remembering that I had seen naught of the savage cruelty I had looked for, I considered that perhaps this antique tribunal was changing with the times, and becoming more merciful, wherefore I had been subjected to no manner of torture. How was I doomed in after days to be undeceived in regard to this matter? And truly, when I had been for some time locked into my cell, my old fears returned thick upon me. It seemed to me at first impossible that it should be I, Edward Carleon, that found myself in such a situation, and that it was in truth an evil dream, wherefrom I should presently awake and discover myself in bed at my lodging, or at least in that stinking cave of the Aljava. But when I was risen up, and had walked from end to end of the chamber, and looked upon and touched all that was therein, I knew that 'twas no dream, but a dreadful truth that could bring to me, as I thought, only death or dishonor. And remembering the tales I had heard and read concerning the devilish doings of the Inquisition, I prayed to God that I might be enabled to make choice of the first rather than of the last. Now when I had remained for some time plunged in these gloomy contemplations, the alcayde brought in my dinner, the which, since I had tasted naught that day, did mightily refresh me, so that when I had eaten I was minded to see all that was in my power. And first I applied myself to look at the chamber itself, which is still as clear imprinted on my mind as if I saw it now, as well it may be, since there was granted me so long time for to study the aspect on't. The cell was, as I have said already, some 10 feet square, and at one end the floor was raised, so as to be a platform for sleeping on, whereon was spread a mat, and a checked counterpane for me to wrap myself withal. And for all other furnishing was there only divers earthen vessels, some finer and some coarser, for to hold water for washing, drinking, and the like, and a brush wherewith to sweep the chamber. Beside these was there the lesser of my 2 trunks, with certain clothes in it and no more. The roof was vaulted with stone, and it and the walls washed white. Such light as there was came through a little window covered with a grating, so high that even standing on my trunk I could never reach it. The place was closed by 2 doors, whereof the inner had in it a window, whereby the turnkey might put in my food, but the outer was made all over of iron, and was very strong. And this is all that was to be remarked in my cell. Without it were the joints in the stones of the walls and floor, which I may well know by heart, seeing that I abode in that cell for 3 years. Now, if this had been told me beforehand I had assuredly fainted in my courage, for it seemed to me then, and will always so seem, that those 3 years was the slowest that ever passed on earth. It was not at the first that weariness pressed so heavily upon me, for I determined within myself to use my time profitably, and so lay it out to the best advantage. Wherefore I did set apart certain hours of each day for the recalling my past life, considering in especial how I might have ordered it better than I had, and deploring my occasional levities of speech or conduct. Likewise to the best of my power I called up such things as I had read touching the Popish controversy, and endeavored to set in order in my mind such arguments on behalf of our reformed faith as are deemed most certain among us. And in order that I might not suffer altogether from the loss of my books, in case some fortunate chance should ever afford me enlargement, I gave some time to repeating over those passages which I knew by heart, whether of the Bible or of other good books, or of such poetry as had come in my way of late years. And lest I should suffer in my employment as a merchant, of every day I devoted also a part to the making and casting up of accounts, bills of lading, invoices and the like, such as it might fall to my lot to draw out again should I ever win release. And to all this employment of my mind I conceive it to be due that I was able to pass through these years with health and clearness of brain, in spite of the many cruel torments from the which I suffered, as you shall hear. Now when I had been some 5 months in this place, I mean while marking the time by scratching with a broken potsherd a line upon the wall for each day, and hearing nothing nor receiving no summons from their lordships the inquisitors, the alcayde told me that I must now petition for a trial. And I, being by no means desirous to bring upon myself those severities whereof I had read, yet neither wishing to be left to live out my appointed course of life in this manner, did ask that I might be visited by Father Theodorus. Now this good man I had already seen twice since the day I had entered the place, since once in every 2 months one of the inquisitors, together with their lordships' secretary, is wont to go round to all the cells, asking the prisoners whether there is aught whereof they would make complaint, and with these come Father Theodorus as interpreter. But on my sending to seek him he came again, and entering my cell with the alcayde, for no officer of the Inquisition may ever speak with a prisoner alone, he asked me with great eagerness whether I was willing to convert. And I replying that I had no such thought, he testified extreme pity and sadness, but advised me that I should put their lordships in mind of my case through him. Not that 'tis forgot, says he, for the articles of accusation are drawn up, and the witnesses have been duly examined, but their lordships were willing to grant ye a convenient space wherein to consider and repent of your deeds if ye so desired it. But pray, sir, says I, who were the witnesses? For it hath always been told me that 7 were required. Why, says he, the chief is Dom Luis de Bustamante, that brought ye hither. Then there is Father Sebastian, a Paulistin like myself, several gentlemen that heard ye speak blasphemies in his Highness's palace, and divers persons of the lower sort, convicts and soldiers and the like, that witnessed your carriage and heard your words on the bridge and in the square of the cathedral. Truly, said I, you seem hard put to tea for witnesses. And yet, since you have so many, methinks Dom Luis had done well to have made shift to resign his duty as one of them, which can scarce be pleasing to a gentleman of his quality. Ye poor ignorant heretic, cries Father Theodorus, 'tis his duty, and therefore his delight. Sure 'twas he accused ye. Mine own familiar friend, says I. What would ye have, says the father. He could do no otherwise, for if he had not done 't, sure he'd have been denounced himself by the priest. 'Tis the law that he that conceals heresy is himself a heretic, and earns the like punishment. And Dom Luis, being an officer of this holy tribunal, must not set an example of failing in his duty. Now upon this I fear that I forgot myself, and uttered many things that should not have been said concerning both the holy office and its ministers, such as were little like to better my situation, since even Father Theodorus put his hands before his ears and besought me to cease, saying he could not stay to hear such blasphemies. And I, being loath to displease and fray away this good friend, did force myself to cease, and begged of him to take such steps as he saw best for the bringing my case before their lordships. And he departing, I felt all at once an extraordinary great grief that I should of myself have broken upon my safe, though quiet life, and called myself a fool for my pains, and would have had him return if it had been possible. But 'twas now too late for this, and some 3 days thereafter the alcalde advertised me that I was summoned to my second audience of the inquisitors, and bade me dress myself very neat for to come before their lordships. He carried me with him then to the same chamber as before, and when we were arrived at the door he knocked 3 times. At the 3rd time a bell was rung from within, and the door opened by an officer, when their lordships were discovered sitting around their table as before, with the clerk ready at hand, and Father Theodorus also, bearing as solemn and devout an aspect as if he had never passed a word with me in private in his life. The Grand Inquisitor, by his means, then ordered me to kneel down and take upon a certain book the oath which they should administer to me. And this book was, in so far as I could judge, a missale or office book of the Roman Church. I then kneeling, they required of me to swear that I would conceal all the secrets of the Holy Office, and speak the truth. To whom I made answer that, knowing none of their secrets, it was not reasonable to suppose I could reveal them, but that to the second part I would swear willingly, though I needed no swearing to ensure the truth from me. Whereupon they administered the oath, and bade me again be seated. And now they desired to know the names of all my kin, even so far as my grandparents, which were all wrote down with much ceremony, and then asked whether I had been baptized, which when I had answered, one of the officers thrust before me a crucifix, and demanded of me to take an oath of my confession of faith. This was so sudden and so little expected that I was for the moment taken aback, so that I saw Father Theodorus look glad and happy, as thinking that I was about to profess myself a papist. But I thank God that strengthened me and enabled me to declare that I had been born and brought up a Protestant of the Reformed Church of England, in which, if it so pleased him, I hoped also to die. And upon this the Chief Inquisitor addressed me, Father Theodorus interpreting, and said that I must now be proceeded against for an heretic, and so remanded me to my cell, adjuring me to tax my memory and thus make a good confession when I next came before the board of the Holy Office. Now on returning to my cell, I experienced a great gladness and uplifting of heart, for that God had graciously given me power to witness a true confession, so that I was constrained to lift up my voice in praise to him, singing one of David's psalms, until the alcalde came with small patience to my door, and roughly told me that if I did not cease my singing, I should receive 200 lashes. But although they might stop my mouth, yet could not they hinder me from making melody in my heart, so that I can truly say, that had the summons to the torture chamber come that night, I had gone to the rack, yea, even to the stake itself, with as great constancy and as firm a heart as any of those blessed martyrs of whom we read. In this happy posture of mind I remained for some days, being so enwrapped in holy joy and confidence that I hailed every step in the passage as perchance that of one who might be sent to summon me to glorify God in the torment, and leaped up to meet the turnkey on his entrance. But the summons did not come, and I returned by degrees unto my old ways, yet with a mind not so settled and a humour more melancholic than before. For there come to me in the night visions of the old house at Elswether, and my father sitting in his great chair in the hall, and on the threshold little Dorothy watching for tidings of me, and wondering and grieving because none came. And the devil was not sparing of evil suggestions, viz., that I should purchase lasting ease and freedom by a seeming compliance, such as need not bind me in the future, and must needs be far better than to die unknown a shameful death, while those at home should never guess what had befell me. Night after night was I tormented with these evil dreams, engendered in great part, as I have no doubt, by the closeness of the place and the extreme desire I had to go abroad in the air, which not happening, I lacked at last even strength to perform the tasks I had set myself in the daytime. And when, after some 3 or 4 months, the inquisitors summoned me again before them, so broken and weary was I that it had given me little pain to have gone straight to death instead. And at the beginning of this 3rd audit was there the same ceremony observed as before, but more persons was present, notably one that had the appearance of a proctor or advocate. And I being seated as heretofore, and after some questions asked of no importance, they showed me a great paper covered thick with writing and garnished with divers seals, and told me that there was therein contained the charges made against me, which I must now answer according to my oath. And upon this the secretary did read out one by one the accusations, to the number of 22 in all, and to these I did my best to answer, though no time was given me for the considering what I should say. And so trivial and foolish were some of these charges that I can't now so much as remember them, but I will down set the chief of those that I recollect. First, there was several accusations charging me with insulting the host that was carried in the procession, with insulting the images of the saints by refusing to kiss them, and with insulting the Holy Church by saying that her monks might be better employed than in praying in their monasteries. To these, after some small changes made in the words, I confessed. And after these come another set of charges that wrought in me no small astonishment. For it seemed that my chance words said to the boy Peter in my walks with him, or to Dom Louis and other young gentlemen, or merely remarked, and addressed to no one at all, had been twisted and turned to mean disrespect to the objects they worship. And this although no such disrespect had been intended nor thought on, for I always conceived it only due to civility to make no attempt upon the religion of the persons with whom I discoursed, without they should try to meddle with mine. And after this the inquisitors accused me of coming to Goa with malicious and criminal designs of subverting the Viceroy and the authority of His Majesty the King of Portingale, 70, and of overturning the Church, supporting their charges by reports gleaned from Portuguese merchants and sea captains, and scraps they had pieced together from my books and papers. And these 2 classes of charges I steadfastly denied. But the last of all was that I was found to be an obdurate and contumacious heretic, that refused to mend my ways for all their gentleness and the opportunities they gave me, and this I must needs confess to be true. This business then being finished, the Grand Inquisitor demanded of me whether I desired a counselor for to plead my cause, And I answering that I did so desire, they pointed out to me a person that held, they said, that office, and was the one I had thought to be a lawyer. But I demanding when I should be permitted to consult with him upon my defense, they told me that this was not permitted. I looked then that this gentleman should essay some sort of defense out of his own wisdom, but he made no motion to speak, and Father Theodorus, the Lord Inquisitor commanding him, said, "Lawyers aren't he allowed to speak before the board of the Holy Office?" Then I, perceiving that their semblance of justice was but a blind and a pretence, did commend my soul to God, and told their lordships that I had no more to add unto what I had already said, and that if that didn't satisfy them, then I was in their hands, and they must even do what they would with me. Then says the Grand Inquisitor, with a very evil and menacing air, "You won't confess. Remember that we have here means to force confession. Go, and think upon this, and God bring you to a better mind." Then the alcalde brought me back to my cell, where, seeing that I had no more any hope of enlargement, and that they purposed evil against me, I gave myself up for some time to an extreme grief and sadness. And this being observed, they sent to seek Father Theodorus, as thinking, no doubt, that fear was bringing me to yield, and this civil person and good Christian, although a papist, made haste to visit me. And truly, though I hope it and he in any spirit of boasting that I say it, had I been in any way inclined to turn, his words must have won me. For it seemed that the Portugals, having some slight inkling of the true reason for my errand to Goa, did credit me with much greater authority and insight than I possessed, and would have it that I was sent to concert plots for the revolting of the country by a league of the English with Sevagi the Moratti king. Thus it appeared to them that if I would convert and join myself to them, they would become acquainted of all the plans and designs of the company with respect to the Indies, and so be able to thwart them all. And in this thought they made to me, through Father Theodorus, many flattering offers, too flattering, indeed, ever to be performed, had I been fool enough to be allured by them. For they were willing, said he, to settle upon me a pension, and upon my heirs after me, and to marry me to a kinswoman of the Viceroy's, who was commended to me as extraordinary handsome and a great fortune, and had, so said Father Theodorus, caught sight of me from a balcony when I was at large, and become enamored of me, and so to transport me safely to the Brazils, where a genteel estate and a convenient provision of slaves should be appointed me. And on the other side, says Father Theodorus, while as with the tears standing in his eyes he besought me to convert, there was the rack and other more fearful torments, and a miserable death at the burning place. So moving were his pleadings that the alcalde himself joined in them, and entreated me with much earnestness not to throw away soul and body alike. But through God's grace I was enabled to stand firm and refuse them, and so they left me, warning me that I should afterwards desire to have followed their advice. Chapter 6. Of the secret, dreadful, and bloody doings of the tribunal of the Holy Inquisition. Now you may look to hear that after this firm refusal to convert I should find myself most happy and strong in my mind, and await with patience and constancy the tortures that were to come. But so weak and feeble is our poor human nature, and mine in especial, that I was troubled night and day with dreams of the rack, so that at the last I could neither sleep nor eat. And doubtless, to those watching my situation, it seemed a hopeful thing to behold how weak and timid I was grown, and one night they haled me from my bed to the chamber where the board sat. And here they did demand of me once more whether I would recant my heresies and confess the crimes wherewith I was charged. And I answering that any crimes I had committed I had already confessed, and did most willingly repent for them, but that I could neither confess nor repent for those whereof I was not guilty, they declared me an obstinate heretic, and commanded me to be carried to the torture chamber. This place, which was reached by divers galleries and damp passages, was long and low, so far as I might see, for all the light was but 2 candles, and the walls lined all over with a kind of quilting or tapestry. And here was 6 men, of a very hideous and ferocious aspect, beside those that had entered with me, to whom orders was given that they should prepare the torture, I in the meantime leaning myself against the wall, being too faint from fasting and terror to stand upright. And when their devilish machine was ready, I found myself seized by these men, who stripped off my clothes and laid me upon a stand raised above the floor, fastening me down with a collar of iron about my neck, and an iron ring round each foot. Then the inquisitor, that was come hither with us, demanded of me once more whether I would confess and convert, which again I refused. And thereupon the tormentors did wind 2 ropes around each of my arms and legs, and, on a signal given from the inquisitor, drew them all tight at once. This caused me an intolerable anguish, and the blood gushed forth under all the ropes, these being very small and cutting even to the bone. Though I bit my lip through, I could not restrain myself from groaning, and at last the ropes were loosed. Then they asked of me again whether I would convert, but I still refused, though fearing greatly that I must yield if the ropes should be again drawn tight, so incredible was the pain. Wherefore I cried out aloud to God that He would keep me firm in truth and integrity, and not permit me to be forced either to renounce my faith, or to confess what I had never done, and so I resigned myself again to the tormentors. Now it may seem to you a strange piece of weakness, and one whereof an Englishman had reason to be ashamed, though 'twas to me a great and unlooked for mercy, that as soon as the ropes were pulled tight again I fainted away, from the pain and constriction thus caused, and so felt no more of their cruelties. And at last, the chirurgeon, 71, that was there certifying that I could bear no more and live, they unloosed me and carried me back to my cell, bleeding in many places from those wounds, whereof I shall carry the scars to my dying day. 'Tis the custom of the Inquisition, when those that come under their hands refuse to confess at the first application of the torture, to tend them carefully and recover them so far as may be, in order that they may entreat them even worse in the future, and this not a second time only, but also a third, if they can endure so long. 'Twas in accordance with this their custom, then, that I was conveyed again to my chamber, my wounds bound up, and such meat and drink ordered to be provided for me as I should desire. And this though there is truly no cause to complain touching the ordinary food, the while is most wholesome in its kind, being good bread, fish or fruit, and on Sundays and holidays also a sausage, and abundant in quantity as well. And because their lordships saw that I was dull and heavy of heart, they did send Father Theodorus to talk with me and comfort me, hoping also that he would bring me to convert, through his kindness working upon my weakness. And during some weeks his visits did indeed much cheer me, but the end thereof was not such as my lords looked for, though I can't tell whether 'tis altogether to be charged to the good Father's account. Now on the last day of his coming that I can recollect at that time, I had but just lighted upon that in my cell which awoke in me great curiosity, so that I pleased myself with divers speculations concerning it. For while I lay upon my mat, scarce able to move through weakness, and my eyes wandering over the bare walls, there appeared to me on a stone close to the floor a certain writing, that had never caught my sight before. It cost me infinite pains to drag myself to that spot, and yet more to read the writing, which I could not do but only at noonday. Then looking at it closely, I saw that it was scratched with a nail or some such sorry tool, in the Portuguese. But between my disease and my small knowledge of that tongue, 'twas some time before I could understand it. Englished, it ran thus: so far as I can recollect, I, Emmanuel the Lesminha, a new Christian, was brought hither on the 13th day of May, 1659, being accused as a relapsed Jew. On St. James's Day of this year, 1663, I shall be brought out, to the galleys or to the flames, God alone knows which. God of my fathers, defend my innocence. The former part of this inscription was drawn deeply, with much care and pains, as if the unhappy man had labored long upon it, but the second piece was scratched as though in haste, and was barely to be read. I wondered much concerning this prisoner, whether the galleys or the fire had been his fate, and purposed in my own mind to engrave a like record of myself, when my strength should allow and a convenient tool offer. Then come in Father Theodorus with the alcade, and I asked of him the name of the person that had lain in this cell before I had it. I was surprised to see that he observed me somewhat curiously before answering. Why, says he, have ye seen aught? The man that had this chamber before ye was a feticero, 72, a sorcerer, that is, a Negro from Angola. I would not be telling ye how many good Christians in the city he had bewitched before the Holy Office got hold of him. Sure he could make the rest of the coffrees do anything he wanted for fear of their lives, and even when he was brought here he never ceased his evil deeds. They tortured him until all the chirurgeons declared him a living marvel, but 'twas the devil likely looked after his own. They could not kill him that way, and he'd not confess neither, though 3 ordinary men should have died under it. They burned him at last, and to several respectable persons in the crowd it was granted to behold his evil spirit rising from the flames in the form of a party-colored crow, and forsaking its earthly abode. By reason of this miracle, his death was much spoken about, and the more that 3 months later, to the very day, my lord the then Grand Inquisitor died suddenly, and 'twas remembered that the feticero, in passing to his burning, had bade his lordship meet him that day 3 months. And at this evident proof that the evil one desired to oppress all good Christians in Goa, and had obtained a measure of power over them, there was great processions took place, with litanies and intercessions of the saints, for to move them to protect the city, and the Holy Office renewed its activity in hunting out and destroying all feticeros. And one of these was taken, that had been friend to that arch-sorcerer that was now dead, and this man confessed under the torture that his friend had been wont to visit upon him at his house while he seemed to be lying in this cell, and that they had by this means plotted much devilish work together. Then the alcalde remembered how that feticero had been wont to sit crouched in that corner opposite to ye there, sometimes neither moving nor speaking for days, but wrapped in a trance as if dead, save that his body was not cold, and we could not doubt but the devil had given him power to leave the holy house, though his body remained here. 'Tis said the spirits of such wicked persons are wont to haunt the spots they have affected in life, and that was why I thought that ye may be seen him when ye asked me who had this cell before ye. I moved somewhat uneasily, not over pleased with this history, which Father Theodorus seeing, he went on eagerly, for all the world like a child with a ghost tale. And sure I'd forgot to tell ye that after the burning of this feticero, a fever brake out in this part of the holy house, and though it carried off many, both guards and prisoners, could not be stopped. Then their lordships, remembering the dreadful power of that wretched man, caused the whole house, and especially this chamber, to be searched. And in this very cell, under that very mat ye are lying upon, just where your head is now, they found, 'tis the truth I'm telling ye, his fetizo, his charms, his magic, don't ye know? And what was this like? I asked him. Well, says Father Theodorus, to our eyes 'twas but a bundle of fish bones and stones of fruits, with threads out of the mats, and feathers of birds, and divers other such common things, but there could be no doubt but that the devil had invested it with magical power, for so soon as it was removed, the fever ceased to spread. And what was done with the fetizo, said I. Sure I'll tell ye, says he. His Grace the Lord Archbishop yonder ordained a special ceremony in the square before the cathedral, for to exorcise the evil spirit, and thereafter they did burn the fetizo with much solemnity. And as it burned it did send forth an extraordinary nasty stinking smell, showing to all that 'twas the devil's own handiwork. And all the negroes that were present and saw it cried out that 'twas a mighty great fetizo. But who lay in this cell before the feticero, says I, trying to shake off the remembrance of the tale, though I won't deny that I had been right glad had the feticero been lodged in any other cell than this of mine. Some poor wretch of a new Christian, as we call those Jews and Moors that adopt our holy faith, says he. They accused him of consorting with others of the like sort, and truly, since all his kin were like himself, and no others will company with them, he could not well avoid it, but 'twas said that they did practice among themselves Jewish ceremonies. He was in the holy house for 4 years, and then was delivered over to the secular power. Ye know what that signifies. 'Twas said that the galleys should have been punishment enough, but he had been one of the richest persons in Goa, and his wealth was all come to the Holy Office. So ye see they could not let him go. I had heard before of the heavy trials of these new Christians, but I had never thought they should come so near to me as this. I would fain have asked Father Theodorus more concerning M, but he could not leave his tale of the Feticero, and told me many more tales touching him, each one more horrid than the last, so that I was much disturbed and troubled in my mind, the more by reason of my sickness, which he seeing, made haste to say, "'Tis well for ye that this fellow is dead now, and can't return hither for to continue his evil deeds. If he had been a Feticero of the common sort, they'd not have burnt him. The powder mills should have been punishment enough. Ye have seen those convicted of practicing magic working there, I wouldn't wonder. Those that bear gowns of yellow stuff, with a red cross before and behind, asked I they do so. But ye see, he was too great a person for that. The Holy Office must needs put him to death, and he is dead now, so he needn't trouble ye. But if his soul was able to leave his body in life, why can't it wander at its will now, sir? I asked him, or maybe be conjured up by his fellows, for to assist them in their unlawful arts. This I said more to perceive what he would say than because I believed that such a thing should be likely to happen, though indeed many of our wisest and most ingenious philosophers concur in ascribing extraordinary powers, conferred, of course, by the author of evil, to the practices of witchcraft. My friend's countenance took an air of trouble, and then cleared on a sudden. Sure, I'll exorcise the evil spirit for ye, my lad, and with that he walked to and fro in the chamber, and muttered his barbarous Latin hocus pocus in all the four corners thereof, and then approached me, and would have made I know not what superstitious ceremonies over me, but that I besought him that he would not force upon me idolatrous rites when I was too feeble to resist him. And upon this he ceased his mummery, and departed with the alcayde, that had been bowing and muttering mighty devoutly in concert with him. Now when they were departed, there come upon me so great terror and fear as I had willingly given all I possessed in the world for to have them back. The sun was about setting, and through the narrow grating of the cell there come strange shadows into all the corners, and there was in the air that great stillness which I have ofttimes noted at the approach of night. Not the tinkle of a single church bell from the city disturbed the quiet, and in the holy house itself was nothing to be heard. It seemed to me that there was some other person in the chamber beside myself, and I lay upon my mat looking fearfully into the growing blackness. And thus by degrees there seemed to shape itself to me, for my mind was mightily wrought upon by that tale of Father Theodorus, the person of that Feticero, sitting in that corner where he had been wont, as they had told me. And indeed I can't even now determine whether that I saw were in reality the man's evil spirit permitted to return to earth, though truly, considering that I have since beheld more than once the same phantom when I have been seized with an access of the nightmare, I am inclined to set it down as a delusion of my sick brain. Nevertheless, At that time, as it seemed to me, I saw him as plain as I had seen the father and the alcalde, but now. He was a great Negro man, very broad of his shoulders, and he sat with his back turned towards me, and his chin upon his knees, his hands being clasped in front of his feet. I could see, as I lay staring upon him, that his body was all over seamed and scarred with the marks of many tortures, and there was a pair of heavy irons upon his feet. So long he sat still there, and I watching him, not able to take my eyes from off him, lest he should move and approach me, that at the last I began to hope that he was in one of those trances whereof they had told me, and would remain thus until the alcalde might chance to look in, and having beheld him, should take him away. But even as I thought thus, he seemed to move, and his hands began to grope about as though in search for something that they did not find. Then I knew that he was seeking his fetizo, and my very blood ran coldly for to think that he had last left it hid under that same mat whereon I lay. I beheld him feeling about in the two corners at that end of the chamber where he was, and then he turned himself, and, still crouching, came towards me on his hands and knees. Now he could not lift up himself, both by reason of his fetters and of those torments that he had endured, so that his going seemed liker that of some savage beast of prey than a man, and as he came, I saw his evil eyes glitter, as though lit up by fire from within. He came very slow, creeping along the floor an inch at a time, but he came always nearer, while as I lay griping the coverlay with my fingers, and could not so much as stir to move away from him. I never doubted but he was there, yet even then it seemed strange to me that his irons made no sound upon the stone floor, but doubtless, thought I, the devil had helped him to be rid of the noise. Thus he continued to come on, slow and steadily, until he got up on the platform where I was, and began feeling about on the mat. I could not discover that he had seen me, but I durst not remove my gaze from those dreadful eyes of his, that seemed to burn into my very marrow. He came crawling on, and when he reached the spot where I was laid, stretched out his skinny hand, and caught me by the throat. I felt him kneel upon my breast, I saw the fire that flashed from his eyes, I felt his burning breath upon my countenance, and then my voice returned to me, and with all my strength I shouted aloud for help. As Father Theodorus told me later, my cries, echoing along the galleries, startled the alcalde, and brought him, hot foot, to my cell, where he found me lying in a raging fever. Finding that he could not prevail upon me to cease my cries, nor hinder my engaging in fancied struggles with that ghostly assailant of mine, he bade fetch a stout blackamoor that was slave to one of the officers of the house and spake no English, who should tarry beside me and restrain me so far as he might. Which this poor fellow did, but though he could understand naught of what I said, yet my gestures and my manifest terror did inspire him with so much fear as made him recollect the evil reputation of the feticero that had last lain in this cell, and conceiving that his devilish influence still lingered there, he tried in vain to escape, and being securely locked in, was found near dead with fright in the morning. Now after this, seeing that one of the common fevers of the place had seized upon me, being augmented by my trouble of mind and the pain of those wounds I had from the torture, they had in a pundit, that is, an Indian physician, for to endeavor to cure me. And I have since heard it said, that the science of these physicians is extreme ill considered and like to be injurious, for they are wont to cure fevers by means of divers coolers, which, say our physicians in England, is mighty hurtful to the patient. I can't tell whether they succeed in restoring many to health by such means, but all Europe persons in the Indies are forced to trust to them, saving in those 2 or 3 places where one or other of the trading companies hath provided a chirurgeon of its own. And thus I can testify, for the credit of that most reverend pundit that tended me, that though he brought me to death's very door by his blooding and his drugs, yet I am here alive this day, and who shall say that I should be so but for his medicines? Yet he let me blood so freely that, even after the fever had left me, 'twas many months before I could creep from end to end of my cell, and indeed, one night, the bandages being in some way loosened, I had like to have died from loss of blood, had it not been for Father Theodorus, that came for to recommend me a confessor, and found me needing a chirurgeon. 'Tis well for me that this good man straightway forgat the confessor, and set himself to fasten my bandages again most deftly, he having some slight skill in the medical art, else had I never lived to write this book. But as for that matter of the confessor, this was not the first time, nor the last, that they pestered me by reason on't, thinking me near my end, and desiring to have me die in their religion, so that they would come to me of mornings, when I was half dead after a restless night filled with evil visions, and beseech me to reconcile myself with the church. Now as I left the fever behind, these visions did not quit me. I suppose that I was still light-headed, by reason of the blood-letting, for I was continually tormented with the most frightful dreams, wherein the 2 Fetisarus, and that poor new Christian of whom I knew only by hearsay, were mingled with their lordships the inquisitors and the gentlemen of my acquaintance in Goa, and these again with the Banyans of Surat and the company's servants there, and even with my father and my little cousin Dorothy, in the strangest and most fantastical drolleries. The which were no drolleries to me, but troubled me mightily. For being haunted by these phantasms night and day, and seeing them continually whirling and seething before me in uncouth dances and routs, and mocking me with extravagant gestures, like so many antics, 73, I became, as it were, distraught, so that in my frenzy I was at the pains to end my life by striking my head against the wall beside me. In this wicked design, as you may well perceive, I did not succeed, but only stunned myself, and was so found by the alcalde and my physician the pundit. And when these had revived me, I poured forth to them so much of my troubles and of the horrors that oppressed me as my Portuguese would convey, and they, perceiving that I was in danger of going mad by reason of my solitude, came to me the next day for to tell me that it had pleased their lordships to grant me a companion in my cell. This companion was brought to me before long, and his presence proved a prodigious great cheer and solace to me, although we never spake one to the other save on our most needful occasions. And this because I had in my mind that common report which says that the inquisitors do often send to a prisoner as companion one that may worm himself into his confidence and discover his secret matters with the intent to betray them to his hurt, though now, remembering this person's silence towards me, I do believe that he feared me on the same grounds. Yet was I glad to behold a face that was not a jailer's, and so long as this man was in the cell, my visions troubled me but little. I don't know by what crimes he had brought himself under the power of the Holy Office, though Father Theodorus said he believed 'twas that he had espoused 2 wives at the same time, but though he had espoused a dozen, he did me a good turn in that he banished my dreams for me. When we had broken our fast of a morning, he was wont to lie on his mat, and I on mine, sleeping or meditating, but rarely speaking. So easy are we to accustom ourselves even to the drollest situations, that I found myself altogether solitary when I was deprived of my silent companion. The alcalde and another officer fetched him away one night, and I never saw him thereafter, nor heard nothing of his fate. Nevertheless I had not too much time granted me, wherein to fall again under the power of my delusions. For about 3 weeks after taking away my companion, they came for me also. And I, remembering that he was never returned, considered that now at last death must be at hand, and called upon God to keep me steadfast, and so went with them, although my weakness was such that they must needs support me all the way. And being set once more before their lordships, they took occasion to remind me that much time had been granted to me, and likewise many incentives to repentance, and demanded whether I would now make a full confession, to all of which I returned the same answers as before. Then they had me away again to the torture room. But God moved the heart of the chirurgeon that stood by, so that he went up quickly to their lordships, and whispered them that I could bear no more, but should die under the first application of the torment, and at that they remanded me to my dungeon. But as I was departing, the Grand Inquisitor says suddenly, "Take heed what you do, for except you confess, the next time you are brought here will be the signal for your death." But as I have told you, I was prepared for death already, so that this threat did not move me, and I tarried during a long space very calmly and contentedly in my cell. I considered that God was about accustoming my mind to the approach of death, and for this I was extreme thankful. I seemed to myself to look back on all my past life before coming into this place as though it had been another man's, so that I felt that 'twas not I that had started out from elsewhere, sworn to redeem the estates and espouse Dorothy, but another. 'Twas not that I had forgot those at home, but 'twas as though I looked upon them from some great distance, yea, as though I were already dead, and watching them from heaven. It did not even trouble me what should come to them when I was dead, for I seemed to myself to have no more to do with the cares and concerns of earth. I would not say that this posture of mind was to be commended or admired, as is that holy uplifting of the spirit whereof we read in the histories of the last hours of martyrs, for indeed I think it was but that dead calmness born of certainty arriving after long suspense, yet neither was it to be despised. Now at last, while in this mood, there breaks in upon me Father Theodorus, that seemed to be as cheerfully disposed as ever. "'Tis my last visit to ye, my lad," says he. "Without ye are willing to satisfy their lordships, that is. And sure I'll put it to ye quite fair, if ye are minded to convert, tell me, and I'll convert ye quicker than any one else, but if ye ain't so, I'll not trouble ye. 'Tis the confidence I have in ye makes me assured that ye wouldn't give the pleasure of converting ye to one of the fat Franciscans in the town there, when poor old Father Theodorus has been visiting ye and watching over your soul for so long." "Sir," said I will certainly promise you that, should I ever desire to convert, you shall direct the operation." "Ye have satisfied me," says he, "and sure that's why I'm come to ye now, though I told their lordships that ye were obstinately fixed in your wicked heresies, but I'd bring ye to convert if any one could. Have ye considered the matter, my lad? There's only death before ye if ye don't convert before the next audit, for if ye convert after they've sentenced ye, 'tis only strangling instead of burning. Can ye endure it, think ye? Ye are but young yet." "Sir," said I seem to myself to have lived a lifetime within these walls, not to speak of the years that passed before I come hither. God has granted me now such contentment with my lot, that I am ready to die if he so wills it." "Alas," says Father Theodorus, looking upon me strangely, "I could almost find it in my heart to wish that I might be like ye when my time comes. I have lived much longer than ye have, and sure I'm as fond of this life as ever, though this is a thing no Paulistin ought say. But concerning your friends, my lad, 'tis sad I am to think of your father's son cut off like this. Pray, sir," says I, "tell me how you knew my father. I have never heard that tale from you yet." "Why, 'tis soon told," says he. "After one of those skirmishes in the West Country, wherein the king's forces carried off the victory, I crept out at night on the field, seeking for a comrade that had been left for dead, hoping to be yet in time to administer the last sacraments to him. Having found him, I discovered that 'twas no question of the last rites as yet, seeing that he was not in the article of death, but only badly wounded with a sword cut. I was about doing what I might for him and the other wounded near at hand, when I found myself seized monstrous roughly by several soldiers, that declared I was plundering the dead. Finding an enemy thus employed, as they supposed, they had surely slain me without mercy, but that your father chanced then to come up. And he, after hearing what I had to say, and inquiring concerning the truth of the same from those wounded I had succored, bade em let me go, and so dismissed me with a caution, for the king's forces, being hard put to find food for themselves, desired no prisoners. And 'tis thus that I owe my life to Sir Harry Carleon. But pray, sir, how were you on the side of the rebels?" asked I. "Sure they was almighty precise Puritans." "And why not I?" asks he. "Do ye think I could not sing psalms through my nose, nor shout the sword of the Lord and of Gideon, with the best of 'em? 'Twas for the church's sake, my lad. There was many of us did it, some even among the Ironsides themselves. We had received our orders, and how should it signify to us on whose side we fought? I was silent, turning over in my mind this strange matter. For I wondered much how that arch-rebel, Cromwell, should have taken it if any had told him that there was popish priests, and they Jesuits, in his army, and what should have been the fate of the said priests had they been discovered. Which Father Theodorus seeing, he laughed his jolly laugh. "Ye don't know all the stratagems of Rome yet, Ned, nor ye won't if ye live to be 100. Off. Sure I want he intending to say that, knowing what's before ye as I do. I'll try and see ye once more, my lad, even if 'tis only on the morning of the Octo. I can't save ye, ye see that, but I'm prodigious sorry for ye. Ah, Senior Alcade, how much I shall miss the long disputes I have had with this gentleman for the good of his soul. Sure, I think that ye yourself can't fail to have been edified by all that has been said, though ye couldn't understand a word on't. I believe that the Alcade must have seen the wink that Father Theodorus, even with his eyes full of tears, directed towards me while he said these words, for he took him out somewhat suddenly, and himself departed after him, reminding me that I was now enjoying the last opportunity of repentance that the clemency of the Lords Inquisitors could furnish me, since they must needs soon make an example of me, for the sake of others. But having heard these words more than once before, I did pay but slight heed to them, and so let him go. Now some few evenings after this, I was brought suddenly from my bed before the board of the Holy Office, being barely allowed time for to dress myself, and here I was for the last time asked whether I would make a good confession, and submit myself to their lordships' direction, conforming myself to the doctrines of the Church and believing them in my soul, or no. And I answering after my former manner, the Grand Inquisitor, with a mighty solemn air, pronounced upon me the sentence, which ran that as a contumacious and incorrigible heretic I should be taken to the Church of Saint Francis, and there delivered over to the secular arm, for to be dealt with according to justice. Chapter 7. Of my amazing and miraculous escape from most imminent death. Now after this last audit, I waited day and night with great expectation for the Auto de Fe, 74, as the Portugals call that chief holiday of theirs wherein they set at large forever the prisoners of the Inquisition, the words meaning act of faith. I slept but little of nights at this time, for there come ringing down the galleries the shrieks of those under the hands of the tormentors, so that I would lie awake and pray for those poor souls to whom God had awarded that further agony he had spared to me. For I knew from much that I had heard and read before coming to this place that 'twas customary to condemn obstinate heretics, before burning them, to undergo many and severe tortures, and this out of pure spite and devilish malice, as one might say, since recantation would now do them no good. From these I was only exempted lest I should die under them, and not live to the Octo. Thus waiting, and thus disturbed by these mournful sounds, the days seemed to me to pass mighty slowly, and I was fain to occupy myself in casting up my calendar on the wall, though I had lost many days therein during my sickness, but by making allowance for this, I made out that I had spent over 3 years in the Holy House. I gave much time also to finishing my inscription in the wall, on which I had bestowed extraordinary pains, being careful to write it not alone in English, but also in the best Portuguese I could frame, setting forth the day wherein I had entered the house, and likewise that I should leave it for the flames of the burning place on St. James's Day 1672. And on the day that I finished the carving of this record, the which was performed with a certain nail that I had by chance picked up, when as a carpenter was amending the lock on my door, I sat looking upon it long, until the daylight ceased, and the alcayde brought in my supper. Now this was the day whereon he was wont to ask for and carry away such clothes as I might desire to have washed, and I looked for him to do this as usual. But he spake not of the matter, and when I did put him in mind thereof, made answer in a surly enough fashion, that he would see to tea on the morrow. Methought I knew then what should happen, nevertheless, that I might be sure, I asked of him, What day is this, Senior Alcayde? The vigil of St. James, says he, and I knew that I was right. This also I observed on this same evening, that after the chiming of vespers from the cathedral near at hand, the bells began to ring again, as though for matins, as I had never heard them before at this hour, but why this should be done I don't know. Nevertheless, despite these warnings, so dulled was my senses become through my long imprisonment, that I laid myself down and slept as usual, but at midnight I was rudely awaked by the alcayde and divers other persons coming in with lights. They brought also a suit of clothes, the which they laid down, and bid me put it on, and be ready when they should come for me. And they departing, I did put on the habit they had brought me, which was of black stuff adorned with stripes or lines of white, long to my ankles and my wrists. I had no shoes nor stockings, as never having worn them, but during my audiences of their lordships, while I was in the holy house, and my hat I had never seen since the day that I was took thither. Thus I made myself ready so far as I might, and so waited until the alcayde and his company returned, which was in the space of about 2 hours. The alcayde bid me come with them, and so carried me to the great gallery, wherein was some 150 or 200 men standing, all being apparelled as I was. But I was not allowed to join myself to these, for they brought me to a chamber shut off from the end of the gallery, wherein there was but some 15 or 20 prisoners, and as many religious persons. And looking across the open space to the opposite gallery as I entered, I saw that there was there some 60 women, that were guarded after the same manner by priests. I could well judge that the persons in the smaller chamber with me were those sentenced to the flames, while in the long galleries were those destined only to the galleys, to whipping and branding, and to such other slighter torments as the Inquisition keeps for those guilty only of small offences. There was a few lamps set here and there for to light the place, and presently there come along 2 men that delivered to each of us a long taper of yellow wax, but these were not yet kindled. And now there come up to me 2 priests, Jesuits or Paulistans, that addressed me very gently and affectionately, calling me dear brother, and besought me to convert, and so save my soul. And when I refused, and entreated of them that they would leave me in peace, they would not consent to do this, but came about me like bees, and so pestered me that I had much ado to keep my temper with them. For it seemed to me that I had much whereon to meditate, namely, all my friends, notably those in Surat, beside my dear father and my little cousin in England, but these gentlemen would not allow me so much as a minute free for to think upon them. And at last I told them that I would never convert, but that in case I should ever desire to do so, I had given a solemn promise to send for one especial confessor, and therefore could not pleasure them, whereat they left me alone for a little while. Now after some long time there come into the gallery several persons bearing a great pile of garments, whereof they did distribute to every prisoner. And I saw that the habits given to those outside the chamber were those yellow gowns, with a red cross before and behind upon them, that I had seen the feticers wear that wrought at the powder mills, and that they call sambinitos. But coming into our chamber among us, they brought forth another kind of gown, that was fashioned of a grey stuff, and was painted with firebrands, flames, and devils, and on each man's gown his own portrait, depicted with great taste, and very natural, but all encompassed with flames, and this habit they call a samara. And my samara I admired a long while before putting it on, which one of the priests seeing, he took occasion to rebuke me for my delay, saying, "Ah, miserable heretic, think, as you contemplate this feeble picture, that within a very few hours your soul will be tormented in real flames, whose power you can't conceive, and among devils to which these are nothing in hideousness and ferocity." To which I answered him in a prodigious heat, "Sir, I hadn't neither asked nor desired your interference. I was but contemplating the curious work of your artists, though I could have wished that they testified more charity towards those that differ from them. But now I see from whom they learn their unkind imaginations. You are sharp and impudent with your tongue, young man," said he, and in a sorry state to await death, and with that he passed on, forgetting that 'twas not my fault that I could not prepare myself for death quietly, as I had wished, but theirs, who disturbed me so soon as I had collected my thoughts. And now they did give to us caps called caracas, of a yellow colour and shaped like unto a loaf of sugar, and painted like the gowns with fire and devils, and after this they bade us sit down on the floor and wait in silence. Yet even here and at this moment there was still some kindness to be found, for the alcalde, that had always appeared to me but a surly fellow, came to the chamber where I was, bringing a provision of bread, together with raisins of the sun and figs, the which he did divide unto me and to as many of the rest as he could reach. And having eaten this, we remained sitting silent until the dawn, which happens in these climates about 5 o'clock in the morning. Now as the dawn appeared, the great bell of the cathedral in the square, opposite to the holy house, begun to toll, and there was a mighty great stir and bustle at the further end of the gallery. Then the names were called out of the prisoners there, and they passed out one by one where we might no longer see them. And after this we in the chamber apart were summoned, and came, one after the other, to the door of the gallery, where were set the Lord Inquisitor and his secretary, reading to each man his sentence as he passed. In the hall beyond there was standing many gentlemen of Goa in their richest array, having offered themselves to act as common constables or tipstaves and guard the prisoners on their way to their execution. Here an officer of the house did bind my hands with a cord, and calling on one of the gentlemen aforesaid, delivered to him the end thereof for to hold, and bade him lead me on. And I, looking at this gentleman, could not be sure that I had ever seen him before, and finding that he was to be called my godfather for the time, I thought he should by rights have some acquaintance with his godson, and so asked him whether I had ever met with him in the company of Dom Luis, that was once my friend. But he started and drew away from me, making no answer, though signifying with his hand that I must not presume to address myself to him, and I recognized him as a nobleman that I had seen more than once at His Highness the Viceroy's court. But since he would not have me speak with him, this availed me nothing. We were now come into the great square, where they were forming the procession, and I had as much opportunity as I desired for noting the changes 3 years had made. And yet I cared not to look at the cathedral, nor at the rich mansions that bordered the other 2 sides of the square, but only at the sky and the trees, whereof I had seen none for so long a time. The place was very full of people, for the Archbishop is at extraordinary pains to make the festival known beforehand even in the remotest parishes of the province, so that countless numbers of the lower sort do journey to the city from all parts for to behold the sight. The balconies all round were decked with flags and carpets, and crowded full with ladies, habited in stuffs of many colors, very rich and fine, and wearing an extraordinary great quantity of diamonds and other jewels, their cavalieros, 75, standing behind their chairs. So new and strange to me after my long silence and loneliness was the noise and turmoil of the press, that I was fain to shrink back into the doorway of the holy house until I was called for with my godfather to take my place in the procession. And this was ordered as follows. First come the Dominicans, in their garb of black and white, bearing with them their great banner, the which has a portrait of Saint Dominic their founder, holding in his 2 hands a sword and a branch of olive, and the words underneath, Justitia et Misericordia. Then come the prisoners, each one led by his godfather, that is, as I have said, a gentleman of some one of the first families of Goa, the least guilty being placed first, and the rear brought up by those condemned to the flames, among whom was I. Behind come their lordships the inquisitors, and the lesser officers of the holy house. And these being all marshalled in their order, the procession set forth, the religious in the front chanting slowly that Latin hymn beginning Vexilla Regis Prodeunt, 76, passing through all the chief streets of the city. I have said that I was barefooted, as was also the other prisoners, and we found that the streets was paved with a kind of small, sharp flints, the which caused us a prodigious pain and annoyance, while everywhere the people of the lower sort, that thronged the ways, laughed and jeered at us as we limped over the stones with our bleeding feet. We come at last to the great church of Saint Francis, where was a monstrous noise and tumult from the arriving of so many great persons, for His Highness the Viceroy and the Provost of the Jesuits were but entering the church when we arrived. And here we had the chance to observe the truth of that which is so often said, viz., that in Goa the Inquisition is greater than the Viceroy himself. For His Highness rid up on a great horse with rich trappings and furniture, and the Jesuit provost came with great solemnity in his sedan chair, with 8 clericos on foot and bareheaded on either side, but the Grand Inquisitor rid in his coach, which is as fine as any I have ever seen, and whose use is allowed to him alone in the city. Some long time passed while all these grandees entered the church and were disposed therein according to their several degrees, we all the while standing without in the great and grievous heat of the sun. But at last we were brought into the place, that was hung with black, mighty solemn, and on the high altar 6 great silver candlesticks with tapers of white wax. On either side was there a throne set, that on the right hand of the altar for the Grand Inquisitor, and that on the left for His Highness the Viceroy. Nearer the door was another altar, lesser than the first one, and benches set all down the church for the prisoners. As I have said, those adjudged the least guilty were in the front of the procession, so as they sat nearest to the altar, while before us, the last, being condemned to the flames, there was carried a great crucifix, with the face turned away. Now when we were all set down upon our benches, there went up into the pulpit the prior of the White or Austin Friars, 77, and preached a sermon, whereof the part that I heard concerned chiefly the wicked and enormous deeds of us prisoners, and the mercy and placability of the Holy Inquisition. But I may freely confess that I paid to this discourse no such attention as I should, nor was I able so to compose my mind as to meditate on those eternal matters most suitable to my situation, but only the most foolish and impertinent subjects would come in my head. Such as, whether the Samaras and Caracas should be burned with us, or no. And whether the Inquisition was wont to furnish for those gentlemen that served them for sheriff's officers the unguents whose perfume they dispersed around them, and the snuff and succades whereof they brought out boxes for to comfort them during the sermon. In such trifling thoughts, and in gaping and staring about me, the time passed away, and the sermon being over, there come into the pulpit, one after the other, 2 persons to whom it pertained to read out the accusations brought against the prisoners, and the punishments that were adjudged to them. Last of all, as in the order of place, come those destined to the flames, whose processes when he had read, the officer went on to repeat that notorious and hypocritical saying, viz., that since the Inquisition dared not show mercy to these persons on the account of their impenitence, and found itself indispensably obliged to punish them according to the rigor of the law, it delivered them over to the secular arm and justice, whom it earnestly entreated to use clemency and mercy towards these miserable wretches, and that if there should be imposed upon them the penalty of death, it might at the least be carried out without effusion of blood. And as the name of each unfortunate was read, all having their name and crime wrote upon their samaras, he was led up to the lower altar, and there the alcayde of the holy house held him while as the rest was said. And all having been gone through, the alcayde struck him a light blow on the breast, whereupon the tipstaff of the lay court seized and led him away. And this they call delivering him to the secular power, since the Inquisition has no authority to take life. And I saw that some of the condemned, that were said to have refused to confess their crimes, but yet to have submitted themselves humbly to the Inquisition, and acknowledged the doctrine of Holy Church, had their sentences changed from burning to branding and the galleys, whereupon their godfathers did testify extreme delight, embracing them and making them very many compliments. But with me there was neither embracing nor compliments, and my godfather led me away sullenly enough. Thus we went again through the streets, passing always fresh crowds of people, until we come to that same bridge where I had stood with Father Sebastian and Dom Luis and his cousin on that day wherein I was arrested. So then we reached the burning place, and the Viceroy and his court was set in their stone seats, and the Grand Inquisitor in his tribune, and the people of the poorer sort pressing everywhere around. And in the midst was the stakes set up, one for each person of those condemned to be burned, and piled about was faggots of wood and furzes. Then before they attempted anything against any of us, there was many ceremonies necessary to be performed, such as His Highness rehearsing afresh his oath of office, and the like, while as the priests were most zealously exhorting us to recant and confess before it should be too late. Then they demanded of us in turn in what religion we wished to die, and to those that declared they died Catholics, it was granted that they should be strangled before they were burnt. But I declared myself to die as I had lived, a Protestant, and so prepared myself for that last and greatest torment. But on a sudden, as I stood there, waiting to be led and fastened to my stake, I observed a stir in the crowd, and certain men on the outskirts thereof crying something with loud voices. Then all the people swayed and eddied hither and thither, and some cried one thing, and some another, and then the crowd began to melt away, like a heap of sand when the waves reach it, and the voice of their crying came to us where we stood, and sent the hands of all the nobles and gentlemen to their swords, and set all the common sort shrieking and treading down one another, in their desire to flee. For they were crying, Severgi! Severgi! The Morattis are coming, in all their outlandish tongues. Then, when all around that were not fled were turning their eyes across the river, for to discover the original of this tumult, I felt myself suddenly severed from those unfortunates among whom I stood, and surrounded altogether by a company of men, that wore the slops, 78, and doublets of our English sailors. And before I had time to think what this might mean, they had cut the cord that bound my hands, and torn off from me that shameful dress, the Samara and Caracar, and flung it over the gentleman of Goa that had the ill luck to be called my godfather, and elbowed and nudged him out of their way. Then he that seemed the chief among them wrapped me in a cloak, for to hide the strange striped habit that I still wore, and said in a hoarse whisper in my ear, "Stoop, Master Ned, stoop, and we will hide you among us. You are too tall." This I did, though still in an extreme confusion of mind, and the troop of sailors gathered round me, and, keeping close together, pushed through the crowd, swaggering mightily, and using their fists not a little, and reviling the Portugals in good round English for not making a way for them. Thus we passed through the crowd, that was now thronging every street and bridge that led from the burning place, and pouring into the city itself. Prisoners and tipstaves and nobles and officers and godfathers were all pressed and thwacked together, and all ran and cried to take refuge in the fortress, and to shut the gates on the Morattis. Now all this seemed very greatly to divert the honest fellows that had me in charge, so that I heard them laughing and jesting among themselves as if the whole matter were but a play. But when at last we got clear of the bridges and causes, and come to the place where a ship's boat was moored with 2 men left in her, they stopped for a moment, and mounted upon a great pile of timber that lay hard by for to see better. Then as they became quiet, looking and hearkening, there seemed to be borne to me upon the air the sound of fighting, and a great cry, as of rage or victory, that was in no Christian tongue, but had the sound of, Hoa! Hoa! Mohordio. 79, and this we heard again and again. Then he that seemed the chief of the seamen swore a great oath, and came down from the wood-pile with a pale face, for, on my life, says he, the Morattis are really there. And why not there, sir, says I, sure that is what the people have been crying all the time. Says he, but they want ye there until now. We raised a false alarm for to get your honor away safely. Then how came the Morattis? I asked, with much amazement. Nay, that you must ask of their father the devil, for I can't tell, says he. But I preferred to ascribe this marvel rather to the direction of Almighty God, who, knowing, as I have no doubt, that the confusion raised by a false alarm should not suffice for to convey me away to a place of safety, used the designs of the Morattis to bring them to that spot at the very time they were needed. The sailors would willingly have stayed long watching the fight, but their leader called them away, and we rowed down the river in the boat, I being laid in the bottom and covered with a sail. So at last we come to a ship, and when we went on board of her, I seemed to myself to have seen her before, but so confused was I in my intellectuals that I could neither recollect when nor how. Then the master carried me into his cabin, and poured out for me a dram of cordial water, and bade me drink it, and thereafter slapped me on the back and demanded of me whether I had forgot my old friends. But I could only gaze upon him bewildered, and answer nothing. Alack, poor lad, cried he, have the devilish wretches robbed you of your wits? Sure this is a sorry sight. Poor lad! Poor lad! And the great tears rolled down his face for very pity. Sir, says I entreat your pardon, but though your countenance seem familiar to me, yet I can't recall your name. Tom Freeman is my name, says he, skipper of the Boscobel, the tightest craft as ever left Gravesend. You sailed with me to the Indies, Master Ned, for all you have forgot me now, and you were used to talk of some day coming with me to the furthest east. But by this time I had recollected my old friend Captain Freeman, and was embracing him most heartily, and crying shame on my dulled and blind eyes, that had not known him at first. And so glad was he to find that I had not, as he feared, been bereft by cruel usage of my senses, that he forgave me willingly my seeming callousness. Then he bade me sit down and tell him all that had befell me since the day I left Surat, though first he asked my pardon while he went on deck and bade the seamen keep good watch, and let no vessel nor boat approach without alarming him. So I told my story as shortly as I might, and then inquired of him concerning the happy chance that brought him to the burning place, since I had not thought him one to go to look on willingly or for sport at an auto de fe. And when I asked him this, he brake out in a great laugh. Why, said he, we heard from one of those Inquisition dogs themselves what was to be done, dragged it out of him, indeed, for he had no choice. Pray tell me how you compassed this, Captain, says I. Well, says he, we were in one of the taverns near the river last night, the mate and I, and 2 or 3 of the crew, and there was drinking there with us 3 or 4 Portugals, merchants' clerks with whom we had traded, and the like. We had ended all our business, and right glad we were to think that the morrow should see us leave this pestiferous place. 2 of the men was mighty lively in their cups, and must needs brag concerning the greatness and power of England, little heeding that they were shaming her by their drunken ways. The other guests turned to look at him after a while, and presently a Jesuit priest, that was set at a table near at hand to us, spake out prodigious wrathfully in English. Ye may boast of your country, gentlemen, says he, but sure all her power can't save the Englishman that's to be burnt by the Inquisition tomorrow. Now at this we were very much moved, and cried out that the thing should be stopped, and we would see to tea. Off, says the priest, after the Irish manner, 'tis not nowadays that the English cannons will be heard at the gates of Goa, if such a thing be done. By heaven, says I, but they shall, if we can't hinder this shameful deed. And with that we got the priest up in a corner, and threatening him with our hangers and fists, demanded that he should satisfy us whether that he said was true. And he held out stoutly against us for some time, the innkeeper meanwhile dancing about behind us like one possessed, and imploring of us not to bring disgrace and ruin upon his house by attacking a priest there, and I was much afraid lest someone should think to send and call the watch. But at last, seeing that all the other guests were fled, our men being prodigious ready with their blows, our friend vouchsafed to tell us that this Englishman came out of Surat, and that he should be burned at the 3rd stake on the right-hand side of the line, and as for his name, says he, 'tis wrote plain and large upon his Samara, the which ye would call a gown or cope. And more than this, quoth he, I'll not tell ye though ye keep me here until doomsday. And at that some with me wished to rend his gown, and chase him down the street with their swords, but I believed that he had told us that which we needed to know, and bade em leave him to me. So then I had him out of his corner, and bade him make the best of his way home, warning him, moreover, that if he should ever declare what he had told us, the Inquisition would have him. And at this he smiled in my face, with a mighty agreeable smile, and says he, ye know a prodigious deal concerning the Inquisition, though not so much as your friend that's to be burnt tomorrow knows by this time. My blessing upon ye, my son. And with that he lift up his hand, and muttered some Latin hocus pocus, and departed, the men making no attempt for to stop him, since they believed he had been muttering evil spells against us. "'Twas surely Father Theodorus," I cried. "Who is he?" asked Captain Freeman. "An Irish priest that showed me much kindness, for my father's sake, as he saith," said I. "Then if he showed you kindness, Master Ned, I would counsel you, for the good man's own sake, for good he must be, though a papist, tell no one of his good deeds, or he will surely suffer as you should have done." "I will take good heed thereto," says I. "But prithee tell me, Captain, how goes it with all at Surat? How fares good Mr. Martin and Mr. Spender, and all other my friends in the factory? And did my servant Loldus ever return from this place with the message I gave him?" "Mr. Martin is well," says he, "and looks to be made accountant shortly, when Mr. Accountant Cuthell, that now is, shall return to England with his fortune made. Mr. Spender is well advanced in the service, though not by his own fault, for there ain't no diligence nor prudence in him, but by the indirect procuring of Mr. Secretary his cousin. And of the other gentlemen I can't speak without you ask me of them particularly, for I have clean forgot which on em you know, and which are strange to you." "But what do they say touching me?" asked I, "and have they ever heard what befell me?" "Why truly," says he, "that Gentoo servant of yours, Loldus, carried the news of your seizure to Mr. Martin, who hath made divers efforts to get news of you since that time, but in vain. Then at last it got abroad that you had converted, and were gone to the Brazils in one of the Portugal plate carracks, for to end your days there, and it was advised, upon this being rumoured, that word on tea should be sent to the committee, and that your friends should be told that you were as good as dead. But because Mr. Martin and one or two more held out very stoutly against such a treatment of you, they must needs be content with taking your name off the books of the factory, and by this means stopping your pay, and in this, I believe, they was justified by ancient custom. Yet Mr. Martin demanded that his protest should be entered in writing against their so doing, and this was punctually performed, he still believing that you would return. And 'tis thus the matter stands at this present. Mr. Secretary and his cousin Mr. Spender are prodigious bitter against you, and have moved His Honour the President and the Council to their acts of harshness, but Mr. Martin is confident in your honesty, and will by no means suffer it to be impugned in his presence. Then my course now, says I, must be to return to Surat and declare all my ill fortune. Not so fast, says he, for we are but just sailed from Surat, and I must take the Boscabel to the factory at Bengal before she can drop anchor again in Swally. You must needs come with me, Master Ned, and see those parts, for I can't turn back, and there ain't no other way for you to journey safely to Surat. I don't doubt but we shall speak some one of the company's ships on our way, and then we may put you aboard of her, but if not, then you shall go with me to Bengal, and if the factor there send me on a further voyage, perhaps even to Siam and the Eastern Islands. But said I, should I not hire for myself a balloon, and so leave this place and go to Surat? You ain't yet out of Goa River, Master Ned, quoth he, and as I think, will undergo not the least of your perils in the leaving on't. You could not take your journey in a boat, as you purpose, without awaking suspicion, and this should land you again in the clutches of the Inquisition. Come and sail with me, and go back only in an English ship. So be it, said I. Chapter 8. Of my second voyage in the Boscabel, and of the ending thereof. Now we talking in this wise, there come on board of us the skipper of a Dutch ship that lay near at hand, and told Captain Freeman that the Morattis were beat off for the present, but that the town was in an uproar for the escape of one of the prisoners sentenced to be burnt by the Inquisition, and that a search should be made for this person throughout the city, and also among the shipping lying in the river. And the captain returning to the cabin, and telling this news to me, we consulted together what we should do. And first the captain sent his mate on shore, bearing a message to the captain of the guard of that part of the city nearest us, offering to land some of his crew for to aid in defending the wall against the Morattis. But the mate was bid also to watch and see whether the search was yet begun, and how far it was come. And he returning presently told us that the captain of the guard had sworn at him for an impudent rascal, vowing that His Majesty the King of Portugal and the Brazils had soldiers enough for to defend his cities without seeking the aid of English braggarts. But with regard to the matter nearest our minds, the mate had seen naught of any search, and believed that it should not begin until the morrow. And this being confirmed by one of the crew of a country ship that came to buy bread from us, I lay in the cabin that night, and slept there peacefully. Now in the morning, while we still lay at anchor in the river, an Englishman on board of a Venice ship that was departing, calls out to us that they had been searched already, and that the captain of the port's boat was visiting every ship in turn, and commanding all on board to be mustered on deck. Then were Captain Freeman and I in some affright, for he desired neither to perjure himself by denying my presence on board, nor yet to yield me up to my enemies, so that he begged of me to resort to a disguise that he would show me. For, says he, my apprentice is dead since leaving Surat, so that his name is still on the ship's books, and you must needs take his place. And telling this to the seamen, they did lend very willingly certain of their clothes, so that I was dressed in a sailor's shirt and slops, the which Captain Freeman was at the pains to pad and stuff out with rags and such like, that I might not, said he, look so nearly like a scarecrow's. And because my close-cropped hair should have betrayed me in a moment, he brought out a great periwig that he was wont to wear to church when on shore, and hacked and jagged with his knife at the curls thereof until it was as untidy and ragged as a ship-boy's hair was like to be, and so put it on my head. And I dare to say that the good man has that periwig yet, laid up among his chiefest treasures, and shows it with great pride to his grandchildren for the memorial of a marvellous deliverance. And next, because my hands was white and soft from so long idleness, he bid me dip them in the tar bucket, and with tar and other such things besmeared my face and neck. Then he bade me call myself by the name of Samuel Needham of Deptford, this was the dead apprentice, and so sent me to the galley to wash the dishes for the cook. Now almost before all this was done, we saw the Dutch ship boarded that lay next us, and her crew mustered and questioned, but finding nothing on board of her, they came on to us. And mounting the side, I trembled greatly when I saw them, for beside the captain of the port, in all his armor and feathers, there was there the alcalde of the Inquisition and one of his fellows, wearing those ghostly black gowns and hoods I have before mentioned. Now when these stood on the deck, and we were called to muster before them, my heart failed me, so that I stood looking upon them from the shelter of the galley, a dish-clout in my hand, and unable to move through fear. Then our good captain, seeing me thus astounded, did send a seaman for to fetch me forth, and finding me still gazing upon the visitors, gave me a blow on the head that sent me reeling, and bade me leave staring at the gentleman, and go back to my work when I had answered to my name. And at this the Portugals laughed mightily, and counselled him to get a better apprentice, and so read out the names of the men, that all answered in their turn, and allowed us to depart. And after this great escape I thanked God, and wondered what could now hurt me, since I was delivered from so pressing danger. Truly, says I to myself, if I have the like good fortune in my adventures in the time to come, not Ferdinando Mendez Pinto himself will near match my travellers' tales. And all being now ready, we weighed our anchor, and the Boscabel stood down the river. Now when we come abreast of the fort that is called Marmagown, and again of those 4 forts that guard the mouth of the river, my heart was in my mouth for fear, for, thought I, what if they have discovered our trick, and should be preparing to sink us with their cannons? But by good fortune, no such evil hap befell us, though I saw the captain look pale and fearful so long as we were under the guns of the forts. But when we were once gat past and steering for the south upon a favouring breeze, his countenance waxed cheerful once more, and he whistled lustily while he tramped to and fro upon the deck. Then coming to me, who was gazing with a joy and gratitude I had little thought ever to have the chance to feel, upon the disappearing of the stately towers and marble palaces of that most wicked and cruel city, he bade me lay aside that disguise I wore, and dress myself more seemly in such clothes as he should lend me. And this I did the more gladly that the seaman's clothes I wore were not at all to my liking, neither for appearance nor yet for comfort. And having put on a spare suit of the good skipper's, I walked up and down upon the deck with him, and as we walked I asked of him whether he had heard aught touching my father since my starting for Goa, or no. Why, says he in answer, I ha heard something, but not much. For Mr. Martin told me, one day when as he and I was speaking together concerning you, that he had wrote to Sir Harry Carleon telling him of the misfortune that had overtook his son, and reminding him that 'twas possible he might never see you more, but there comes such an answer as surprised him. And pray, what was that? Says I. Why, sir, 'twas to say that the good gentleman knew that his son was engaged as he had bid him, and doing his best to fulfill the plan he had set before him, and that he should therefore come to no harm, nor would Sir Harry believe the same of him until he had spoke with one that had seen it. Methinks there an't many fathers that would speak thus, said I, and even with them, how seldom should their confidence in God be thus signally justified. Says Captain Freeman, 'twas a narrow escape, Master Ned, and not even your good father's trust in the integrity of your cause should maybe have availed to uphold him had he known how little was between you and death. Tell me, says I, how you compassed my deliverance, for I know nothing but that 'twas done by means of the warning of Father Theodorus. Why, says he, having heard him speak, we come back to the ship in great grief and heaviness, for no man could think to devise any plan for the saving you, save that the boatswain, that was over deep in his liquor, would fain have had us storm the holy house and release all the prisoners there, and not you only, but the rest, of their own selves, saw that this was beyond our powers, and could only lead to our destruction as well as yours. Then as we went down to the ship, there fell in with us an Englishman, that is brother to my mate, and clerk to a trader in Goa, one that hath journeyed through all the Portuguese Indies, and seen many marvellous things. And chiefly he spake to us touching the Moratis, how prodigious fierce they are, and how warlike, and that the Portugals and their Indians here do fear 'em as the very devil, so that 'tis said the shadow of one Moratti will put to flight 3 Portugals. Likewise he told us that one of their captains was took prisoner a month ago and brought into Goa, and that their king, Sevagi, as they call him, had sworn that he would take the viceroy himself and hold him to ransom if so be as this his servant want he given up to him unharmed. And he said moreover that the Indians was saying that they had seen the spies of the Moratis creeping round about the city o' nights more than once of late, but no credence was given to 'em, these Indians being timid and fearful in their minds. Now all this gave to us much food for thought, and so back to the ship, where we spent full half the night in making out our plan. And in the morning, having consented together upon what we should do, we left only some 3 or 4 men with the ship, and went upon our appointed ways. For I, with all the stoutest of the seamen, went to the burning place, and there set ourselves in array, or as I might say, in ambush, close to that stake the priest had told us was yours, and waited there until the procession was arrived. But the mate, with 4 or 5 of the seamen, went and hired certain lads and men of the baser sort, such as would stick at nothing that was to earn 'em money, and ask no questions withal. And going outside the city with these, and waiting until the time was come for the burning, he bid 'em do even as he did, and rushed from the plantations into the road, crying, Sevagi! Sevagi! And the Moratis. Which when the multitude heard, that was come in for to see the sight, they were seized with fear, and rushed the other way into the town, crying out that the Moratis were coming. And thus, what with the men the mate had with him, and those he hired, and the crowd all crying out at once, the alarm was well spread, and you know how that in the panic, terror and confusion we brought you away. But what of the Moratis? I asked. Ah, that I can't tell, says he. I can scarce believe now that the devil raised 'em up, for to punish us for our false news, but that was the thought in my mind, seeing 'em at first. Howsoever it be, they took back their captain, that, as I heard from the skipper of the Dutch ship, was prisoned only in a blockhouse by the river, and I don't know whether they have the more reason to thank us, or with them, for their coming. Yet 'tis now my belief that those tales of the Indians concerning spies and such like were true, and that the Morattis was hid in the plantations, it being a feast day, and no work done, with the intent to fall upon the city that night, but that our men's coming and crying disturbed em and made em see they were as well make what they might from the tumult. But I tell you, Master Ned, when I found they was truly there, you might have knocked me down with a feather, so astonished was I to behold em. 'Twas a mighty strange escape, says I, says he, and a doubly lucky one, since it gives me your company, sir, on my voyage. And this I may say, that you need not to grieve over the interruption to your sojourning in Goa, for I can speak the Portuguese as well as most men, and you should by rights have learned something on tea during these 3 years, so that we will speak it together, if you so desire it. And moreover, sir, in so far as I have any skill, whether in matters touching cargoes and merchandises, or in things pertaining to the sea and the winds and the sailing of a ship, 'tis all at your service, and I shall account it an honor to impart to you of the same. And so long as it shall please you to abide on board of my ship, so long shall it please me if you will mess with me and share the cabin, and there must be no word said of passage money, for the favor of your company answers that. I could not make a fitting answer to an offer made with so much delicacy and kindness, but I grasped my good friend by the hand, assuring him that I counted myself only too highly favored, that I should enjoy the happiness of a voyage with him, and begged of him to teach me whatsoever he knew. And this pleasing him, as I was well assured it should, for I never met a seaman yet that did not love to teach others out of his own skill and experience, we agreed that I should be considered a supercargo, and I was thus entered on the ship's books, instead of in the name of Samuel Needham of Deptford. And 'twas thus that I embarked upon a voyage that bid fair to be one of the happiest times of my life, but yet led me into grievous sorrow and peril, by the will of God, and as I cannot but think, by the hard disposition of man as well. But that you may understand my meaning in saying this, I must needs explain myself. For there was on board of the Boscobel a seaman named Darrell, an ancient person, and one that had travelled in many seas and was much looked up to by Captain Freeman and the rest. And this man I was wont to hear arguing and exhorting his fellows with great diligence, but what he said to em I never troubled myself to learn, thinking that he was but declaring to them the perils and dangers through which he had passed in his many voyages. But one day, coming near where Darrell was discoursing to the rest, I saw that he had a great Bible upon his knee, and listening, heard him as it were preaching. Now this in itself stirred my mind, but when I heard his words, I began to be very wrathful. For the fellow was speaking most boldly and naughtily against His Majesty the King and all his court, and declaring that such a sink of iniquity had ought to be swept away from off the face of the earth, and that before God should destroy the whole nation by reason on't. And this I could by no means stomach, that a mean person of this sort should set up himself as a judge over the king and the nobility, and stepping before him, I bade him speak to his fellows of their own sins, but to leave his majesties alone. So saith he, regarding me sternly, that is what you and your like are always wont to say, Master Carleon. prophesy unto us smooth things, say naught, though vice sit in high places, and popery go unrebuked, yea, encouraged. But shall we say naught? Shall we hold our peace? Ha'n't he this keeping silence brought upon us already two of the Lord's sore judgments, namely, the sword of the Dutch and the pestilence? And shall the other two on be long delayed? Nay, sir, for so long as life be in me will I be among those that sigh and that cry for the abominations that are done in the land, until the Lord come to our help and drive out from before us that evil family once more and forever. Do you dare speak thus of your king's house? Asked I. I do, sir, even of that wicked and bloody house of Stuart, 80. That is drunk with the blood of the saints and of the martyrs of Jesus. 'Twas an evil day when it returned among us, and God send that it may soon leave us again. Are you so bold as to desire another rebellion? I cried. Is rebellion worse than all that passes in England now? Asked he. But sure it an't any concernment of yours, says I. You are here, and may stay away until there be a king to your mind. Whence shall he come? Cried the old man. One there was, even in this wicked family, in whom some good thing was found towards the God of Israel, and he was took away from the evil to come. Who is there beside? But who is he of whom you speak? I asked him. The men of this world called him Henry, Duke of Gloucester, but to us he was the young Josias, raised up for to destroy the idols of his fathers and the tombs of their false priests. But the Lord intended the overthrow of the house of Stuart, and left to it only those that to the wickedness of their fathers would add yet more. Man, says I, you are prodigious bold to speak thus impudently of the royal house. I thank God that I and mine have never ceased to uphold His Majesty's cause, and will do so still. But 'tis you and your like that have brought God's judgments upon Britain by that shameful deed of slaying the Lord's anointed, that blessed martyr the late king. Nay, said he, I had no hand in the well-merited death of that bloody and deceitful man, for I was far away from England at that time, and even had I been at home, I don't know that I had dared to counsel the taking of his life. But 'tis to that point that your opinions lead you, said I. Maybe, says he, but men should lead their opinions, not be led by 'em. And had I been then in England, and not aboard the good ship Covenant, Captain Godlefear Johnson, master, sailing the seas with that fleet whereof Colonel Blake took the command not long thereafter, how, says I, did you sail with Blake? For in very truth I had heard much concerning this famous admiral and obstinate rebel, and was minded to hear more. But this old man Darrell was not inclined to further my desires. Says he, I sailed with Blake, sure enough, and look you, Master Carleon, there was a ship and a ship's company for you. Worship publicly conducted mornings and evenings, and all day of a Sabbath any man that felt himself moved thereto might open the Scriptures and exhort the rest. There was some difference betwixt free spiritual exercise of this sort, and the skipper here, reading on the Sabbath day from the prayer book and the homily against rebellion. This he said with a prodigious scorn. Nay, said I, Doubtless he considered the homily as more profitable to you than the exercise you would prefer. But at this the old man waxed very wroth, and rose up and left me, saying that I was no better than a scoffer, and that Captain Freeman was yet in the gall of bitterness and in the bond of iniquity, and that 'twas not for him to judge what were profitable or not. "What preacher of sedition have you on board here, Captain?" says I, when I saw my friend next. I looked not to find pestilent sectaries aboard the Boscobel. "'Tis old substitution Darrell, you would say," said he. "A marvelous gift of exhortation he hath, and would sit up all the night arguing, so long as his fellows would hear him, and longer. But he is our best hand, and so staunch in his duty and punctual in the performing on't as no one would ever believe. I have been near him in a storm, when all thought our last hour was come, but he was as cheerful as you may see him now. 'Twas one of his conditions of service that I should suffer him to expound the Scriptures to the rest of the crew, so long as he and they desired, and the company's occasions took no damage thereby, and I have heard him discourse so movingly concerning the love of God as that I was fain to depart so as he might not see me weep. But sure you and he at one with him in his opinions?" I asked. "Nay," says the skipper. "Darrell has told me once and again that I am in Babylon, by the which, as I take it, he signifieth the Church of England, and bids me come out therefrom, saying that God hath sent to me by his means for to warn me concerning my danger. And I seem to him to be a wilful sinner, thus contemning this saving grace. But yet, when I was once took sick with that evil disease of the plague of Egypt, Darrell stayed beside me for to tend me when all others fled from the very sight of me, yet he also read to me divers most comfortable promises from his Bible, and in very deed saved my life. Yet he hath his strange points, for he holds to certain of the doctrines of that outlandish sect of the Fifth Monarchy men, that will have it we are all Jews. Doubtless he is mad concerning one or two points, says I. In fine, Captain, I had rather that you had him always of your company than I. And so we, laughing, to dinner. But I was not yet done with this old man Darrell. For we were beset, as it chanced, on this voyage of ours, with many odious calms and contrary and baffling winds, so that we were sore impeded in our going. Then on the occasion of one of these calms the old man addressed himself to me once more. "I fear lest I failed in my duty to you, sir, the other day," says he, "for 'twas in my heart to declare to you divers inconsistencies in your walk and conversation, 81, and I refrained myself from so doing." "You were better do it now," then said I, somewhat angry that he asked no pardon for his presuming, and yet diverted by his words. He looked upon me sadly enough. "Sir," said he, "when you come on board I looked upon you as one whom the Lord had rid of great danger and peril that you might show forth his glory. But since we have left Goa I have observed in you a levity and a hardness of heart that hath given me much concernment. You have showed no signs of grace, and have displayed much sympathy with the wicked and a culpable laxity with regard to the papistry and lewdness that abound in our unhappy country. I fear, young sir, that there is a grievous fall before you, the pride of your heart hath maybe kept you firm when your Protestant faith was threatened with force, but the devil can work with promises and allurements as well as with threatenings. If you be so minded, I am willing to show you more particularly wherein I think you err, to your profiting in the future. Now I won't deny that I was much nettled by the boldness of his words, neither anticipating in my youth and vainglory that fall whereof he spake, nor yet foreseeing that in my later life I should confess that both in his rebukes and his prophecies this old man was wiser than I thought him, but still I made shift to answer him peaceably. My good man, says I have thanked God daily for my deliverance, and prayed of him to keep me stanch in the future. What more I can do I don't see, having an eye to the difference between your age and mine, which would make it strange were I in all things like unto you. Nay, says he, I have known many young persons that showed forth in their lives the fruits of grace in a soberness of walk and a meekness of carriage that edified all about 'em. But of these you and one, and rejecting the counsel I offer you, will go your way to your own destruction. And with that he departed, and I, as you may well suppose, sought not his company overmuch thereafter. But it so chanced that time and the course of events placed it in his power to hurt me, though I don't say, nor yet believe, that this was with his intention. For we were now passing into the Sea of Bengal, and having been so greatly delayed by the winds being contrary to us, were arriving at what they call in these seas the hurricane season, that is, the time when these tempestuous winds do most commonly use to blow. And although during some time we met with no hurricane, yet were we assailed and buffeted by divers fierce gales, that did much damage to the upper works of the ship, and served still further to delay us in our voyage. And on the account of these things I did condole with the captain, I myself also finding the delay irksome to me, but thought nothing in especial touching the gales until I heard one day the old seaman Darrell, that sat with his Bible on his knees, say to his fellows, "It may be that aboard this ship also we have a Jonah among us," and it seemed to me that he cast a look my way. Now I am ashamed to tell that at first I could not recall what Jonah should have to do with our present plight, but anon the old man himself come up to me, saying, "Have you considered these gales that meet us so often of late, Master Carleon?" "I have," said I, "since indeed they keep me back when I desire to reach Bengal, but what of that?" "I don't know," says he, "what your past life may have been, but I counsel you to try yourself and see whether you have left any sins unrepented or unamended, for whose sake God is even now punishing this ship and all that are in her." "And if so," said I, "am I to throw myself overboard?" "Nay," says he, "that must be settled by the decision of all of us, together with your own conscience." "But prithee tell me," says I, "why you should single me out to be the cause of your misfortunes." "What but misfortune has befell us ever since our taking you on board?" asked he. "I dare not say that it want the Lord's will you should be released from the hands of the Inquisition, but if he did so intend it he is trying the faith of his servants very sorely." "I think you will scarce suffer for a deed of mercy," said I have done many sinful acts, as I must sorrowfully confess, but I can't charge myself with any such unrepented crime as you speak of, nor do I perceive why you should all fasten upon me to be your Jonah, and no other person in the ship. But in spite of this discourse I had with him, the old man held very firm to his opinion, and the gales continuing, the other seamen began to believe him, so that I saw them casting black looks at me several times. The captain also, as I perceived, was sad and anxious of countenance, and I saw that he had his pistols ready charged in his cabin. 'Twas not until long time afterwards that I learned that the crew had demanded of him to set me on shore in some convenient place, for to live or die as I might, that their ill fortune might thus be reversed, and that he refusing, they were well nigh ready to fall upon him. But at last there come a favouring breeze, and for 2 days we sailed northward with good speed. But on the evening of the 2nd day was there a mighty strange sunset, all of a fiery and copperish red, and as we looked upon it, there sailed between us and it, from the side where the land lay, a whole fleet of great ships, whereat we marvelled greatly. That, says Captain Freeman, must needs be the Dutch fleet that is besieging the Frenchmen in St. Thomas, 82, for there ain't no other that I have heard on in these waters. But why are they putting out to sea? Sure they, coming from the shore, must see signs of an hurricane that we can't perceive. But are there Frenchmen in these seas? Says I. So says he, and at Surat too, where indeed their factory is better stocked with mountseers than with cash. But what troubles me now is the putting forth of these Hollanders. I dare be bound we shall have an hurricane upon us before the night be over. And away he went to take counsel with the mate for the better preparing of the ship, whose head was quickly turned out to sea and away from the land, and divers changes made in the ordering of her spars and rigging, such as after this long lapse of time I won't try to recount, lest I awaken laughter by my ignorance. But this I observed, viz., that every man looked upon me with scowls and hatred, regarding me as the cause of this new misfortune, and my friend the captain perceived this also, for he bade me fasten myself with cords to a part of the bulwarks close beside him, and remain with him through all that might chance to happen. Now by this time the wind was whistling and moaning most pitifully in our rigging, and the light of the moon and stars was waxed pale and sickly. Looking from the deck towards the west, in which quarter the land lay, we could see as it were a great wall of blackness resting there, that then began to move, and advanced towards us. The air was prodigious hot, as though it came from the mouth of a furnace, so that until I had asked Captain Freeman, it seemed to me that the ship herself must needs be on fire. Then almost before our crew could furl all the sails, there come down upon us a great and mighty wind, so fierce that the ship only missed being turned over thereby, and this wind howling and roaring, there come also great flashes of lightning, now in one place, now in another, faster than a man could count, and brighter also than he could behold without shading of his eyes, but no thunder. The sea also wrought mightily, the waves being very great, and black channels of waters between, most tremendous to behold. And moreover the direction of the wind did so chop and change as we might almost believe we were carried round in a circle. And this continuing, and the waves rising higher and higher, Captain Freeman gave command that the masts should be cut away, the ship now rolling very much, and their heaviness imperiling her. Now one of the masts, as it fell, brake away a part of the bulwarks close by where I was, so that I untied myself and fastened the cords again to a certain great spar that was held fast on the deck by a rope that belonged to it. And by this time the storm was so terrible that men had given up all hope, and I saw, by the flash of the lightning, old Darrell praying and calling upon God, though I might not hear aught that he said, from the noise of the waves and the wind. But in the light of the same flash I saw another seaman that shook his fist against me, and shouted certain words that I could not hear. Then I saw a greater wave than any before coming upon us, and I shut my eyes and gripped fast hold of my spar. Though the tumult all around was so great, yet I heard the sound of that great hill of water bursting over the ship, and then I felt myself swept away, with the spar to which I was tied, into the sea. But whether the rope that held the spar was broke by the prodigious force of the water, or cut by that seaman that shouted at me, I have never been able certainly to discover. Chapter 9. Of my finding the New France in the Indies. Now concerning the length of that time which passed while I was in the water, and all that happened to me therein, I know little on't, for after but a short buffeting with the waves, I lost my senses, and knew no more until I found myself floating, upheld by that spar whereunto I was still tied, on a tranquil enough sea, in broad daylight. And the sun now shining very brightly, I was much incommoded with the heat, and sought to shelter myself beneath a projecting shelf or flap of wood that belonged to the spar, so that I might see where I was. Then shading my eyes with my hand, I saw that all around me was there naught but sea, save that on one side I could discern afar off that which might be the sail of some small boat. This seemed to me a prodigious piece of good fortune, so that I did unfasten myself from the rope, and clambered up, as well as I might, for I found myself prodigious weak and bruised all over, to the highest part of the spar, and there waved my handkerchief and shouted. Then while I watched and prayed in a frenzy, the boat came on its way and approached closer to me, but when it was come near, and they on board catched sight of me, they halted for a while, and sailed round me, as though to make sure of my conditions, and then came on slowly, making a prodigious display of such weapons as they had, and all for fear lest I might be disposed to fight with them. But I holding up my hands empty, for to make it evident to them that I was unarmed, they came up close, and dragged me from my spar into their vessel, that was but a poor skiff or fishing boat, with 3 men aboard on't. But when they saw me clearly, they drew back from me and talked in whispers, then seized their arms, and made as though they would kill me. And upon this I cried out to them in Persian and Gujarati and also in Portuguese that I was an Englishman and a shipwrecked traveller, and that they should show me pity and bring me to some one of our factories, where they should be suitably rewarded for their care. But 'twas all in vain, for the tongues of these parts of the Indies are altogether different from those of Surat, and the men came against me threatening me, and I thought that among their words I could make out that they spake of Hollanders. Now I was much exercised to know whether these men served the Dutch, and believed that I was their enemy, or whether they were hostile to me, and considered me a Dutchman. The utmost that I could do was to assure them by signs that I desired peace, and cast myself on their mercy, and at the last they bid me in gestures place myself in the stern of the boat and abide there quiet. Then, towing the spar behind, they made sail for the land, which I could now see, though at some miles' distance. Sailing then towards the coast, we come presently in sight of a great city that stood upon the shore, with a fair harbour wherein lay 2 or 3 ships. I could see that this place was well defended with great walls fitted for the working of cannons, and there was also a high fort that commanded the harbour. There was several spires, as of churches, to be seen above the walls, and some distance away from the town behind stood a great hill, with a church or temple upon the summit thereof. The walls and houses of the city, such parts at least as I could see of them, glistered and shone in the sunlight as though they had been built of marble, so that the whole place had an air of great elegance and dignity. Passing then the mouth of the harbour, where was posted as watchman on a high stage an Indian that cried something to the men in whose boat I was, and was answered by them in return, we approached the city as the sun began to sink behind the hill. Then I saw that there was a ship's barge coming towards us, very handsomely appointed, and rowed by Indians bearing a livery of white. In the stern on T was fixed an ancient, 83, wherein were golden lilies on a field of white, and there was also a state, 84, set up, under the which 3 persons sat. Now when the barge was come near to us, I saw that these was 2 ladies, very richly dressed, and a gentleman of a grave and haughty presence. And the men of the fishing boat bowing themselves very humbly, after the manner of the Indians, I perceived that here must be some very great persons, and standing up where I was I bowed low. The gentleman then returned my salute mighty civilly, and spake unto the boatmen in their own tongue. And they answering him with great submission and respect, he stood up in his barge, so that I could see him to be of a high stature and of good proportions, and dressed very stately in black, after the Spanish fashion, and spake to me in French, asking me whether it were true that I was an Hollander. To which I replied no, but an English gentleman in the service of the India Company, that was shipwrecked and rendered desolate by sad misfortune. Then this gentleman testified great concern, saying that the English was good friends of theirs, and having asked me divers questions, invited me into his own boat with him, and bade one of his train see that the fishermen were rewarded for the saving me. And I sitting down among the gentlemen of his following, he asked of me certain questions concerning my life and my adventures hitherto, the ladies also listening with great kindness. But for all I was so occupied in answering in my best French to his honour's inquiries, I could not help observing that one of these ladies was young and one old, and that she that was the younger was of a most beautiful countenance and a very majestic presence, and likewise that though both of them was habited like unto our own dames, yet upon their heads they did bear veils or mantles of lace, after the manner of the women of Spain. Now as we drew near to the marble steps at the end of the harbour, his honour said to me in the most affable manner, "Sir, we will trouble you no further tonight. You are weary and need repose, but tomorrow we shall be enchanted if you will honor us with your company at supper, and relate your adventures in full. Mons. de Marigny, addressing himself to one of his gentlemen, to your care I commend this unfortunate gentleman. You will confer upon me a favor in allowing him to share your lodging, and I entreat you to see that he has every alleviation of his distresses that our poor town and fleet may be able to furnish. Sir, I have the honor to wish you a very good night, with agreeable dreams and sweet rest from your sorrows. Now in very truth I want sorry to accept these kind offers of rest and lodging, for I was so dog-tired that I could scarce keep open my eyes, but I am glad that I was still sufficiently awake to thank his honor most humbly for all his kindness before I retired with that gentleman to whom he had commended me. This Mr. Marigny, his Christian name Claudius, was a very gay and pleasant young gentleman, and did discourse most agreeably the while he led me to his lodging, not showing himself in the least angered to have so scurvy-looking a fellow thus suddenly thrust upon him, but spake to me of many matters whereof I knew naught, so that at the last I was constrained to ask his pardon and request that he would be so good as unfold to me everything on the morrow. And this, laughing mightily, he did promise to do, and so brought me to his lodging, where he called for food. And so tired was I, that while this was preparing, I fell asleep, with my head on my arms on the table, and Mr. Marigny had much ado to wake me and advise me to take some broth. Then he brought me into his own chamber, and bade me repose myself upon his bed, which was made very elegant, after the Indian manner, and this command once given, I lacked no forcing to make me obey it. Now the next day I did not awake until noon, and found myself then still so weary that I had gladly gone to sleep again, but a genteel servant that was in the chamber came and invited me by signs to rise, offering me a very fine brocado nightgown, 85, of Mr. Marigny's for to put on, since my own coat and doublet were nowhere to be seen. And wearing this gown, together with the nightcap that had been lent to me the night before, I went into the parlor, where was Mr. Marigny drinking Jacolit. He seeing me, came and bid me welcome with much kindness, and commanded the servant to bring in the portion of victuals that had been set aside for me, and so sat down for to talk with me the while I did eat. I see, says he, that you have questions without number for to ask me, though where you have spent the last few years, so as not to be aware of all that has happened in I can't tell. Alas, sir, says I, they were passed in the dungeons of the Inquisition, where so little news penetrates. But pray tell me who is the noble gentleman that entreated me so civilly yesterday? That, says he, is my Lord Marquis of Tourville, his most Christian Majesty's Viceroy in the Indies. 86. The King of France's Viceroy, said I, in great astonishment. Even so, says he. And the gentlewomen with him are his lady and his daughter, as I suppose, said I, trying to digest that which he told me. Nay, said he, Mad de Tourville is dead these many years. The younger lady is my lord's daughter, Mademoiselle de Tourville, and the other is Mad de Chesnac, her cousin, who is her governess, waiting gentlewoman, what you will. And doth his lordship any other children here? Asked I. Nay, he ha'n't he none else at all. Mademoiselle Heliodore is the only one, and she hath abode so long unmarried that 'tis said she intends to devote herself altogether to my lord her father. But that, here the gentoo servant entered the chamber, and brought in with him a young black page boy, bearing a packet in his hand, the which he did deliver to me. In the packet was there a purse of cut velvet, very handsome, with 20 louis d'or therein, and with it a billet wrote in French very elegantly, saying that I had doubtless found myself incommoded by the loss of all my clothes and other necessaries, and that 'twould afford an infinite pleasure to Mademoiselle de Tourvel if I would permit her to supply my most pressing needs. Mr. Marini, seeing the purse and knowing the lad that brought it, made a sign to me to accept that which was sent me, and was good enough to furnish me with paper and ink, wherewith I writ that I did most gratefully accept the kindness of Mademoiselle de Tourvel, and looked forward with impatience to doing myself the honour of signifying my thanks in person to her ladyship that evening. And this letter wrote, and the servant and the page departed. Mr. Marini looked jestingly at me. "O happy youth," says he, "have you already won the favour of the peerless Heliodore, when no other can gain from her anything but coldness?" "Methinks, sir," says I, "you are unjust to the lady that has just dealt so kindly by me, to suspect her of such designs." "Sir," says Mr. Marini, quickly, "I spake but in jest. I pray you to believe that I an't altogether a fool. I honour and esteem Mademoiselle de Tourvel as if she were my own sister, and so do all here, but we know better than to expect her to look kindly on any of us." He seemed as if he might have said more, but stayed himself suddenly, and asked me whether I would choose to see the town. This set me a-laughing. "'Tis prodigious strange," says I, "but here have I been for a night and a day in this place without so much as knowing the name on't. This is the city of St. Thomas, in the country of Gulkandar, 87, says he, and doth its name from the blessed martyr St. Thomas the Apostle, who was murdered in this place by the pagans. There are here divers memorials of his life and death, and notably his sepulchre, that standeth on that great hill behind the town, where you may discern a fair chapel builded in his honour. And if we have good luck today, I will show you likewise a sign of the divine judgment upon the murderers of the blessed saint. For the Indians here, being descended from those that with their feet did stamp St. Thomas to death, are all born with the right leg prodigiously swollen, and this deformity continues, and even increases, throughout their lives. Finding themselves thus marked with the token of heaven's displeasure, these persons resolved long since to amend their lives, and becoming converted to the faith, are called by the name of him they slew, viz., the Christians of St. Thomas, but do still bear about with them the mark of their father's crime. I thank you, sir, for this curious tale, said I, and what, if I may ask, do you and your fellows in this place? Why, says he, my Lord Marquis holds it for his Majesty against all the forces of the King of Gulkandar by land and the fleet of the insolent Hollanders by sea. Pray, says I, tell me how you come hither, sir. 3 years ago I had looked for a viceroy from Muscovy in these seas as soon as for one from France. That will I tell you when I carry you to see the walls, says he. But first, if you will give me leave, I will seek some clothes for you, and what is still lacking we will get when we go abroad. Your own clothes have been looked to by my servant, but I fear they will scarce be fit for you to wear today. And this I found to be true, for the plain suit of dark blue that Captain Freeman had lent me, and which was always something small, I being taller than he, was all shrunk up with the sea water and so spoiled as I could never wear it again, wherefore Mr. Marini did lend me a coat of light cloth, laced with gold at all the seams very neat, and a beaver with a great plume. Thus bravely attired, I walked abroad with him, and he showed to me this great city, which was built first by the Portugals, but taken from them by the Moors, and has 7 churches and 7 great gates, and all its walls built of marble. We saw many shops, like unto those of Surat for the meanness of their appearance, and there laid out a part of Madame Heliodora's gift on such things as I stood most in need of. Divers other matters in the way of clothes we ordered to be made, for these Indians are extreme skillful in copying any pattern you may give 'em, and desired the tailors to make all speed in sending them home. And after this we went and sat upon the walls, looking out to sea, and there, Mr. Marini's servant holding a great umbrella over us the while, we discoursed touching this adventure of the Frenchman that had brought them to St. Thomas and kept them defending it. I pray you tell me first, sir, says I, whether this fleet of yours be dispatched by the King of France, or by some private persons. Truly, says he, the ships belong to our India Company, but they are sent forth with the approval and encouragement of the King and of the Lord Colbert, his minister. And how long is 't since they were sent forth? Said I. 7 years ago they started, says he, in 1666. The first intention was to colonize the isle called Madagascar, where we have had settlements during many years, but finding this inexpedient, they that had the ruling of the business judged it well to proceed to the true Indies, and factories was set up at Surat and Maclapaton. 88. I had not looked, says I, to find a French factory at Surat on my return thither. And pray, sir, until you greatly troubled there, as we, by Sevagi and the Moratis? Nay, says he, we are well agreed with them, having been enabled to win their favor through 1 or 2 happy accidents. And with the Emperor at Dili likewise do we stand very well, having obtained from him a farmond, 89, which is to say a charter, granting us divers immunities of traffic. But sure, says I, with so peaceful and happy a beginning, you hadn't he needed your cannons and munitions of war. Ah, says Mr. Marini, though we have found no trouble arise with the Industhans, 90, Emsylves, yet we have had much from the Dutch, that are as great haters of our adventures in these seas as they are of those of your own English company. For we attempting to make a settlement upon the island of Ceylon, they did drive us off from Gal Point, yet we went on to Trincomalee, where we effected a landing, and did grievously discomfit the Hollanders. But they coming upon us with a great fleet before we had time for to victual the place, we were forced to forsake it for want of food, and so sailed up the coast of Coromandel, until we came to this city of St. Thomas. And here demanding provisions from the Moors, they refused us with many ill words, whereupon our captain, filled with a noble rage, gave battle to and took the place, losing only 5 men. His lordship must be both brave and discreet, sir, said I. Both these he is, sir, indeed, says Mr. Marini, but so hurt and hampered in all his doings by the jealousy of those appointed to the command with him as no man ever yet was. As you have seen, he is a person of a very majestic carriage, and very high in his ways, and by this has done much to offend the other leaders. One of these, that was named Director General of our trade in the Indies, hath been summoned to France to answer for himself, his Majesty having doubtless heard tell of his injurious deeds. And pray, sir, said I, tell me how his lordship and all of your company have fared since you took this place. Why, says he, after driving out the Moors, we break up the most of our ships, reserving only 2 or 3 of those that were soundest, and brought on shore their ordnance, wherewith we have armed these walls, as you see. Then there come against us the armies of the King of Gulkandar, whose captain we had dispossessed, and for some time pressed us very close, so that we had little rest, either by day or by night. But at length, finding that we were not to be took unawares, they withdrew themselves a little, and do now keep up a continual watch and blockade upon us, with sometimes an open attempt, and this to our great weariness. Nevertheless, my lord appointed an ambassage unto that had near succeeded in coming to an accommodation with their king, but was balked by the evil offices of the Dutch, that had sent ambassadors likewise, and gained his ear, so preventing him from acceding to us. Nor was these Hollanders contented with this, but must needs come with their great fleet and besiege us in our harbour here, though as yet they have gained little reward for their trouble, for we have been well able to make them keep their distance. But how can you maintain the place without victuals, asked I, since these were come to an end even at Trincomalee? We have been greatly helped, says he, by the chief of the English factory at Madras, 91, who has been so good as to bestow upon us aid of that sort more than once. Why, says I, are you near to Madras at this place? Not far off, said he. 'Tis some few miles to the north, that is all. Then I shan't be forced to trespass on your kindness so long as I had feared, sir, said I. Without I must needs stay here until an English ship should chance to enter the harbour, or maybe a cafale start for one of the company's posts. You are mighty eager to leave us, sir, says he. At the least, I am assured that his lordship will never let you depart under 15 days, and methinks he will desire you to tarry with us longer. Itn't he so often that we see here one from Europe that we need hasten his departure when he comes? You are very good, sir, says I, and sure I'm most grateful to his lordship, and indeed I could not but admire the hospitableness wherewith these French gentlemen shared their scanty stores. We ourselves, sir, says Mr. Marini, are too much indebted to the English factories to be able to treat any Englishman ill. But it is now growing late, and we will, if you please, return to my lodging, that we may prepare for his lordship's supper party. To this I agreed without any ado, and the more as I was all eagerness to behold again the beautiful countenance of that lady who had carried herself so kindly towards me, and leaving the walls, we returned to Mr. Marine's lodging. This I now perceived to be situate in one of the great houses of the place, its outward aspect mean enough, but its furnishings genteel and handsome after the Indian fashion, since it had belonged to a chief man among the Moors, and was now appointed to the use of some 3 or 4 of the younger gentlemen among my Lord Marquis his officers. Here we found set out a cold collation, to which, when we were sat down, we did excellent justice, and then made shift to dress ourselves fitly for appearing in my lord's presence. And because I had no clothes meet for such an entertainment, and the suit which I had ordered of a genteel tailor of the town not being likely to be finished for some days, Mr. Marine did lend me a tunic of his own, that was of a light blue damask, guarded with silver lace, very pretty, and had in a soldier of his troop, that was also a barber, for to trim my hair. And being now ready, we were carried in palanquins to the palace, which is a great piece of building, used formerly by the Moorish governor of the King of Gulkandar, and so large as all the 600 Frenchmen in St. Thomas might have found lodging therein easily. But my lord, for his punctilio sacer, whereof he was prodigious jealous, had reserved it altogether for himself, his family and his guard, and everything was arranged very orderly, and with as great pomp and ceremony as at any court of Europe. And this you may perceive, on my telling you that at the great gate we were met by the steward of my lord's household, called the Maistre d'Hostel, and our names and dignities being noted by him, passed on through many courts and galleries, where were many servants, all habited very seemly in my lord's livery, and all bowing, and so came at last to the great saloon, where his lordship received his guests. And in this chamber, that was hung with silk and tapestry, and the floor and pillars garnished with rich marbles, and all lighted with great candles of white wax, was there at one end a dais or raised part, whereon was set an honourable seat, like unto a throne, with a state above it, for my Lord Marquis, likewise an armed chair for Madame Heliodora his daughter, and another chair, as stately, but without arms, for the gentlewoman that bare her company. And behind these chairs was there a crowd of servants waving their great fans for to keep the air cool, and on either side of the dais the officers and merchant venturers that were come with my lord upon this business. And his lordship, standing before his throne, whereon was broidered very cunningly in needlework the arms of France, did receive me most graciously, and give me his hand, which I shook with great respect, but since then I have entertained misgivings thereabout, so that I can't satisfy myself that his lordship did not intend me to kiss it. And having paid our duty to my Lord Marquis, we passed on beyond the throne, and here sat Madame Heliodora, wearing a gown of flowered China silk, made in the French fashion, then new, called a sack, and a collar of great pearls about her neck. Her hair was worn low, as the mode then was, and dressed in curls over the forehead and at the sides. Next to her was Mad. de Chesnac, in a gown of very rich brocado, the color black with silver threads, and her hair powdered under a high cap. Likewise both these gentlewomen carried fans of wrought ivory, the carving so rich and delicate as I had never seen, and the lace in their ruffles, tuckers, and handkerchiefs was the finest imaginable. Now when Mr. Marini had presented me with all due form to Madame Heliodora, she showed herself very gracious to me, giving me her hand to kiss, and inquired of me extreme kindly whether I were refreshed from the fatigues of my shipwreck. And I, replying in the best French I might frame, ventured also to thank her ladyship for her great kindness in anticipating my necessities, but which she bid me not mention, saying that she took shame to herself that she had need to be put in mind of my situation by some chance word of my lord her father, before she thought upon my wants. And this she said so humbly, but yet with so noble an air and tone, that I could but listen to her stupidly, and wonder at her beauty and the excellence of her good breeding. Mad. De Chesnac also, to whom my lady did me the honor to present me, carried herself very civilly towards me, and made me many pretty compliments, the which I was at much pains to return, though I can't but fear that I stumbled sadly in my French. And all the guests being now arrived, my Lord Marquis asked of me to be good enough to divert them with the relation of my adventures, but Madame Heliodora, observing that I still seemed weary, bade a servant bring a taboret and set it for me before the dais. And upon this my lord sat down upon his throne, and desired of all the company to be seated likewise, which was done according to their degrees, and indeed it was pretty to see the art with which each person took his own place, the better sort upon chairs, and the rest upon the long seat that ran round the saloon. And I being set in the midst upon my folding stool, my lord requested of me to begin, and thereupon I told them in little that which I have already told you, saving that of course I made no mention of my private matters. And when I had done, all present testified much sympathy with me, for the French love the Inquisition no more than we do, nor hath it ever been allowed in their country of late years, and there was more than one there that could tell sad tales of that which had happened to friends or kin that had brought themselves under the power thereof in Portugal, Spain, or the Indies. Now after my history was done went we to supper, that was set out in another chamber with great magnificence, and such ceremony was in the going thither as I never saw, my lord going first, leading Madame Heliodora his daughter, and after him his next in command with Mad. De Chesnac, and after them the rest of us according to our degrees. And at the supper, being the newest arrived of those there, it was granted me to sit beside Madame Heliodora, to my no small contentment, for I found my eyes and thoughts fixed continually upon this lady, so prodigiously was I constrained to admire both her countenance and her wit. And at different times she was so obliging as to honor me with her special attention, asking me concerning my home, and my father and Dorothy, with so much kindness, and yet with so great gravity withal, that I could no more have answered her falsely, even if I had had any mind thereto, nor sought evasion in my replies, than if an angel from heaven had been speaking with me. And she, receiving my answers, did speak with me concerning those my friends in England as gently and as wisely as if she had been a queen and I her subject, or she my sister and I her young brother. It seems likely to me now, that my 3 years in prison had made me look to be much younger than in reality I was, imparting to my complexion a certain delicacy and youthfulness, and this, though my face, when I saw it in the glass, had to me the appearance of that of an old man. Likewise my hair helped to this effect, not being yet grown again, but hanging in my neck like a schoolboy's, so that I heard the Frenchmen all speak of me as ce jeune Anglois, and sometimes, though I was bigger than any of them, saving his lordship and one other, ce petit Anglois. But tonight I cared for none of their contempts, being altogether wrapped up in the talk of Madame Heliodora. Now after supper, the guests being in the course of departing, his lordship carried me apart for a moment to speak with him in his private closet, and I observed how tall and seemly a person he was, and how stately in his velvet coat, with a great gold chain about his neck, and a medal hanging therefrom. He addressed himself to me mighty civilly, saying that my relation had entertained him prodigiously, and desiring that I would prolong my stay at St. Thomas so long as it suited with my occasions. He promised me, moreover, to ask the chief of our English factory at Madras to send him sure word whenever an English ship bound for Surat or Bombay should arrive there, that so I might take passage in her, and that thus I need be under no fear of missing any chance of returning to my place. This being so, I did accept of his lordship's offer with many thanks, and so bid him good night, and returned home with Mr. Marini. This gentleman was full of pleasant wit touching the events of the evening, and talked on thus until bedtime, I answering him scarce a word, for I could think only of Madame Heliodora, and repeat in my mind those things that she had said to me. And now that I am come to speak of a part of my life that displays the most intolerable presumption and foolishness in me, I desire, while humbly affirming that no man perceives clearer than I the folly of my doings, to disarm your censure in some degree by putting you in remembrance that I was extreme unused to ladies' company, never having so much as seen a woman's face for over 3 years. Even in the days of my favor at Goa, I saw but little of the ladies, as I have before said, they being kept so recluse, and at Surat there was only some few Dutch women and those unhappy English of whom Mr. Martin had spoken to me, with whom I had consorted as little as might be. And so you must needs go back to Elsweather, and to the days when my cousin Dorothy and I played together in the fields, to find a time when I was in daily intercourse with any person not of my own sex. And although this plea can't pardon my folly, yet it may be it can mitigate it. Now it seems to me that before I proceed further I ought to set down in writing a character of Madame Heliodora as she appeared at this time, for the sake of those that don't enjoy the felicity of her acquaintance, or that have known her only in the time of change and adversity. This lady, Madame Frances Mary Louise, I don't know how to render this last name in English, for it ain't used among us, though very common in France, and Amanda Heliodora, daughter and only child to his lordship the most noble Gaspar Deodatus, Marquis of Tourvel, and Madame Mary Margaret of Cheveranches, his wife, was born in the early part of the year 1645–46, and though thus no longer in the first bloom of her youth, preserved such an admirable beauty as might well make envious many younger dames. In stature, she was above the common height of women, but so just and excellent a proportion was observable in every several part of her frame as made her figure to seem absolutely perfect. Her eyes were brown, large and melting, her hair of a most lovely brown, tending to black, her skin of a marble whiteness not often seen by us in England. I might go on to write down every feature and describe its beauties, for all were beautiful, but when all is said, 'twas not so much the beauty of the several parts as the sweet and beautiful spirit of the lady herself that shone through and illuminated them with a double loveliness. There was in all her motions so exquisite a grace as drew your eyes to her irresistibly, so that did she but lift a glass from the table you were forced to look at her and admire, yet not so much for the beauty of her hand and arm, though these were the finest imaginable, as for the elegance of the action itself. Her constitution, 92, was extreme devout, and a little inclined to sadness. Yet in time of need she could display so indomitable a courage as I have never seen equalled. Of her kindness and goodness it would ill become me, who have profited so much by to say naught, and yet to describe them fitly were equally difficult, so that I can only say that both were excessive. At this time she was something wont, as mad. De Chesnac complained, to affect a certain singularity and strangeness in her dress and carriage, choosing to dress herself in sad colors when she so could, and to resign herself to overmuch musing. But this, as it seems to me, is fully accounted for when all is known touching her, which won't be yet for you, even as it won't for me. Now in conclusion of this piece of description and vindication, being a description of Madame Heliodora, and a vindication, in so far as may be, of myself, I will add only this, that whereas those enemies that have left nothing undone to blacken even the most innocent actions of my life, have made foul charges against me, I do most solemnly declare that I never erred against that dear lady otherwise than by folly and presumption, and that those who speak to the contrary wrong not me only, but her also, whose virtues and misfortunes alone should protect her against calumny, let alone that desire for truth which should refrain from assailing her spotless name. Chapter X of the confidence reposed in me by my Lord, and of the pitfall wherein I fell. Now the next morning I came, as I had been bidden, to speak with my Lord Marquis in his privy closet, and was received of him very courteously, and asked to wait while he made an end of his matters. And this done, I looked that he should have laid some command upon me, but he turned himself about in his chair, and began to talk with me familiarly. "Pray, Mr. Carleon," says he, "what do you think of my situation here? No doubt it seems to you that I have all that I could wish for, with 600 stout fellows to do my bidding, and this fair town and palace for to dwell in." So greatly was I astonished by the suddenness of this question, that 'twas all I could do to answer with some hesitation that his lordship had indeed seemed to me to be highly favoured in his lot. So I thought, said he, but you must learn, sir, that power and high place are naught when there are around enemies that grudge to you. And chiefly this is true of the Hollanders, that are jealous of our footing here, and would not willingly allow us even this poor little town from which to trade. But also it is true of those that are set in command under me in the conduct of this adventure, that are forever plotting and striving to ruin me, and may yet succeed in this. They know that their power is great. Already more than one of our captains, that had proved his fidelity to me, has been summoned to France upon a sealed letter, 93, to linger out the remainder of his life in prison, and I know that the base wretches among whom my lot is cast would willingly see the same done by me. Tell me, sir, what you would consider the duty of a person of honour in such a case, whether to obey His Majesty's order, or to resist, if resistance were possible. Truly, my lord, says I, my impulse would be to escape, if this could be done without loss of credit, though I conceive it should be most honourable to abide and receive the blow. Ah, cried he, with sudden passion, rising from his seat and walking to and fro in the chamber, would that I had always at my side a man that I could trust. He should be related to me, if that were possible, either by blood or by marriage. Here he cast a look at my face, yet suddenly and hastily, not as doing it with intention, and 'twould be all as well if he want he a Frenchman. He should be next to me in all things, and I would always seek his counsel, feeling assured that such a man was the immediate gift of heaven. What do you say, Mr. Carleon? Are you acquainted with any such person? You will think upon the matter, and if there come to your mind one that may seem to you worthy of my trust and of such a high place, you will give me to know of him. Most gladly, my lord, said I, though somewhat slowly, for he was regarding me strangely, as I thought. He remained silent for some time, his chin on his hand, and then spake again. Mr. Carleon, I am about to repose a great trust in you. You must perceive that I entertain the highest confidence in your honour and discretion before I should so far outrage the customs of my great nation as to prefer you to the charge I now propose to you. You have heard that a Dutch fleet has lain of late before our walls, and left us only in that hurricane that preceded your coming hither. Yes, my lord, says I, Mr. Marini hath told me on't. Now that our harbour is once more free, saith his lordship, it is in my mind to go out with the ships that are left us, and voyage along the coast, seeking whether there be any place more propitious than this for us poor exiles. On such a voyage as this there may well be both hardship and danger, and I don't desire that my daughter shall accompany me. She must remain here, but I am interested to leave with her a protector in whom I can repose confidence. Will you be so good as accept this office? My lord, says I, struck with amazement, you do me a very great honour, but sure your own officers will take it very ill in me to pretend to such a post. I am indifferent to that, says he, and you will do well to be so too. As to my officers, moreover, the most of them will go with me, leaving only enough to hold the place. These are generally very young, and might venture to presume upon the favor granted him, and as for Labord, the commandant of the fort, to whom I should naturally have entrusted this office, he thought fit, some time ago, I am speaking to you freely and in confidence, sir, to pretend to my daughter's hand. Mademoiselle de Tourvel rejected his vows, with my approbation, but you can well perceive, sir, how unpleasant 'twould be to her sensibilities to be brought into close relation with him. I made answer that I was fully sensible on't, but at the same time, I felt myself overwhelmed by this great honor and place of trust that was thrust upon me. And truly, I can't even now refrain from wondering at the hardihood wherewith his lordship placed me in a situation in which, had I been only half so great a villain as my enemies declare me, I might have acted even as they feign that I did. Yet I did not in the smallest degree desire to retreat from the honor that was offered me, for the blood leaped in my veins at the very thought that my arm might defend Madame Heliodora, and I became aware that I almost longed for a bloody assault to be made upon the town, that so I might die in ensuring her safety. And I am sure that my face spake for me, and conveyed what my stammering tongue could not utter, for his lordship laughed pleasantly, saying, "It is well. You accept of the trust, and it so. I had read in your face, that not here should my confidence be betrayed. Are you skilled in reading the nature of men from their faces, Mr. Carleon?" "I fear not, my lord," says I, and indeed, I had never thought of such a thing. "You will do well to cultivate the art," says he. "'Tis one of those matters wherein he that is born a statesman hath the advantage over those that are only late become so. But now listen, if you please, to the cautions I must needs lay upon you." And thereupon he gave me much counsel as to the manner in which I had best carry myself towards the guard and towards the officers of the garrison, and the precaution that ought to be observed against any attempt from without, or treason from within. And having ended all his admonitions, which I was sedulous to preserve, either in my mind or on my tablets, he dismissed me, and I returning to the lodging, found there Mr. Marini, who with his servant was busy packing his clothes and other matters, for to go on board of the ships with my lord. And telling him of his lordship's condescension, and of the honor that he purposed putting upon me, he straightway fell a laughing, and for all that I could do, would say naught but, "My lord is an ingenious person." "Truly," said I must needs believe now what I had never divined, namely, that he is also a most trustful and simple person. How otherwise could he have advanced one that was an absolute stranger to him unto such a place of trust, a trust that I would give my life sooner than betray? "That is it which my lord has divined," says he. "He reads faces, and constitutions also, and 'twould seem that he has judged you as you judge your own self. He is one of those that do never fear to take a great risk when they are bent on a great purpose." "But what purposeth his lordship in this?" I asked. "Ah, that I can't tell," said he. "I don't pretend to read my lord's face, still less his purposes." And with that our talk upon this question ceased, and we spake only of indifferent matters until the time came that the trumpet sounded for to summon those that were to start upon this adventure, and my lord embarked at the water-gate with his following of officers, the common men and servants being already on board. Then the 3 ships, 2 being only country-built, which was all that the French now possessed at this place, made sail and stood out of the harbour, and I came to the moving my stuff, such as it was, from Mr. Marini's lodging to that part of the palace where a chamber had been prepared me. And here was everything already set in order with great care, and divers servants appointed for to attend upon me, so that I went through the day, though solitary, in great state, such as men might use for a captive prince. But towards evening there come Madame Heliodora's blackamoor page, praying the honour of my company to supper with the ladies, and there was I mightily entertained, her ladyship and Mad. de Chesnac conversing with me most agreeably touching those things that I had seen in divers countries, and recounting also to me their own experiences. And before I departed, the keys of the place was brought in with great respect by Colonel Laborde, and delivered to Madame Heliodora for safe keeping, and I went round the walls with him, and marked that all was quiet, and the sentinels all posted, before I returned to my lodging. And so to bed, wondering much over the events of the day, and experiencing a prodigious gratitude for the happy chance that permitted me to spend some time daily in the sweet company of that beautiful and gracious lady. And this same happy posture of affairs continued for more than 10 days, I remaining most friendly with Colonel Laborde, but never suffering him to override me in my duty with regard to the palace. And on every evening I enjoyed the extraordinary felicity of beholding Madame Heliodora and of hearing her discourse, so that I comforted myself the whole day long with considering that at night I should see her again, and gain from her that instruction and wisdom wherein she was so much better provided than I. Now on one of these evenings it was that Mad. de Chesnac, tiring of our talk, bade Madame Heliodora take her theorbo, 94, and sing to us some little song. And this she did, not once only, but thrice, and with a voice and manner that was divine. And perceiving me listening to her with great admiration, she gave the theorbo on a sudden to me, and begged of me to let them hear some of the songs of my country. Now my singing had used in former days to be much commended, both at Surat and at Goa, but I felt myself greatly discomposed by this command, and cast about with earnest care for the songs that I should sing. And first I sang that famous ode of Sir Henry Wotton, KNT, upon the late Queen of Bohemia, but so entirely was I occupied by the present, and not by the past, that where he had wrote Philomel, I sang Heliodore, which the ladies perceiving, they did tax me with it, and make very merry. And they considering that 'twas done for the sake of a civil artifice, and commanding that I should spoil no more of my songs for the purpose of a compliment, I did sing Mr. Herrick's beauteous song entitled To Anthea, who may command him anything. And over this Mad. de Chesnac did laugh mightily, after I had explained the words, she speaking no English, and Madame Heliodora only an indifferent amount. But my lady withdrew herself into the shade of a curtain, and seemed prodigious thoughtful. I wondering whether she discerned in my voice that 'twas to her I sang in especial. And mad de Chesnack demanding another song that should be more grave and profitable, I made choice of that sweet piece of the brave Colonel Lovelace's, to Luke Astor, on going beyond the seas. Now this, thought I, must tell my lady how I feel towards her, though I ben't he, at present, going beyond the seas. But to my great dismay, after I had finished, my lady rose from her place and passed quickly from the chamber, and I saw that there was tears on her face. Greatly terrified and ashamed, I looked to Mad de Chesnack, who essayed immediately to comfort me. Pray don't alarm yourself, my young friend. The sensibilities of Mademoiselle are very acute, and that pathetical song of yours hath moved her to tears. But she will return immediately. And in truth, before many minutes was over, Madame Heliodora did return, and having offered a genteel apology for her absence, took her usual place, but blushed when she discovered me regarding her, and for the rest of the evening her eyes seemed to meet mine with a certain entreaty. And this caused me to be prodigiously tumbled up and down in my mind, so that on returning to my lodging I sat long in the gallery looking over the sea, thinking what this should mean that had passed, in the stead of going to bed. Now it may seem to you strange, but so it was, that never until this night had I entertained the expectation of seeking from this lady, whom I had so suddenly and so entirely loved, any return of my affection. But now, pondering over her words and actions, I could not resist the notion that they had spoke of love, and though for this I called myself a fool and a coxcomb, and demanded to know what there was in me to draw a lady's fancy, and especially of such a lady, so beautiful and witty, and used to the manners of the politest of courts, yet I could not rid myself of the thought. And arriving at this conclusion, my heart leaped, and the blood coursed through my veins with so much joy, that I could scarce refrain from throwing my hat into the air, and calling out glory be to God. After the manner of certain of the Puritan fanatics at home. But by great good fortune there come just then into my mind that look I had seen in my lady's eyes, as if to entreat me not to betray her secret, and I resolved that I would die ere I would cause any sorrow to my sweet mistress. But nevertheless it was happy for me that the next day fell on a Sunday, so that I found no opportunity to try my lady's feelings towards me by the singing of more songs. It being Sunday, there was offices, 95, in the churches of the town, and in that nearest the palace mass was sung by the French priest that had accompanied his lordship hither. This was an ancient and kindly person, and forbore to press me to attend mass when I had told him of my different faith, so that I could not but felicitate myself upon the difference that lay between the French and the Portugals in such matters. But, as all the world now knows, all the French priests are not so gentle as good Father Simon. Now as I wandered on the ramparts, desiring much some Bible or book of common prayer, wherewith I might have edified my mind, there come towards me Madame Heliodora, with her little page carrying a book fastened with a silver chain, as if meant to hang from a lady's girdle. I looked to see whether she yet remembered what had passed the night before, but her face was calm again, and she met my eye with her usual noble modesty. "I have brought you a little book, sir," said she, "knowing that you have here no office book of your church wherewith to assist your devotions. 'Tis a Huguenot book, and belonged to my grandmother, that favoured that party. For this reason I can but lend it you, since it is very precious to me, but I entreat that you will retain it so long as we have the pleasure of your company here." And thus speaking, she took the book from the child and gave it to me, I bowing low, and thanking her ladyship for her great kindness in so thinking upon me. And when she was departed, I did look into the book, and found it to contain the Psalter, rendered into French verse by one Mons. Clement Marot. On the first page was wrote in a woman's hand, the ink now all faded, Charlotte de Tourville, born de Galamper, and on the margins of the leaves was their notes writ by the same hand in many places. All through the time of Mass I studied in the little book with great diligence, sitting in a shaded alcove on the wall of the palace, and listening to the tinkling of the little bells from the churches. But when I had finished, I put the book in my pocket, and set to communing with myself touching Madame Heliodora. And considering in my mind the space that I had known this lady, it seemed to me a thing incredible, as doubtless it will to you, that I had seen her for the first time little more than a week before, and that all my love was grown up in that span of time. And upon this I fell to asking myself whether it were possible that I had interpreted her actions wrongly, but remembered that all the poets and romancers were agreed that tears and blushes and deep agitation was a sign of love, and 'twas these very things that had first turned my thoughts that way. And so great was the joy that these considerations brought me, upon my now trying the dreams of the night by the wisdom of the day, that I could scarce contain myself, so that I must needs set to and walk all round the walls while the day was yet hot, a piece of extravagance that might justly have brought me a stroke of the sun, and so, being tired out, back to the palace to rest. And the next evening I supped with the ladies as before, but we had no singing, for Madame Heliodora was silent and very thoughtful, and sat by herself in the window without speaking. But I, remembering a certain proverb of Mr. Martin's, that ran, "Many kiss the child for the nurse's sake," did resolve to follow the counsel given therein, though turning it contrariwise, and so paid my court to Madame Heliodora through her cousin Mad. de Chesnac. This lady was of so merry and sportive a humour that she could not endure dullness nor melancholy about her, and engaged me speedily in a war of words touching the differences betwixt our two nations. And upon my making confession that I had always believed the ladies of France to be of a light and frivolous constitution, until I had the happiness to become acquainted with Madame Heliodora and herself, and so prove them to be both discreet and at the same time gracious, she did laugh mightily, and would have had my lady hear this fine jest. But seeing her still sit pensive at the window, she inclined her head toward me and saith very low, "You must not take Mademoiselle as a fair pattern of the ladies of France, sir. She is more than half a Huguenot by nature, and they are well nigh as much English as yourself. 'Tis from her grandmother she'eth it, my Lord Marquis his mother. But sure my lord and he inclined to Huguenotry, said I. Nay, he was took while very young out of his mother's charge, and his father had him bred up at a Jesuit college. Then he came under the notice of my lord the old Cardinal, 96, who interested him in these Indian adventures, and after his patron's death he lived in Paris in the manner of other persons of his rank until his patrimony was gone, and his Majesty was induced to use his experience in Eastern matters by naming him Viceroy. And after this did Mad. De Chesnac tell me much more touching my Lord Marquis, which it would be tedious to set down, and also concerning my lady his wife, and then touching herself, how that she, being a young kinswoman of my lady of Tourville, had espoused an elderly gentleman of my Lord Marquis his following, that so she might continue near her patroness. My husband was slain in a brawl, says she, before I had been wed a month, and I continued with my cousin, and since her death, with mademoiselle her daughter. Now you perceive, sir, how it is that in my old age I follow this young lady all over the world. Ah, madam, cried I, would that I were in your place. What a fine compliment, cries she, mightily diverted. My cousin, you must hear this, I insist on tea, and she repeated what I had said. Mr. Carleon can't know what a troublesome and whimsical creature I am, since he says that, says Madame Heliodora, coming back into the saloon, and leaving me blushing and ashamed that she should hear my hasty words. For several nights thereafter we did spend the time before supper in singing and talking, and it seemed to me that my love was prospering, so that my heart grew more and more light, for I observed that Madame Heliodora was wont to fall into long fits of musing, reddening and paling again when she was disturbed, and this again, say our authors, is a sure sign of love. And I, reading it so, was wont to feel as though treading upon air the while I made my rounds with Colonel Laborde, singing meantime in a low voice snatches of the songs that had been sung. He looked at me often, and smiled as though knowing what was in my mind, and I don't doubt he could have told me something had he so desired it. I can't determine now whether he was willing that another should suffer as he had done, or whether he judged that I should resent his speaking to me on such a topic, as was, indeed, most probable, but he did but shrug his great shoulders. He was a sturdy fellow from that part of France which they call Bretagne or Little Britain, and said naught, and I likewise. But it came to pass that about this time was a period put to this simple and harmless seeming enjoyment of mine by adverse causes from without, no other than the King of Gulkandar's suddenly bringing up his soldiers again from their camps for to attempt the city. It seemed most likely that he had learned the absence of my Lord Marquis, doubtless from some of the Moors left in the place, that we always suspected of bringing intelligence to their friends without the walls, though we could never catch him in the act, and desired to compass our destruction before he could return. And the Moors attempting to carry the walls by an escalado, we beat them off, and turned our minds to consider how we should best maintain a lengthened defense. My business lay with the palace, and on the strengthening thereof I did bestow endless care, instructing the ladies and their attendants, with the whole guard, that upon any alarm of the enemy's having gained a footing on the wall, they should run into the tower overlooking the water gate, wherein I stored up both arms and powder and shot, and also a sufficient quantity of victuals. And this, my own especial duty, having been seen to, I was very ready to seek other work, and willingly offered myself as Madame Heliodora's messenger, for to visit the guards on the walls at the several towers, and bring back to her the latest news of the defense. And the enemy came against us next with much greater judgment than before, dividing his forces and attempting many points at once, whereby we were hard put to it to maintain the walls with our small numbers. There was some very pretty fighting done, wherein I won't deny that I did take my part, though 'twould be unprofitable to set down all the particulars thereof, and we were able to rid ourselves of our foe for the present, they retiring some distance off. Now, would you not expect that, this happy event being attained, all in the place should have united together with one mind to strengthen the walls and prepare against a fresh assault? But it wa'n't so, for there was among the French officers certain timorous and politic persons that, like the children of Israel concerning Moses, said of my Lord Marquis that since he was now absent for near 3 weeks without returning, doubtless he and his ships were taken by the Dutch, and that 'twere best to come to terms with the King of Gulkandar while we might. I verily believe that the chief concernment for these gentlemen was that they might spite and injure my lord, in thus giving up his city in his absence, but they did not venture to say this openly, but spake of having gentlewomen in their company, and that for their sake they must seek to make peace. But sure such men as these could know naught of the stuff whereof that intrepid lady, of whom they principally spake, was made, for she, on hearing of their murmurs and the propositions they put forward, turned pale with anger, and called a council to assemble immediately. Now to this council I was admitted only by favour, and by my lady's command, as one appointed by my lord her father to a weighty post, but truly 'twas a brave sight to see all these officers assemble, in their laced clothes and great perukes, and Madame Heliodora, mighty fine in black satin and very rich white lace, sitting at the head of the table like a queen. 'Tis my belief that these gentlemen conceived that they had been summoned together for to deliberate upon articles of accommodation with the enemy, and sure they must have been prodigiously amazed when Madame Heliodora arose and spake without one of them saying a word. Speaking with an elegance of language and an ability of tone I have never known equalled, she said that she had been appointed to the oversight of the city by the Marquis her father, and that she would continue to hold it for his lordship and for the king. Certain persons, she said, had dared to think and talk of surrender, let them know that she, Heliodora de Tourvel, would die among the falling ruins of the town before she would suffer the word to be so much as mentioned in her hearing. If any one should venture to advocate an accommodation, let him stand out, and he should be arrested and imprisoned to await the Marquis's return, when his lordship would know how to deal with him. If they had anything further to say, let them say it, but if not, then in God's name let them go back to the walls and maintain their posts against the Moors. And they, having listened stupefied, being took by surprise as much as was I by the fiery courage of the lady, did depart in silence. But shortly after comes Colonel Laborde again into the chamber, and saith, after his stiff fashion, Madam, I have the honor to report that the lookout men declare that they see 3 ships approaching the harbor, pursued by a fleet, and that they suggest that his lordship is returning. Thank God, cried Madame Heliodora, turning very white, and trembled as though she would have fallen, but recovered herself, and gave me her hand to lead her back to her own apartments, which I did, being filled with extraordinary admiration for her bravery. Now the report of the lookout men was so far just in that the 3 ships they had discerned proved to be my lord's, and that he reached the harbor safely and cast anchor in deep water under the walls of the fort, the pursuing fleet, which was of course that of the Dutch, following him in, but casting anchor nearer to the entrance. But when we looked for my lord to land, he would not by no means do this, foreseeing that the Dutch, now that they were waxed so bold, might find a means to destroy his ships if he left them, and desiring to strike a blow that might rid him of his enemies for a time. And so night fell, both the Dutch ships and my lord's hanging out lanterns where they faced each other, for to prevent an attack by boats. Now in the middle of the night, as we heard afterwards from my lord, he loosed his own great ship, which lay outmost of the 3, from her moorings, with the greatest expedition and secrecy imaginable, transferring her light on board of a catamaran, which is a kind of skeleton boat used by the Indians of this coast for landing where there is much surf, which he moored where the ship had lain, so that she seemed to those in the Dutch fleet to be still there. Then, because he knew the harbor well, and had on board an Indian that was esteemed the skillfullest pilot of those parts, he sailed round by the outer part of the harbor, where the Dutch durst not anchor, for fear of sandbanks, and so came upon them from the outside, and attacked them very furiously. Now we within the city were awakened by the noise of this battle, thinking at first that the Dutch was assaulting the place with bombs, and very soon all that were not on guard at other points of the walls gathered at the watergate for to behold the fighting. 'Twas a prodigious dark night, the which had favored my lord's stratagem, and all our enlightenment was by the flashes from the guns of the ships on both sides. Now this Dutch fleet, though near all the several ships was greater and heavier than my lord's one, was thrown into such great confusion by this sudden attack as made them think that their enemy was a reinforcement of new ships from Europe, since they saw, as they believed, my lord's 3 ships lying still idle inside of them, and being unable in the darkness to distinguish that their assailant was only one, they slipped their cables for to run out of the harbor, running foul of one another, and doing much damage in their haste. And all this, in so far as we could discern the course of events, we on the walls watched with great contentment, and I in especial, being nothing loath to see defeated, though it were at the hand of a Frenchman, those rascally Hollanders from whom we in Britain had suffered so much. And with so much bravery and judgment did my lord handle his ship, as that he was able to perform that which he had desired, viz., to drive away the Dutch fleet while all was still dark, so that they should not discover the truth. Then when the fleet was departed, sorely battered and discomfited, he brought his own ship back to her station, and landed at the watergate with great pomp. And here he was met by all the garrison with acclamations, and the loudest among them was 2 or 3 Europe women of the lower sort, that were come first of all in the ships, and had urged on their husbands to demand the surrender of the town in his lordship's absence. And so to bed again, much wearied, after due greeting given to his lordship. Chapter 11. Of my casting out from my fool's paradise. Now on that next day also, which was but just a dawning when my lord landed, was I desired to sup at the palace, that so his lordship might hear from my mouth the true history of all that had passed in his absence. And my report having been given, and my lord engaged with Colonel Laborde, I ventured to approach the side of Madame Heliodora, and seek to engage her in discourse. But I was somewhat amazed to find that it did not please her to talk of the dangers of the siege, now happily escaped, nor yet of my lord her father's victory, but only of my own life and my early friends, and this did sorely vex me, for, as I must confess, at this time I loved not over and above to speak of Elswether and my father, and of Dorothy not at all. Wherefore, so soon as I saw the chance on tea, I changed the topic, and hit on that of dancing, moved thereto by some recollection of my little cousin's dancing in our childhood, and did beseech Madame Heliodora to do me the kindness of explaining the diversities that there are between French and English dancing. And this she was good enough to do very particularly, so that I was altogether carried away, as they say, and presently made so bold as to say that I should be perfectly happy could I enjoy the honor of standing up in a dance with her ladyship. When I had said this, I was alarmed at my own presumption, but my lady only laughed. I fear you will be constrained to tarry until you can find some younger partner, sir, saith she. As for me, I am too old to dance. Your pardon, madam, says I, quickly, but sure you are pleased to jest. I make so bold as to think that we should be an excellent good match. I myself am 26 years old, as your ladyship hath perhaps forgot. 26, saith my lady, looking upon me with some trouble in her eyes. I had not imagined you could be older than 22 or 3. But I am 28, Mr. Carlyon, almost an old woman. I han't danced for years, and I don't desire to do tea again. Madam, says I, suffer me to say that the passing years, so envious to some ladies, do but add to you the gifts they snatch from others. I was not a little proud of this compliment, but Madame Heliodora still gazed upon me sadly, and said naught. Then there come to us my lord, Colonel Laborde being now departed, and demanded to know the matter of our serious discourse. Then I, willing to avoid that topic of age, which had in some way grieved my lady, made answer that her ladyship and I spake concerning dancing. And upon this my lord, inquiring whether I could dance, sat down in his great chair, saying, I have a mind to see you dance, sir, if it ben't displeasing to you. My daughter, will you have the kindness to grant Mr. Carlyon your support in a gavotte? Sir, says Madame Heliodora, hastily, I entreat you to pardon me, and you also, Mr. Carlyon, and to excuse me from this dance, without you particularly desire it. I do especially desire it, my daughter, says he. Give me your theorbo, and I will play for you, if my fingers han't altogether lost their cunning. Do you take your stand there, if you please, Mr. Carleon. I did as he bade me, and he playing a most dainty tune, Madame Heliodora rose from her seat, and stood facing me. And with so much dignity and grace did she dance, as that I was ashamed to have put myself forward to stand up with her. But so sad and serious was her face the while, that it might have fitted a funeral, and having gone through the measure in silence, she returned still silent to her place. And I, being unable to win her to resume her usual cheerfulness, although my lord was very sprightly, and did make me many fine compliments, I did take my leave early, and returned to my lodging, marvelling much at the change in my lady's conditions towards me. And yet, even then, so foolish is youth, my own hopes flattered me into believing that my lady was tired, and would fain have rested herself and talked with me quietly, and that my twice gainsaying of her wishes, first in refusing the topics she did choose, and then in unmannerly pestering her to dance, had caused her to show herself thus grieved and displeased. Now the next morning, when I was about going abroad with Mr. Marini, for to see the late camping ground of the King of Gulkandar's army, for they were now, since the return of my lord, gone back to their former posts at some distance, we met with his lordship, who was about embarking in his barge for to row round the harbour and see what damage might have been done by the shots of the Dutch. He bade me come with him, and leave Mr. Marini find some other companion, and so I did, being sensible of the honour showed me, to be alone with my lord, save only for his Indian rowers, that spake no tongue of Europe. I wondered much whether my lord desired to speak with me that he carried me thus with him, but he said nothing of any moment until we were out in the harbour, and well beyond the reach of prying persons. Then he looked upon me in that way he had, that seemed to see everything without any striving thereto, and Mr. Carleon, says he, I am infinitely obliged to you for your care of my daughter in my absence. My lord, says I, such little service as I could render to her ladyship was in itself a pleasure. Perhaps, said my lord, you might be content to render that pleasure a lasting one, sir, by taking service with our company in the stead of your own. My lord, says I, mighty astonished, I hadn't never yet thought of taking such a step. There came a look of some impatience upon my lord's face on his hearing this, and I remembered his words said to me in his closet, before he started on his late adventure, and wondered whether they were meant to move me to this step. But I saying no more, he went on, I must needs be surprised, sir, though I should not be so, knowing your mild and forgiving constitution, to hear that you purpose to pass over the unkind treatment you have received at the hands of the President at Surat, and invite him to take you again into the service. Have you forgot that you lie under a suspicion of undeserved disgrace, and that your name is already removed from your company's books? Pray, why should you not join yourself to us, and engage your excellent parts and conditions in a service where they will be deservedly prized? To this I made little answer, being so much confused in my mind as to what I should say, wherefore his lordship continued. You have already seen, sir, how the Dutch are put to flight, and the Moors forced to keep at a distance from our walls. When help reaches us from France, as sure it must before many months are over, we shall destroy our enemies with a great blow. And that accomplished, I don't purpose to waste my life in trading, as do you English, but to lay the foundations of a great empire for His Majesty. For traffic, as I fear, I have small talent, but heaven hath granted me some little skill in statecraft, and here there is provided a field the most advantageous for such powers, in the dissensions and jealousies of the Mogul Emperor and his princes. If heaven continue to vouchsafe me the aid it has afforded hitherto, I look to make myself a power by an alliance with the King of Gulkandar, helping him to conquer the kings lying around him. This should easily be accomplished during the present absence of the Dutch, and I shall write myself down a fool if on their return they don't find the whole coast closed to them. And this assured, I would first use a portion of my reinforcements to strengthen our factories at Surat and Maclapaton, and taking the rest with me, would then proceed to visit the court of Sevagi, for to confirm our league with him. This being done, I would use my efforts to reconcile him with the King of Gulkandar, I myself acting both as the means and the bond of this alliance, and see you there. I have power across the whole of Deccan, and far into the Moguls' dominions to the north. The Emperor must reckon with me then, and I think that even Aurangzeb himself would pause before attempting war against such a confederacy. Then I have the situation in my hands. How does this plan strike you, sir? It seems a very bold and splendid scheme, my lord, said I. Yet to accomplish it, says my lord, I must needs secure myself from the jealous interference of those in France, that consider they know more of Indian matters than I, who am in the Indies. As you may have perceived, sir, some of my officers are badly affected towards me, and seek every pretext to write calumnies against me to the minister. I can say truly that I don't fear their machinations so long as I am acquainted with them beforehand, and yet it isn't consistent with my quality, nor with the high dignity that His Majesty hath conferred upon me, to mingle with these persons and find out their intentions for myself. I need some person in my following that will be one of them and yet a faithful friend to me. Once, and he looked at me, I thought that I had found such an one, but now I fear that fortune was but deluding me once more. Is such a situation as this beneath your expectations and your hopes, Mr. Carleon? Indeed, my lord, 'tis so high above them that I can't at present think on 't. Calmly said I. You would gain, says he, experience and wisdom, and much honor withal. Wealth likewise, but I won't injure you by supposing that could move you. And there are other rewards, greater, such as one names not in words, but which await the trusted helper. Here he looked me again full in the face, so that my eyes fell before his. Come, sir, saith he, mighty encouraging, can you hesitate? You gain so much in joining yourself to us, and lose so little, merely a king that can't provide a place for you, though your father spent all he had in his service, and a desk and many years of weary work in the Surat factory. My lord, says I, and much beside. Pooh, pooh, says my lord sharply, you are too nice and too calculating, sir. What is there that renders your services at Surat so valuable that they would be missed should you accept of my offer? My lord, says I, the meanest Englishman hath three things to consider, viz., his honour, his soul, and his body, whereof the last is precious to his friends, the second to God, and the first to himself. Under your lordship's leave, I believe that I should put in jeopardy all three of these, did I accept of your most obliging offer, and I must therefore ask humbly to be allowed to decline it. Now, by my faith, cried his lordship, will you talk of your body in the same breath with your honour, sir? You do yourself wrong, Mr. Carleon, by these barbarous notions. Come, think over my proposition. I will give you 15 days 40. Until then we will say nothing, but I hope to find you then less blind to your own advantage. You must perceive how highly I esteem you, by my daughter's admitting you so continually to her saloon. Is it possible that after a sojourn of some weeks at St. Thomas, you can look forward to return with contentment to your life at Surat? There is, as I understand, no ladies there whose company you may enjoy as you have done that of my family. Indeed, my lord, said I, imagining to myself the pain I should feel on quitting the vicinage of Madame Heliodora, and shuddering at the very thought, 'twould be a new expulsion from paradise. So I had divined, says he, and therefore counselled you to remain with us. When you have duly considered of the matter, I have little fear but you will follow my advice. But take counsel with your pillow, ponder for a fortnight what I have said to you, and then we will speak again upon this topic. Now by this time we were returned to the landing place, and my lord signifying that he desired me still to attend him, I did accompany him to the palace, and being there dismissed by his lordship, took occasion to go to the chamber where I had lain during his absence, for to seek one of my lace bands, 97, that I had left there. And finding it, I was about returning to my lodging at Mr. Marini's, when I come again upon his lordship, looking over a part of the palace which want he then used, being too large for his family, but so complete and so shut off as to be almost a separate palace in itself. And my lord seeing me, would have me go over these buildings with him, and showed himself most gracious towards me, and was pleased to tell me his plans for the ornamenting and furnishing this place when it should be needed. And when all was seen and done, and I departing, he saith on a sudden, when my daughter marries she will dwell here beside me, and so shall I have her almost in my own house still. Now this word of his lordship's filled me with thought, and sent me home very busy. For you will smile to hear that until now I had never so much as dreamed of espousing Madame Heliodora, although I knew and had assured myself that I loved her. It had seemed to me a sufficiency of bliss to behold her every day, as I now did, and to enjoy her sweet company and wise discourse. Nay, now that the thought was presented to my mind, it seemed to me a kind of sacrilege to imagine that so divine a creature was to be wooed and wedded like any other woman, since she seemed to be set far above all such common ways, like the fabled goddess Minerva of the ancients, or our own question. Elizabeth, of glorious memory. And by reason of this new thought I went about all day heavy and, as it were, guilty in my own esteem. But this did not continue long, for growing used to the notion, I reasoned with myself that since her ladyship refused not to condescend to the joys and sorrows of common mortals, why should she not espouse me as soon as any other? And though this argument filled me at first with a great trembling and fear, by reason of my own presumption, yet I soon accustomed myself thereto, and even dwelt upon it with great delight. And in this frame of mind I abode for several days, seeing Madame Heliodora as before, only in the evening, when I found myself so timid and bashful as scarce to be able to utter a word in her ladyship's presence, and on leaving did always curse myself for my folly in daring to suppose that she could ever deign to smile upon me. And as though I wanted enough troubled already, a chance word of my lady's brought back to my mind that which in this sweet madness I had clean forgot, yea, and had been fain to forget longer, viz., that I was betrothed already to my little cousin Dorothy Brandon, and that both she and my father would look for me to fulfill my contract with her. Now this for some time filled me with such heaviness that I knew not what to do, finding myself as it were stranded between inclination on the one hand and honor on the other. And being thus situated, I did as men are wont to do in such a case, that is to say, I stood wavering between the two difficulties. For I could not altogether resolve to adopt my lord's offer and enter the French service, cutting myself off entirely from my own country, and designing never to see my father's face again, lest he should reproach me, and yet I could not make up my mind to retire immediately to Madras and return to my duty. And while in this pother, that ingenious sophistry, wherewith the devil is wont to bewilder our minds in such cases of temptation, came to the aid of my own inclination. For, so said the tempter to me, your cousin is yet very young, and may reasonably look for a far better settlement than you can offer her. Moreover, she hath not seen you for many years, and her childish fancy for you can't fail by now to have faded away, while as for any more enduring affection for you that might replace it, how can it have sprung up in your absence? Nay, how do you know that she hadn't already fallen in with some gentleman to whom her wishes might incline, were it not for her engagement with you? And this more probable, and will you force her to sacrifice her love and herself to a contract made by your father when you were both infants? Thus spake the voice of my own desires, and so prone are we to erect our unruly fancies into virtues, that I waxed exceeding hot and wrathful when I considered the case of the luckless damsel thus bound unwillingly to me, and felt that 'twould be to wrong her grievously did I lack the courage to break the chain that held us. Nor was this all, for it seemed to me that I had also in my keeping the happiness of Madame Heliodora, which I must certainly ruin if I should leave her for to carry out my contract with Dorothy. And thus did I, poor foolish coxcomb, labor to excuse myself and bring salve to my conscience, weighing and judging these matters in my mind as though the lives of all around me had hung upon my nod, and they themselves should be fortunate or miserable according as my high will and pleasure should decree. Never once did I consider that in all this I was wronging not only my poor cousin, whose faithful heart had never turned from me to any other, but also that noble lady, who, if she had loved me even as I hoped, would nevertheless have sacrificed herself and me, without relenting, to the duty that bound me. Reasoning with myself then in this wise, I did put off from day to day the deciding concerning my Lord Marquis his offer, considering always that I would make up my mind tomorrow, until it so happened that my resolve was fixed without my intending it by a certain word of my Lord's. For coming one day into his lordship's closet, whither he had sent for me to attend upon him, I found with him Father Simon, his chaplain. And they being busied in discourse, when first I tapped upon the door they did not heed me, and I heard Father Simon say, "Hath your lordship considered that by your schemes you may be endangering the happiness of my lady your daughter?" To whom his lordship answered coolly enough, "My daughter is able to take good care of herself and her happiness, father, I thank you." And I then knocking the second time, he bid me enter. But I was much exercised in my mind concerning that I had heard, wondering whether his lordship was so secure of Madame Heliodora's indifferency towards me that he believed he might safely lure me on by hopes of winning her, such as she would refuse to see realized. But, thought I, if this be my lord's mind, I know more touching the matter than he, for all his reading of faces, for he, it is evident, hadn't he observed those delicious tokens of tears and blushes and the like, that have revealed to me my lady's heart. And thus I was now moved also with the desire to approve myself wiser in reading thoughts than my lord, with all his statecraft, and this, coming with all those other considerations I have mentioned, brought me to decide that at the end of the fortnight, which was now near at hand, I would accept of my lord's offer. Looking back now on that time, I can't conceive how my presumption and folly should ever have blinded me to such a degree, but so secure and confident was I, that I writ after this a letter to my father, hinting not obscurely at my hopes and expectations, and yet not in so many words breaking off my contract with Dorothy, but leaving her rather to judge by implication that it was at an end. And this letter, which they could not, as I knew, misinterpret, I sent by a messenger that my lord was about dispatching to Madras, whence it might be sent to England. And having thus, as I conceived, eased my conscience by declaring my intentions of that I was about to do, I waited, in much excitement and perturbation of mind, for the fortnight to end. And though this space of time seemed prodigiously slow in passing, yet it came to an end at last, and on its final night I went to bed so oppressed with the thoughts of my coming glory and happiness as that I could scarce compose myself to sleep. Now on this night it was that there come to me a most strange dream or apparition, the particulars whereof, lest any should gainsay I did set down in writing at the time, and do now record for the examination and explication of wiser men than I. For as I tossed and tumbled upon my bed, in a state betwixt sleeping and waking, I saw in the chamber my little cousin Dorothy, grown into a tall and goodly woman, and wearing a white wrapping gown and a cap guarded with bone lace, her countenance bearing an air of extreme concern. At whose appearing I did experience at the first a feeling of much comfort, but was immediately seized with a fit of great trembling, remembering the treachery and dishonor that I had meditated against her. And she did stretch forth both her hands to me, as one entreating, but spake no word. To whom I, repenting of my shameful intention, did call with a lamentable voice, saying, Help me, good cousin, if indeed it be you, for I am in a grievous strait. And she, with an air of great seriousness, cried sharply unto me, Be true, cousin Ned, oh, be true, and forthwith vanished. Then I, awaking fully, turned the matter over in my mind, and did consider much with myself, wondering at the providence that had thus sent the shape of my cousin Dorothy to warn me, when I was on the point of forsaking my duty and choosing the path of dishonor. Nevertheless, my inclination still dragged me towards the accepting my lord's offer, and I was prodigious sad and unhappy in the morning, so that even Mr. Marini observed my heaviness as we sat at breakfast, and asked of me whether the beautiful Heliodora had showed herself cruel towards me last night. Now at this, added to my former passion, I was seized with such a transport of rage as that I could have killed Mr. Marini for this question, but he, perceiving my disorder with astonishment, made haste to apologize very handsomely, and so the matter dropped. After breakfast there come a messenger from my lord, bidding me attend him in his closet, and I went thither with a heavy heart. And you may well conceive that it wanted by any means easy to me, being already so confused and unhappy in my mind, to explain to my lord that my duty to my employers and to my father would not allow me to accept his proposition. Of the matter concerning Dorothy I said naught, for my lord had not once spoke plainly touching my regard for Madame Heliodora, but only hinted thereat, and I was well content that her name should not be mentioned between us. But I could scarce succeed in persuading my lord, who had judged me certain to accept of his offer, and the more I bungled in my reasonings, the more he involved me in fresh tricks of speech, with such artful putting of questions and imputing of motives, as brought me nearly to despair, so that I resigned one by one all my reasons, yet still clung feebly to my resolve, which his lordship perceiving was displeased. I have counselled you for your good, sir, saith he at last, in some heat, but you show yourself mighty slow to profit by my advice. Let us see whether a few minutes' discourse with the ladies will work more effect. And without more ado he led me to the door of Madame Heliodora's withdrawing room, where he left me, signifying that he should look for my return in an hour, and desiring for me a better mind. Now this was for me the worst prospect of all, that in saving my honor, though now almost too late, and in keeping faith with my masters I must attack and maybe wreck my lady's happiness. Likewise I feared that even yet, not knowing what was on foot, she might by her sweet discourse and her incomparable graciousness break down my resolution, so that it was in much turmoil of spirit that I did enter that enchanted chamber of hers, as Tancred might have approached the bower of Armida. It being yet so early, the ladies were both only breaking their fast, my lady's blackamoor page waiting upon them with jacolat and a sorbet, 98, which is a cooling drink made by the Moors from divers fruits and herbs, very comforting in these climates. My lady was fully dressed, though without powder or ornaments, but mad. De Chesnac was still in her wrapping gown of painted calicut, 99, with her hair drawn up under a mourning cap. "Ah, Mr. Carleon," she cried, seeing me, "you are early today, and you find me still in my undress. It rejoices me to see you, for this morning time is the most wearisome imaginable. Pray bid the boy remove these dishes, and let us fall to talking in a sprightly and ingenious manner, as if we were in France." I made shift to do as she bid me, but whether it were that my trouble of mind withheld me from discoursing ingeniously I don't know, but mad. De Chesnac waxed very drowsy, and presently slept altogether. Then my lady, after waiting for a moment to try whether she would awake, arose from her seat and stepped out upon the great gallery, such as is called by the Indians, and after them by the Portugals, veranda, which looketh over the sea, and is hung about with roses, mighty pretty, and signed to me to follow her, the which I did. Ah! What a moment was that, wherein we looked out upon the marble walls of the city and the sea beyond, that was of a deep azure color, and glistering in the sunlight. Even at this distant space of time, I have but to close my eyes to see Madame Heliodora standing there among the roses, in her rich array, with her feathered fan in her hand, while I, poor fool, leaned upon the rail beside her, ready to kiss the very blossoms that had but touched her cheek. She stood looking over the sea, then, upon a sudden turning to me, she saith, "You seem today to be in some disorder, sir." "Truly, madam," said I, mighty flustered by her condescension, "your ladyship judgeth aright. I am in sore disquiet by reason of a most strange dream that did visit me in the night. May I inquire whether you be one of those that attach credence to such things?" "Assuredly," quoth she, "for ha'n't he the holy saints often been instructed in this manner, and likewise many unbelievers converted?" "Pray, sir," and I saw an anxious shade upon her face, "be so good as tell me your dream." I obeyed, marveling greatly to see the heaviness pass out of my lady's face as I spake, until, on my reaching the end, she turned upon me, saying, "And want ye there some need of the warning, sir?" "Madam," cried I, in grievous astonishment and heat, but my lady had turned from me again, and was looking over the sea. "Sir," saith she, in a strange voice, "I pray you don't take offense that I cast aside for a moment the restraints belonging to my sex and quality, and speak to you for your good. Forget for the instant that it is Heliodore de Tourvel that speaks, and think only that 'tis one that is solicitous for your best interests." "Madam," says I, "I'll endeavor myself to profit by any counsel you may be good enough to give me." "Sir," saith Madame Heliodora, "you are very young, and in youth one is often carried away by one's sensibilities. Now my father ain't he young any longer, and, moreover, he is a statesman, and 'tis the wont of statesmen to make use of the sensibilities of others for to further their own plans. Tell me," and again she turned upon me, "ha'n't he endeavored, through your sensibilities, to make you false to your country and your faith?" "Not my faith, madam," I cried, in great indignation. For the sake of that I have lain in the dungeons of the Inquisition, and doth your ladyship think I am like to forsake it for reward? Ah, bah, that will come after, quoth my lady, spreading forth her white hands with a gesture as of disgust. He can afford to wait. To your country and your employers, then, sir. What say you to that? Madam, said I, growing red, my employers have suspected me unjustly, and now they have took my name off their books, and esteem me dead. And is that any reason that you should prove their suspicion not unjust? Cries she hotly. Go back to your employers, sir, confess your fault in lingering here, and explain your action in the other matters wherein they have disapproved of your carriage towards them, and so set yourself right in their eyes. Madam, I stammered, you ask a great matter, for indeed, since I had been in her presence again, I had wavered in my intentions of departing, as my lord had foreseen I should do. I don't ask it, I command it. And she stamped her foot. What, the reward of dishonor is then too great to be refused? My lord Marquis knows, madam, that no reward but the greatest could avail in this matter, quoth I boldly, looking at her the while in a way she might not mistake. She drew herself up mighty proudly, and for one instant there was a smile as of disdain upon her lips. The next she saith slowly, alas, my poor friend, I fear that you have deceived yourself very grievously. It is now 3 years that I am betrothed to my father's cousin, the Viscount Eugene de Gallimpre. Madam, I cried, too heavily stricken at first to say more, but presently recovering myself a little, perchance my lord Marquiseth it in his mind to break off the match. Not with my consent, she cried quickly, and I saw all my folly. I knew that the lady that I worshipped loved me not a whit, for that all her heart was given to this Frenchman. All those signs of love, which I, in my blind foolishness, had interpreted for myself, were caused by the thought of him. I bowed my head on the railing with a groan, feeling verily that now I had lost all. Hush, sir, cried Madame Heliodora, will you ruin yourself and me both? Dry these unmanly tears, and tell me, what have you ever seen in Heliodore de Tourvel that should make you think that she would consent to be used as a bribe to repay a dishonorable action? Alas, madam, I cried, you see me humbled to the very dust at your feet. Sure death is the only remedy for misery so great as mine. Rise, sir, says she angrily, and let me hear no more of such heathen foolishness. Are you prepared for death, you that have meditated such treason not only against your employers, but also against that unhappy lady in England, your cousin? I obeyed her, ashamed that I should deserve and receive such rebuke from a papist, and at that same moment there come back to my mind that wise saying of Dr. Thomas Brown, to the effect that suicide is not so much to fear death as to be afraid of life. When to live is more terrible than death, then is it the truest valor to dare to live. But I groaned again to remember how often my cousin Dorothy and I had read those words together, and also to think how much more terrible life would now be to me than death, though surely this should not have been so, seeing I was assured of my lady's continued happiness. Sir, says Madame Heliodora, you have yet much to live for. Humble yourself to your employers, as I have already recommended to you, and then, if your cousin be still willing to espouse you, make to her the best amends in your power for your faithlessness. Madam, I replied, I will obey you so far as in me lies, but this thing I can't do. The man that hath once lived in the hope, vain and foolish though it were, to be beloved by you, can never bend his thoughts towards any other. Were Mrs. Dorothy Brandon possessed of every perfection under heaven, I could not bring myself to wed her, yet, though she herself besought me on her bended knees. Alas, what fools are we! I can now scarce bring myself to write down these shameful words, knowing, as I do, of the day wherein these my vauntings lay upon me as heavy as lead, so that they were like to drag me down into despair, and when, for one kind word from the dear lady whose love I thus slighted, I had willingly died. Be silent, sir, cried Madame Heliodora in extreme heat. Such words don't befit either yourself or Mrs. Brandon. If I know her aright from all you have told me, you are far more like to sue in vain for her favor than she for yours. You are a mean-spirited craven, sir, to speak thus to me touching one of my own sex. Madam, forgive me, I entreated. I am sore disquieted, and I ask your pardon if my words want seemly, though I must remain fixed in their spirit. What does your ladyship desire me to do? You must leave this city at once, sir, which hath been, indeed, your capwa, says my lady, in a voice of displeasure, and do as I have recommended you. If your name should ever again come to my ears, I trust to hear of you as an honorable gentleman, and married to the excellent lady whose happiness is in your keeping. Give me some slight token, madam, I entreated, that I may know that I am forever disgraced in your sight. Nay, truly, she cried, then, checking herself, you may chance to meet the Viscount de Gallimpre on your travels, sir, for he was sent from our factory of Surat on a mission for His Majesty to the Emperor and the Moratti King. He is of the religion, a Huguenot, like yourself, wherefore you should agree. Convey to him my loving commendations. You understand me. Madam, I will obey you, said I, and laden with this message of kind cruelty, departed. Chapter 12. Of a part of my life that had been better spent otherwise than it was. Now after that which I had heard from my lady, I had but one desire, and this was, to leave the place so soon as I conveniently might. With this purpose, then, I waited upon my lord, and acquainted him of my determination, wherewith he professed himself very much grieved. But perceiving from my countenance, without doubt, that Madame Heliodora had undeceived me, and released me from the tangle that he had drawn around me, and seeing also the turmoil of spirit into the which her action had thrown me, he made no further attempt to detain me at St. Thomas, nor was any question made touching my sudden departing. And on my part, also, I said naught of the hopes he had given me, since now, at last, I perceived that 'twas all done in so delicate and artful a manner as he could have denied with all appearance of truth any design to turn my thoughts towards my lady his daughter. But Mr. Marini wanted so silent, for he was very greatly astonished to learn that I was about departing that very day, following the counsel of Madame Heliodora. And this I was concerned to do in the exactest manner possible, from the shame and remorse I felt in regard of my conduct towards her. For this I repeat, as I have hereinbefore showed you, that my folly in no wise to be laid to the charge of that most noble and virtuous lady, as certain base persons have falsely alleged, but solely to my own presumption, and the statecraft of my Lord Marquis her father. Mr. Marini being, as I said, mighty astonished at my decision, could not forbear questioning me thereupon, and so arrived at a tolerable knowledge of the whole matter. Still, although mightily diverted to hear of my presumption and its rebuff, he was good enough to restrain his mirth in my presence, though I can't but believe that he hinted the affair to his fellows, and especially to Colonel Laborde, for when these gentlemen came to take their leaves of me, there was in their manners a certain sourness and contemptuous pity, such as my sore heart found it hard to brook. Nevertheless, I did bid them farewell with great ceremony, and likewise my lady and Mad. de Chesnac, and so departed, my lord sending me in his own barge, with Mr. Marini bearing a letter from his lordship commending me to the agent at Fort St. George in Madras. And of his lordship I took my leave with great respect, esteeming him to be at once the stoutest soldier and the most ambitious person that I had ever met. The Dutch fleet being still absent since my lord's defeat on our voyage, lasting but for 2 hours or so, passed without any event worthy of remark, nor might I even spend it in melancholical and remorseful thought, since Mr. Marini was with me, and must have continued discoursing had he been attending upon me to the scaffold. And so droll and merry was he, that I even could not forbear laughing at some of his conceits, though I would not suffer him to press me on that point of my ill-starred pretension to my lady's hand. But so at last we reached Madras, whither Mr. Marini had come more than once with letters from my Lord Marquis, and were hospitably received by the agent, when my letter of commendation had been delivered. One of the council offering Mr. Marini a lodging for the night, he returned back to St. Thomas the next day, bearing divers letters and gifts for my lord from the agent, and it seemed to me that I was now done with the French, and should be like to hear no more, so long as I lived, concerning that city and its garrison. But in this, as you will afterwards perceive, I did err. Now I, being left at Fort St. George for to await the coming of some ship that might carry me to Surat, had no better to do than to walk abroad and divert myself with looking at the town. And this is a place of good force, dwelt in both by Moors and Gentoos, and also by that people called Parses, that are more industrious and successful in their business than either of them. The place is far better ordered, according to our notions, than Surat, the streets being straight, and kept always sweet and clean. The fort is also strong and well provided with soldiers, both Europemen and Hindustans, though without any artillery, since the merchants and he allowed even a cannon or two for the firing a salute. But with such magnificence do the company's servants go here, as it quite exceeds that at Surat, and this because they are resolved in everything to show themselves to the Indians at least as great as the chief officers of the King of Gulkandar, whom he sends often enough for to plague them. And all this I observed with some pleasure, being concerned always to note the situation of His Majesty's subjects in these parts, and the usage they meet with from the Indians. But when once I had completed my survey of the fort and city, I found time heavy on my hands, and having naught else to do, fell into a state of great melancholy and weariness, brooding continually over my hopeless love and its ending. And although I was very sensible of my own folly in entertaining such a passion, and cursed it in my mind, yet did I, as many, I believe, are wont to do, attribute to the fancied misdeeds of others that which was my own fault, blaming not only my lord, but also Madame Heliodora, and even Mad. de Chesnac and Mr. Marini, and in especial Colonel Laborde, because, as I suppose, they had not cared to warn me and so preserve me from my foolishness. And all this did breed in me a certain heaviness and disease that was near leading me to madness, so that I did forswear all confidence in my fellow creatures, and determined to live henceforth by myself alone, untouched by the joys and pains of other men. I am thankful to remember that even at this time I had grace enough to exempt my father from this general condemnation, and to resolve still to use all means in my power for to carry out that purpose wherein he had sent me to the Indies, viz., the releasing the Elswether estate from its burdens, that so Sir Harry might enjoy in his old age that easiness of fortune which he deserved. But with respect to marriage with Dorothy, or return to England, I put the thoughts of these from me with a sort of sick scorn, if I may so speak. For I won't deny that I seemed to myself to be a very virtuous and well-deserving person, that a cruel fate had led into divers misfortunes, such as he must needs rise superior to though they galled him sorely. And that I might do this, it was evident to me that I must give myself up altogether to business, lest otherwise the memory of my trouble should drive me mad. And that I might the better do this, I begged the agent at the fort to appoint me some work until there should come some means for me to return to Surat, which he did with a very good will, so that I gained much experience in that 2 months I did spend at Madras. In my leisure time, moreover, not desiring to have opportunity for thought, I applied myself to the study of the Portuguese, finding an old Portugal trader willing to instruct me therein, and so made good progress. And all this diligence pleased the agent so well, he not knowing of that secret spur that did drive me on to work continually, and yet made all my labor to seem but as fruitless toil, that he much commended me, and desired mightily to have me with him instead of at Surat. But it wanted for me to linger at Madras when my place was elsewhere, and because no ship touched at the place convenient for me to embark therein, I did embrace with joy the occasion offered me by the setting out of a café bound for Bombay, and headed by my friend the old Portugal trader, to return to Surat, he inviting me to bear him company. Now in this journey we must needs pass through all the kingdom of Gulkandar and also that of Vijayapur, in both whereof the kings and ruling men are Moors, and mighty suspicious and jealous of all Europe men, and for this cause we adopted the Indian habit for our travels, that so we might go on our way with less remark. And all this journey, by God's good providence, we did perform and accomplish in safety, visiting divers places of note and seeing many strange things, which it would be tedious to set down at length. And at Bombay I bid farewell to my ancient friend the Portugal, thanking him for his kindness towards me and the many things he had taught me in his ingenious discourse, and made myself known to the President of the Council at Bombay. And by good luck there chanced to be lying in the port just at that time the company's balloon from Surat, that was come for to bring an advice from the council there, so as I was able to be sent on at once to my old factory. And when we were come to Surat, I went on shore immediately, being still in my Moorish habit, and with great mustachios, such as the Moguls used to wear, and did seek Mr. Martin in his former room. But I found there a gentleman newly arrived from England, that advised me that Mr. Martin was now made accountant, and showed himself very curious to know what I desired with him. But not choosing to gratify this inquisitive temper, I sought the accountant's chamber, and found there Mr. Martin established in great state and some luxury. And seeing me, he took me for some Arabian or Persian visitor of quality, and speaking in Persian, desired to know how he might serve me, but I regarding him steadfastly, the truth brake into his mind, and he leaped up and seized me joyfully by the hand. "My dear Ned," quoth he, "the longest day at his end, and I was ever sure I should see you again, though Mr. Secretary, and that evil-conditioned cub of his, Mr. Spender, hath often scoffed at my security. But without hope the heart would break, and so it had been with me, my dear lad, had I believed you truly to be turned papist and gone to the Brazils. Wherefore I have always declared that you want either dead or recanted, but were honorably and Christianly employed wherever you were, and now here you are for to confirm my words. But truly you are grown from a boy into a man since last I saw you." "Nay, sir," says I, "by my own feelings I might be grown from a man into the wandering Jew." "Ned," says Mr. Martin, looking me straight in the face, "you have been in trouble, and that other than the Inquisitions. What is 't, lad? Is it wine, or women, or dice? For 'tis these three are the common curses of our young gentlemen here as in England." "Sir," says I, "you have hit it, and yet not altogether, for 'tis a woman that hath brought me to this pass, and yet not as you imagine it, for I pretended to her hand in an honorable manner, and she used me better than I deserved. 'Twas my situation and hers made my pretensions dishonorable." "Tush," says he, "dishonorable honor, what is this? Or do you prefer your doings to be named honorable dishonor? Riddle me no riddles, Ned. Many stumble at a straw and leap over a block, and I fear lest your honor have brought you perilous near to dishonor. But tell me your tale, and let me hear of your hairbreadth escapes and most disastrous chances, and I'll help you in so far as my conscience will suffer me. Who is the female you speak of, and how hath she brought you into trouble?" But this seeming to me to reflect somewhat upon Madame Heliodora, whose name and reputation I must ever hold sacred, I made haste to tell Mr. Martin with some heat all my history, which he had picked up wrong from my first words, and he listened with prodigious attention, nodding and wagging his head at times, but saying little. "Ah, Ned, Ned," quoth he at last, "I would we had never sent you to Grier, and yet, as the proverb saith, bought wit is best. Perhaps 'tis these very trials that are to make a man of you in time." "Nay, sir, when am I to be a man if not now?" asked I. "Now, when you are still slighting your solemn engagement with your cousin, and all for the sake of a presumptuous passion that sprung up in a week," said he. "When you are treasuring all manner of spite against this French lady and her friends for their share in your undoing, and even against that nobleman to whom she is betrothed, that never injured you, save unwittingly by the fact of his living at all. No, lad, I shan't account you a man until you show yourself one. When you award blame to yourself instead of to these other persons, and are ready to atone, so far as may be, for your fault, then I shall esteem you a man, and worthy to win a woman's love." I was silent from very shame, for Mr. Martin had read my thoughts better than I myself, and they looked black enough when he uttered them aloud. He laid his hand upon my shoulder kindly. "I spake lightly at my first seeing you, Ned, calling you a man grown. This you'n't yet, but I hope to see you one. There is much for you to learn yet, and it may be to suffer, but he runneth far, that never turneth again." Thus did this good man gently admonish me, with all imaginable kindness, at a time when, God knows, I needed both counsel and admonition only too much. For, when working hours was over, and Mr. Martin would fain have carried me to his own lodging, there to tarry until my own former chamber could be prepared for me, there come one from his Honour the President, to whom Mr. Martin had sent intelligence of my return, desiring me to consider myself as suspended from the company's service until such time as the council might sit upon my case, and deliberate whether I was to be restored to my room or not. And this seemed to me but a piece of formality, though a strange one, but Mr. Martin looked grave thereat, and showed himself more concerned than I had looked for. Howbeit, he found me a lodging in one of the guest chambers for that night, and did also send back to me my old servant Loldus, whom he had kept all this while in his own service for his faithfulness to me. And at supper I had the honour to make the acquaintance of divers of the gentlemen that were arrived in the factory since I had left Surat, and likewise to present myself afresh to the knowledge of those that I had seen before. The President I did but salute in passing him, and likewise Mr. Secretary, that sat at his Honour's table, and possessed his ear. One or two persons among those present, and notably Mr. Spender, showed themselves somewhat cold towards me, but the greater part, following the lead of Mr. Martin, did discourse with me very agreeably, and were mighty desirous to hear of my adventures. Now the next day, when the council sat, I was summoned before them for to give account of myself, and quickly perceived that 'twas well for me that I had Mr. Martin for my helper, since Mr. President was prodigiously evil affected towards me. I could not forbear crediting some of this ill will of his to Mr. Spender, that was present for to assist Mr. Secretary, so that they too had plenty of chances to turn his honor against me, but I would not forget myself so far as to declare my belief before the council. And indeed, now that I am come to consider the matter calmly, I can't but perceive that there was nothing extraordinary in all this precaution, if they believed the tales they had heard touching me, for it was hinted, I don't know by whom, that I was escaped from the Inquisition by denying my faith and betraying the company's secrets. On the contrary part was there at present only my bare word, and I can't be surprised that the council hesitated to believe so singular and monstrous a tale, the like of which had scarce ever been heard before, either in England or the Indies. But at that time I was extreme hot and indignant that some proof of my story was demanded, beyond my own word, and I might have gone on to have grievously damaged my own cause by my intemperate words, had not my good friend Mr. Martin once more come to my help. For this excellent man offered immediately to be bound for me, and to answer for my conversation and general trustworthiness until Captain Freeman should be returned from his voyage into Bengal, when he with his ship's crew might testify to the truth of my relation. And this the council did accept, and further allowed Mr. Martin to use me in the business under his own eye, he seeing to that the company took no damage. And this decided, we returned to Mr. Martin's lodging, where I threw myself in anger into a great chair. Sure, sir, says I, I'm worse off, now that my word is doubted, than even that king I have once heard you speak on, for I have lost all, and honour beside. Nay, says he, your honour can't be took from you, without you allow it. Do you be careful to keep it safe. But how to withstand the power of slander? I asked. I'll allow, says he, that the accusation as to the manner of your escape comes as from an enemy, for malice never speaks well. But for the rest, 'tis but a reasonable precaution, and I will see to that when Captain Freeman is returned to prove your honesty, this time shall be credited to you as a part of your service. You have in me, Ned, a friend in court, and he, saith the proverb, is worth a penny in purse. So be of good cheer, remembering that as a man is friended, so the law is ended. Having received this assurance, I found my heart something lighter, and I went to work with such zest as delighted Mr. Martin, though he knew not, as I supposed, that 'twas chiefly done that I might have no leisure left for thought. I took much advantage from his ripe experience and long knowledge of the Eastern trade, and he was wont to tell me, laughing, that I bid fair to be as keen a merchant as himself. Having some knowledge of French, I was often sent to carry through any needful business with the gentlemen at the French factory, whom I found very agreeable, but more of merchants and less of soldiers than those I had seen at St. Thomas. I had heard from Mr. Martin and others that they weren't well liked among us, being regarded as interlopers, and also because they had assisted Savigi with fuses and powder on his second coming hither in the year 1669–70, when again our poor Englishmen were shut up in the factory, which they defended with great obstinacy, and so beat him off. And beside this also, the French suffered the Mahrattas to march through their factory to attack part of the town and a certain prince of Tartary that had his lodging there, which put them in very ill odour both with the Moguls and with us, but for this they cared little, being set upon an alliance with Savigny, after the design conceived by my Lord Marquis of Tourville. Now after I had been near 6 months back at Surat, there come one day a message saying that the Boscobel had cast anchor in Swally Road, and an hackney was sent at once for to fetch Captain Freeman to be examined by the council touching my matter, without any speech had betwixt us. And he, though greatly astonished to hear of my safety and return, did so stoutly declare me to have escaped from imminent peril and death at Goa, and that not by recantation, but by God's working with him and his crew, that the council became convinced, and sending a messenger to summon me to their presence, informed me that I was restored to my place in the company's service. But this wanted all I demanded, for I should by rights, without that journey of mine to Goa on the company's occasions, and all that followed it, have been by now a senior factor, with the hope to become a full merchant in 2 years or so. And this I had often spoken of with Mr. Martin, and did now again, both with him and with my other good friend, Captain Freeman, until Mr. Martin declared that something must be done, and offered to undertake the matter for me. Having then in his hands all my savings, which had been much increased by his care during my absence, he demanded of the council that I should be permitted to enter into the bond of £1,000 that is required of a factor, and be placed in the same situation as I should naturally have held had all gone well, receiving also pay for all the time of my absence. Now when Mr. Martin had told me what he had asked, I cried out in amazement at this monstrous demand, but he smiling said that a man ought always to ask twice as much as he hoped to receive, for then there was some chance of his getting the half. And capping this, as was his wont, with the proverb, "'Tis good riding at 2 anchors," men have told, for if the one fail, the other may hold, he disarmed my opposition and maintained his point. And the council demurring to his proposition, as he had expected, though the President, Mr. Secretary not being beside him to poison his ear, did not show himself so averse from it as might have been looked for, Mr. Martin did argue the matter with them, so that at last they came to an agreement. By this instrument I stood to receive only the pay of a writer for the past 6 months since my return, and none at all for the time of my absence, after my falling into the hands of the Inquisition, but I was to be made at once a senior factor, and after serving my 3 years in that situation, was to receive promotion in due course. In the arranging this equitable settlement Mr. Martin gave himself no small pains, and was very eager about it until all was agreed, and the record thereof sent home to be approved by the committee in London. But when this was all done, there come upon me a strange restlessness and misanthropy, so that I would fain have fled into the wilderness, to be away from all men, and yet I must needs labor continually for to keep myself from thinking. And Mr. Martin, seeing this, cast about for some means to relieve me, but found none at first. But at length, Perceiving that the ceremony and sociableness of the life in the factory was very displeasing to me, he spake to Mr. President in my behalf, and got me appointed to a post in our house at Ahmedabad. 100. Now this is a town that lies some way inland from Surat, on the road to the Emperor's great city of Agra, and a place of some importance. And sending me here, where there was but 2 or 3 white men beside myself, he trusted I should find the solitude I desired, for 'tis a strange thing in the Indies that when you are once become accustomed to the native Hindustans around you, you heed their presence little more than if they were dogs or cats. I went, then, to Ahmedabad, being grateful to my good friend for his kindness, but guessing little of his sorrow on parting with me, that was like a son to him. He must needs go that the devil drives, Ned, says he to me, with the water standing in his eyes, the while he bid me farewell, and I fear lest the devil had driven you into some harm, had you abode here. At Ahmedabad, whither you go, there is more hard work, and less chance of evil companions, but you may come to ruin even there, if you will let the devil drive you, instead of yourself driving him away. Now I don't purpose to describe particularly the 3 years that I did spend at Ahmedabad, for although, through the goodness of God, I did not come to ruin, yet I approached tolerably near thereto, falling under the assault of such temptations as everywhere await a young man when he hath some time of his own, and little hope nor fixed faith for to guide him past them. It seemed to me that my life was ended, or at least all the happiness on't, before it was well begun, and that I had naught to which to look forward, and this bred in me such a coldness and deadness of spirit as made me do ill because I had no care to do well. And yet, although in these 3 years I did many things the recollection whereof now makes me sorry, and many also whereof I am now ashamed, it is false to say that I behaved myself unfaithfully towards my employers, or that I was at all slack as regarded business. For with respect to the first, the confidence wherewith I was afterwards honoured by the committee is a sufficient answer, and for the second, that my own wealth grew in a surprising manner. To heap up money, that I might fulfill my father's desire, was now my only endeavour, and 'twas to fill up the hours when I could not well be making money, that I resorted to those pursuits whereto I have alluded. And moreover, for my credit's sake, I must say also this, that even in my most desponding and careless hours, the recollection of Madame Heliodora and her last words to me would come back into my mind, and this remembrance did hold me back from some sins that I might otherwise have committed. Now while speaking of Madame Heliodora, I must not omit to set down a matter that did cause me much concern, viz., that about the end of the year 1674 news reached us at Ahmedabad that St. Thomas was fallen at last into the hands of the Dutch, but with such credit to the besieged that 'twas permitted them to march out with all the honours of war, and to proceed whither they would. And upon this certain of them did repair to the vicinage of Gingi, in the kingdom of Vijayapur, where they had obtained a grant of land from the king of the place, and did set up there a town called Fulcherry. 101. Others of them came to Surat, to their own factory there, but on enquiring of them concerning my Lord Marquis and his household, I learned that he had been summoned back to France, and was departed thither, but whether upon a sealed letter or not I can't tell, and with him his family. And for this I was much grieved, both for the failure of so great and fair-seeming an enterprise, and also that Madame Heliodora was now so far removed from me. Now about 6 months before my time at Amidavat was expired, there come to me such a piece of news as might well have caused me to repent of my evil deeds and resolve to lead a better life, but God suffered me to go on still in my ungrateful courses, that my punishment might be the more grievous when it came. For I received a great packet of letters from England, some of them wrote a year and a half, and others but 9 months ago, the first sort having been delayed on the high seas owing to some mischance that befell the vessel carrying M, but the burden of them all was the same, for they brought me the news that my father was dead. And this, as you may suppose, came upon me prodigious sharp and sudden in the midst of my toiling and sparing for to gather together the moneys that my father had looked for, but the more so by reason of this, viz., that I had had no letters wrote from elsewhere since I sent that one from St. Thomas, boasting of my presumptuous hopes, nor in my own letters had I been able to bring myself to explain and describe the destruction of these hopes, but had wrote of indifferent matters without so much as making mention of them, although I had feared that my father would be sore troubled touching me. I had intended at some time in the future, when the pain of my rejection was less poignant, to write and declare to him the whole affair, and my present situation, but this was now removed out of my power by death. The letter earliest in time was wrote by my cousin Dorothy. Sir, I had not troubled you wit. Y.S. My poor hand, were it not for ye mournful accident yt. 'Tis fitter for me yn. For another to McKnowen to you. Y.R. Honrid. Father, Syr Harry Carlion, is no mower, howing departed out of Y.S. Live ye 10th die of Y.S. last month. We being WTH. Him continually had observed a great change in Hys conditions of late, noting yt. He was become strangely gentle and quiet, sig. Often to hy himself in his slow walking in ye garden on his crotches. Also since yr letters was arrived yt. Where wrote at St. Thomas, it seemed to us yt. Sir Harry did desire to write to you, getting out oft times pen and paper, and prepare egg. To begin, but nev. Beginning. And I asking if it should. Please hym yt. I writ for hym, he saith no, for yt. He should see you before long. And ys. Asuk. Growing vborn him, he was wont to spend mock time in ye arbor at ye end of ye fir walk, yt. Looks over ye road, watching agst your coming. Being become at last so feeble as he myght not leo ye house, he sat all day beside ye window looking on ye a proc, saying yt. He believed you was coming. Yn. Also, wn. He was sized wit. a return of Whitey. Old disorder Whitey had plagued Hym in his campaigns of Germany. He desired me to set open ye door of ye chamber, so Whitey he might hear ere you mount ye stairs. And I, seeing Whitey, he was not long for ys. Weld, did ask of Hym some message for you, for fear lest you should not be in time to see Hym. And he, giving me his blessing most sweetly and fatherly, did send ye same to you also, bidding you, said he, be a brave and honorable man, and show yourself worthy. Now on ye last day of his life, he wandered saw in his mindy, speaking as if to ye late kind and to others Whitey be now dead. But at last, sitting up and speaking very loud and strong, nid is come saith he, I hear Hym on ye stair. And we, looking Whitey way Whitey he pointed, saw no one, but returning to Hym, found him fallen back dead, all ye chamber and bed being still hung with black, as always since moda dyd. For consolation, sir, wait. Can I offer you in ye loss of soca part, but to remember Whitey he departed full of ye greatest love and kindness toward you, and is now, without doubt, though absent from us, yet happily pressed with dear mother and all ye blessed. You how ye prayers of poor cousin in ys. Sad affliction. Understand me, sir, to remain faithful served, D. Brandon. With this come 2 letters from my father's attorney, Mr. Sternhold. The first wrote not long after my cousin's, and confirming her narration, adding also that they had buried my father in the church at Elswether beside my mother, and that many persons of quality in the neighborhood had followed in the funeral with great respect. The second was wrote 8 or 9 months later, and contained a full relation of the posture of my father's affairs, and the condition of the estate. And after this come a piece that did bring the water to my eyes, for to see the sadness and perplexity that I had brought upon that my good father, although that which followed drew me back again to my former state of hardness and despondency. As often, writ Mr. Sternhold, as I was admitted of late to the presence of your honour's father, my esteemed patron, I perceived that he was desirous to draw up some instrument or deed that might have a binding effect, and by certain words that he once let drop I saw that he wished to make some provision for Mrs. Brandon, his ward. Being of opinion, doubtless on the best authority, that you, sir, were minded to set aside your contract entered into with that lady, Sir Harry desired to secure to her some maintenance that should not be dependent upon your honour's generosity, since this should doubtless be disagreeable to her. 'Twas the impossibility of laying any further burthen on the estate that convinced him that he could not do this, and I fear it added some sorrow to his last days, though I believe that he need not have troubled himself with regard to this young gentlewoman. For to you, honoured sir, I may say with all discretion, that during my late mournful visits at Elswether, I have grown more and more sensible of the perfections of Mrs. Brandon, who is now grown into such splendor of form and such surpassing loveliness of countenance as to be without any equal, and that others are affected like myself, and to more purpose. Though no fortune, the young lady hath, by reason of her beauty and her wit, as many lovers as she can well entertain. Among them is my young Lord Harmarthwaite himself, who, with my lady his mother, visited upon me the other day, and sent, through me, as her nearest guardian, a most handsome compliment to Mrs. Brandon. His lordship declared himself willing to espouse her without a penny, nay, my lady assured me he would wed her in her smock if need were, and be proud at that. My lady showed herself as well inclined to the match as her son, saying that she should be proud to receive into her family a lady of whose parts and prudence she had heard so much, whispering me also that she would make interest, through my Lord Harrington her bro, with his marquis to revive the barony of Brandon in favour of my Lord and Mrs. Dorothy, so leaving a fine inheritance to their children. But this proposition of marriage Mrs. Brandon declined, as she hath done all other, though I felt it my duty to counsel her to entertain this one. Some says upon this matter that she is aiming at my Lord Duke of London, son to your honour's ancient patron, who greatly commended both her figure and her dancing at the great ball d'Anquetil at Belfort Castle some time since, and some that her heart is given to a certain gentleman at present in foreign parts, that shall be nameless. Alack, poor little doll, quoth I, when I had read this, thou art well enough, in truth, but not for him that hath loved Madame Heliodora de Tourville. Thy English ways should show poor indeed beside her languorous grace. Make thy choice while 'tis in thy power. Thy lordly servant, 102, shall suit thee better than thy poor cousin. Thus you shall see how despitefully I used this jewel, for the which I had afterwards willingly given all I possessed, if I might thereby gain it. Such poor blind creatures are we mortals, that cast aside the diamond in our path for the glowing bubble that fortune holds beyond our reach. Chapter 13. Of my journeying to the city of Agra, of my coming thither, and of the person I found there. Now when I had read these letters that were come to me, and that not without great sorrow and anguish, yea, and many tears also, as well for the pain I had caused to my honoured father as for his loss, I did set myself to indite an answer to them in good time, although knowing well that I could not dispatch this until I myself should go down to Surat for the shipping season. And first I perceived, from a saying of Mr. Sternhold in his second epistle, that he looked for me to have espoused Madame Heliodora by this time, since he asked when he and the tenants should have the honour and pleasure of bidding me welcome and my noble lady. But it seemed to me that now, still less than before, could I endure to set down particularly the history of my presumption and the issue on't, and thus I did but remark in my answer that I was not yet wed, and did not believe that I ever should be so. And this I said, not at all imagining that they would put upon my words the interpretation they did, for they supposed my letter wrote in the natural impatience of a lover made angry by some delay in the realizing his hopes, and took it to mean that my marriage was but postponed for a season, and must take place at some time. And this want he all, for I took the occasion of Captain Freeman's carrying his ship home to send by him a considerable sum of money out of my savings to Mr. Sternhold, desiring him to place it out at interest in such way as he thought best for my cousin's benefit, leaving her to believe, if so it might be, that 'twas some provision that my father had been able to make for her. But Dorothy, scenting a plot through some chance word let slip by my good friend, did, as I heard afterwards, demand to know the whole truth of the matter, and so refused altogether to touch the money, which I had designed as a portion for her, whether she married or remained a maid, that so she might not have the pain to find herself depending on me, the man that had rejected her, desiring Mr. Sternhold to apply the whole sum to the partial releasing of the estate from its burdens. All which was wrote to me in due time by Mr. Sternhold, he being in some trouble of spirit touching it. Now in that I was eager to spare my cousin all the humiliation in my power, providing for her as though she had been my own sister, you may see cause to commend me, but so unalterably fixed did I deem my resolution never to wed her, that I considered it needful to impress her once again with the same, and this I did, as now seems to me, in the rudest and most churlish manner imaginable. For when I writ to Mr. Sternhold my answer, having first desired him to request of my cousin, as an especial favour granted to myself, to continue dwelling in the hall, and to retain in her service Mrs. Skipwith and a sufficient quantity of servants, and had begged of him to furnish her, out of my moneys in his hands, with a convenient allowance for the maintenance of herself and the household, I ended my letter thus: have the goodness, sir, to make my most respectful compliments to Mrs. Brandon, and acquaint her from me of my desire, viz., that should she hereafter receive any proposition of marriage that may at the same time be agreeable to herself, and such as is sanctioned, sir, by you, she shall at once entertain and accept the same, as a d of the approval and consent of her loving cousin and guardian, E.D. Carleon. As much as to say, warn her that Mr. Carleon is beyond her reach, and that if she can assure herself of another match, 'twill be well for her to accept of it, while she is yet young and handsome. I don't know what devil possessed me to write this, for sure, 'twas a cruel thing thus to wring the heart that, as I knew, had never beat for any but myself, but when I had wrote it, I considered it again, and judged it to be an extreme neat and well-turned piece, and so hugged me in my self-conceit, like a brain-sick fool as I was. It may have been, for I conceive that this should well please the devil aforesaid, that I was desirous to render my innocent cousin as miserable as myself, who was but suffering the due reward of a foolish presumption and of a stubborn and stiff-necked resistance to the wise rulings of Providence. Now when my time at Ahmedabad was ended, and I went down to Surat, and opened to Mr. Martin the condition of my affairs, showing him the account of the wealth that I now owned, and also of that which was still embarked in divers trading ventures, my good friend, after hearing all that I had to say, and asking me certain questions thereupon, shook his head sadly. Virtueless gentility is worse than beggary, says he. Pray, sir, says I, what would you have more? I am essaying to employ my savings in such ways as you'll approve, and I told him concerning that sum I was about sending home for to provide a portion for Dorothy. Have you anything against me in this particular? Ned, says Mr. Martin, tread upon a woman, and she'll turn. And he that will not when he may, when he would he shall have nay. Sir, said I, you deal in riddles tonight. Do I so, Ned? Quoth he. Perhaps you will read one of my riddles when you find out that a woman to whom love is oughtn't he to be bought off with money, and the other when you come to desire that which you now despise. Are these still riddles to you, lad? Well, well, young men think that oldie be fools, but old men do know that young men be fools. I thank you, sir, says I, half vexed and half diverted with his persistence, but I was used to bear with the strangeness of his humor, and loved him far too well to take offense at him. And he, perceiving that my mind was made up upon the topic of marriage, spake no more to me thereupon, but fell to asking me whether I would choose, if I might, to visit the court of the great Mogul emperor in this next year. And I, making answer that such a journey should gratify one of my dearest wishes, he told me that there was a project on foot for sending a café to Agra, which is a prodigious great city situate on the river Gemini, 103, and whither the princes of this house do always love to resort. Such cafés are wont to be sent pretty frequently from Surat to several towns in the inland country, but ordinarily they are headed only by Banyans or other Hindustans. With this one, on the contrary, there was to go 4 English merchants as ambassadors, for to bear to the Emperor Aurangzeb certain gifts on the committee's behalf, and obtain from him the confirmation of divers privileges granted some time since to the factory, that his governor at Surat had neglected to recognize. 2 ancient and experienced persons among the senior merchants had been appointed to the conduct of the party, and Mr. Spender, now a full merchant for more than a year, was also to go, as being related to Mr. Secretary, who had made interest for him with his honor the President. Now, says Mr. Martin, if you desire it, Ned, I don't doubt but I shall be able to have you named as the 4th, and 'twill be an agreeable jaunt for you. You are well enough seen, 104, in both the Persian and Hindusthan tongues to make yourself of use, and you have already enjoyed more experience of business than most young persons of your age, while you stand to gain more in this. I'll endeavor myself to gain all the knowledge I may, sir, said I fear lest your life at Amidavat han't he done that for you that I wished, said Mr. Martin, somewhat sadly, but I would fain hope that the change I look for will soon come. I felt myself took aback by his words respecting my life while away from Surat, and muttered something, I don't know what, saying that I want he no worse than others. No worse, saith he. But I would have you better than others, Ned. A man far from his good is nigh his harm, and I fear lest it be so with you. You should be a man now, lad, in virtue of your years, but there seems to me to be much trouble before you yet. But you will have me made of the party for Agra, sir, says I, a little fearful lest he should be repenting of his offer. All that I can compass shall be done for you in the matter, Ned. God grant it may be for good, and not again for evil. Captain Freeman then coming in for to bid us farewell before going on board of his ship at Swally, we left speaking of the matter, and turned to other topics. But Mr. Martin was as good as his word in speaking for me to the council, and thereafter, in due course, all was appointed as I most desired, and I was given the vacant place in the party that was about being made up. The shipping season was now at its height, when the life in our factory at Surat is the busiest imaginable, and I had already had much ado to see to my private matters, being forced at last to trust them almost entirely to the discretion of that good friend of mine, Captain Freeman, than whom, as I may truly say, there never was a discreeter person. He being at last departed, and with him all the other India ships, sailing in company for fear of pirates and other enemies, we were at liberty to set about our preparations, which being finished, we started on our journey. In our company was there we 4 merchants, together with 12 English soldiers for the better protecting of our goods and the rich gifts we carried for the Emperor, and also several Banyans with their servants and followers. It was counted proper for us to travel in some state, with banners borne before us, as persons of quality in the East used to do, and with a sufficient retinue of attendants. The Europe merchants in the Indies do never journey, but they carry with them their own cooks, both for the avoiding of danger from poison and for the better satisfying of their palates, and many other servants also are needful, for to look to the beasts and the merchandises and for to prepare the night lodging. Journeying by way of Brodra, 105, and Cambaya, both of them considerable towns, and so to the company's house at Ahmedabad, was all old ground to me, but when, after some days' rest at the place last named, we passed on and came into the country of the Rajputs, 106, I found there much that was new to me. And these Rajputs, or as some render the word, Rajputs, are a kind of highwaymen, or Tories, such as gain their livelihood by attempting and plundering travellers, so that it behoved us all to keep good watch against them. And this was to us a matter of no small anxiety, so as we were almost fain to ask for a guard of soldiers from the Moorish governor of Udaipur, 107, which was a great town we come to, but refrained, fearing lest they should prove worse to us than the robbers themselves, being, like all the Mughal armies, ill-paid and worse disciplined. But it so fell out, thanks to the kind care of Providence, that we were able to travel with little molestation or stoppage, having at Ahmedabad changed our Europe clothes for garments made after the Indian fashion, and so reached safely the great city of Agra, the goal of our journeying. This city is a place of prodigious force, being defended on every side by a good wall of red freestone and a ditch of 30 fathoms broad. The circuit of the walls is extreme extensive, and the streets very fine and spacious, though to our eyes the common houses and shops seem mean enough, and in divers cases the upper rooms, projecting out on either side of the way, do meet overhead in the midst, making, as it were, a vaulted passage for to go through. Of public edifices there is a prodigious quantity, and these so fair and stately as 'tis said no city in Asia can surpass them, both in the fashion of their architecture, which is after the Persian style, and the conveniency of their ordering. Chief among these in our opinion on our first arriving was the 80 caravanserais, 108, or inns of the place, whereof we chose one, on the advice of them that knew the city well, and there took up our abode, finding therein such noble lodging as I had never imagined to myself. For these caravanserais are many of them of 3 stories high, with fine sets of rooms for travellers, together with good vaults and cellars for their goods, and suitable stabling for their beasts, and all the chambers opening one into another with private doors and galleries for the conveniency of those that occupy them. To each caravanserai is there a keeper appointed, for the better safeguarding of the goods therein and the comfort of the travellers, and he, in return for the payment of a decent sum of money, will provide for you both forage for your beasts and victuals and firing for yourself, and all this with mighty care and respect. We then, having settled ourselves in this place, did send word to the emperor of our being come, and ask his permission to wait upon him for the presenting our letters of commendation, and did also send to certain Armenians that did represent the honorable company in this city, that they might come and examine the merchandises we had brought, and carry away musters of them for to show to them that dealt with them. And this business being ended, we did set to work to make ourselves at home, as they say, as being likely to spend some months in the place, for if justice be slow anywhere, sure her course is scarce swift enough to be perceivable here, and so divided among ourselves the apartments that we held, taking each 2 chambers, very decent and seemly, and a part of the gallery before em. Now the day after our coming, a Brahmine, 109, which is an Indian priest, for such are commonly used for clerks and messengers among the Moguls, brought to us the emperor's reply to our letter, bidding us welcome very graciously, and counseling us to take certain days to refresh ourselves after our journey, and then he would admit us to an audience. And this counsel we followed, diverting ourselves with going about and examining the place, with one of the Armenians, a pretty young fellow enough, and one that spake English passably, having been bred up in the house they have at Surat, for our dragoman, 110, which is interpreter. For there are in Agra a prodigious number of mesjids or mosques, 111, where the Moguls used to worship, and chief among them that wonder of the world and delight of all beholders, 112, built by the late Emperor Shah Jahan, 113, the father of Aurangzeb, for the glorification and remembering of his queen. But so strict is the watch maintained over these temples, that it cost us prodigious pains to see more than the outside only of 1 or 2, and this with much reluctance on the part of their keepers and of those that we found worshipping therein. Likewise we visited many tombs of holy men among the Moors, that are held in great honor and veneration, and divers fine public baths, where you may be bathed and anointed in the greatest luxury imaginable for a trifling small sum. Then lastly, when the day was come that the emperor had appointed, we took our presents that we had brought for his majesty, and being borne in palanquins in our best array, started for to come to his court. The palace of the great Mogul is a mighty pretty piece of building, well fortified against all attempts, and ornamented with much curious work after the Moorish fashion. Passing in at a great gate that looks towards the west, we were showed the Kistoi, 114, that is, the emperor's place of decreeing justice, where all men, even the poorest, may demand admittance, and seek redress at his hands. And next we saw a great tower, covered all over with gold, where the emperor's treasury is kept, and after this they brought us into a court paved with marble of divers colors, very pretty, and at the upper end thereof, under a rich portal with pillars of silver, we found the great Mogul himself, sitting upon a platform with silver railings, and a carpet thereon fringed with gold. So bright and shining was the magnificence of this throne and of all the appointments on't, that for a time our eyes were verily dazzled thereby, but I was able to perceive that the emperor was a man beyond middle age, very grave and reverend of countenance, and most majestical of person. His habit consorted well with his air, being a cassock of white satin, very delicately flowered, and oddly wrought with broidery of silk and gold, and a sash, 115, of rich woolen stuff about his middle. His turbant was of gold cloth, with a string of great pearls woven therein, and a plume set with very fine diamonds in the forefront thereof. Round about the platform whereon he sat was all the emperors, 116, of his kingdom, and many famous soldiers and generals, all in very rich apparel. The emperor received us with much affability, and accepting our gifts, heard what we had to say, I being interpreter, and then dismissed us very graciously, assuring us that our matters should have his attention before very long. And we returning to our lodging, found a great store of goods sent thither after us, for this is the custom of the East, but we must needs put them to the credit of the company, whose servants we were, and not keep them ourselves. Bringing these gifts from His Majesty come a Europe gentleman of his household, a Frenchman as I believe, that had studied medicine at the great school of Montpellier, and was now, after many wanderings, become the emperor's physician, a very ingenious person, and well skilled in all manner of curious knowledge. He having been of late absent from the city, visiting one of the emperor's sons at Dili, had but just heard of our arrival, and came to visit upon us with great kindness, rejoicing that he might once more find himself in the company of Christians. And he sat and talked with us until very late, delighting us mightily with the variety of his information and the extent of his travels, and departed at last, being as earnestly desired to visit upon us again as he himself was anxious to do this. So great was the esteem, and that, as I believe confidently, well grounded, that the emperor felt for this gentleman, that he made him the depositary of all his secrets, and even sent him on divers occasions to confer with Mr. Kidder, the head of our party, as to the immunities that were desired to be confirmed. And thus it arrived that the doctor became a very near friend to us all, and opened and explained to us many things that we could not understand, and made himself in general so needful to us, that we felt that day to be empty wherein he came not to pass some time at our lodging. Now upon one of these days was it that Mr. Kidder and I rid abroad upon an elephant, which beasts' paces are extreme disagreeable to them that hadn't he accustomed themselves thereto, so that when we came to dismounting by the means of a short ladder, I, being somewhat giddy, catched a slip, and fell to the ground. As it so chanced, I was not hurt in nowise, but only my watch, the which was sorely crushed and broken in the fall. And I was the more grieved at this, that the watch was a gift from Mr. Martin, he having sent for it as far as to Swiss, 117, intending it for me on my return from Goa, and keeping it by him all the time wherein he knew not whether I were alive or dead, gave it to me before my going to Ahmedabad, and a mighty fine piece of workmanship it was, and cost him a great sum of money. I then lamenting loudly the loss of so precious a thing from among my possessions, when as we sat the next evening under the colonnade before our lodging, our friend the physician bid me take comfort, saying that there was a Christian prisoner in the court that was either a Frenchman or a Swisser, and was most cunning in mending of clocks and in all work of that kind. And I asking where I might find this person, he promised to direct him to me, and that as soon as might be. And being thus a little comforted, I put away the watch for the night, little dreaming into what company it should bring me. But the next day, towards noon, when I was in my own chamber, smoking that strange fashion of pipe that they call hookah, 118, I was disturbed by my servant Loldus, who come to say that the workman sent by the gentleman physician, this is their civil and respectful way in speaking of the doctor, was arrived and waited my pleasure. Then I bade Loldus carry him to the gallery, being minded myself to talk there with him as he worked, and learn through what strange turns of fortune's wheel he was come into such a plight. Going out to him, therefore, I found him a person of a very fine stature and an air of great nobility, though poorly apparelled in a Moorish habit, his eyes dark and piercing, his hair and beard long and untrimmed. And he receiving me with a prodigious low reverence, as elegant as any I had seen in my Lord Marquis's his court at St. Thomas, I felt myself moved to return his civility, and wondered what his quality might be. Showing him then the watch, and explaining how I had broke it, he sat down and took out his tools and set to work with great skill and diligence, I sitting by and watching him. "'Tis easy to see, sir, that you were bred to this trade," says I to him at last in French. He left his work for a moment, and looked upon me with a smile. "Not precisely, sir," says he, and said no more for the time, but shortly after, as though fearing he had been churlish, he observed, "When I was still a young boy, sir, my parents were compelled by calamity to seek refuge in Switzerland, in a town wherein near 3 parts of the inhabitants lived by watchmaking. Being always of a lively and inquisitive constitution, I was used to go continually in and out of the houses and watch the people at their work, and so gathered some slight knowledge of their craft, which my parents remarking allowed me to be trained in tea like any prentice boy of the place, thinking that I might one day be thankful for the power of working in this sort, which indeed I have now proved. I had not thought that one of your trade should find much to do here," says I. "The Emperor, as indeed all the Moguls, hath a very pretty taste in clocks and watches," he made answer, "and owns a prodigious quantity of 'em, but there is no man here can put 'em in order but I, and though not bred thereto, I am thankful to possess the skill for this honest toil. Now all this was to me somewhat of a perplexity, for though it bent he counted wrong among us for a gentleman to engage himself in trade, especially that to the East, where no apprenticage is needed, yet it should assuredly be considered disgraceful for him to exercise such a craft as this. But on that head I kept silence, being convinced that I had a gentleman before me. Sir, I said, I perceive that your quality is above your present situation. May I ask to whom I have the honor of speaking? Sir, says he, with all deference to you, and recognizing your kind intentions in asking it, I must still withhold my name. I care little for the blows of fortune myself, but I have friends that I desire to spare from any pain or disgrace that might be supposed to attend upon the general discovery of my present manner of life, and for their sakes I am resolved not to disclose myself. I will respect your wishes, sir, said I, much taken with his manners, and desiring the more to discover his real name and quality. Should you desire me to attend upon you again, sir, for any matter of this kind, says he, holding up the watch, you will hear of me by the name of the Furthest, 119, which the Moguls call me, meaning Frenchman, as I suppose. I am considered to be a guest at the Emperor's court, and to receive my victuals from his table, but when he is vexed or busy I am at times forgot, and must be thankful to earn my bread as I may. At the least, sir, said I, when his work wanteth far short of being finished, you will stay and give us the honor of your company to dinner. I can answer for my chief that he will be rejoiced to bid you welcome. No, sir, says he, again smiling, while I withhold my name from you, I won't place myself at your table. What security have you that I am some mean fellow masquerading as a person of quality? Thus he ended his work, and restored me the watch, that was now become whole and sound once more, and so prepared to depart. Now I was in some disquiet, fearing to offend him by offering him money, and yet not desiring to send a servant to settle the matter, but he, seeing the strait I was in, named a convenient price, and received it from me with great gravity, saying only that it would provide for his wants for a week, and so departed, saluting me very civilly, but without any servility. And I, remembering thereafter his words and looks, mused long concerning him, wondering who he might be, so that when our friend the doctor arrived that evening I was eager to discover from him all that he knew. And first I desired him to tell me this gentleman's name, if he were acquainted on't. If I know it, says he, 'tis in strict secrecy, and not to be revealed, but that I won't tell you. Yet this I may disclose, that this unfortunate gentleman declared his name and quality to certain Hollanders that were sojourning here, asking their good offices with the Emperor for his release, but they repaid his confidence only with mockery, and jeered both at him and at the friends whose honor he desires to spare. Since that time, he has vowed not to disclose himself to any but one of his own countrymen. But how came he here, sir? Said I. Why, that I may tell you, says he. He was sent ambassador from some factory on the coast of Malabar to the princes of these parts, and had the ill luck to visit Sevajii, the Marathi rebel, on his way hither. Having won his favor and obtained great countenance from him, he came on to Delhi, where the emperor then was, but his majesty had him at once arrested and clapped in prison, accounting him a spy of Sevajii. After some time, his imprisonment was made less rigorous, and now 'tis permitted him to go about within the city as he lists, though the emperor hath often looked black at him when news come of Sevajii's successes in the war. He will hearken to no entreaties to let him go, even from myself, and 'tis my continual fear lest he shall revenge himself on him in the event of any further victory of the rebels. He appears to be a very agreeable person, and one of good parts and conditions, says I. Agreeable? Yes, truly, said the doctor, and with an air of contentment also, despite his trials. Of his parts and conditions you may judge by this, that the emperor thought so highly thereof that he would fain have given him high preferment in his army, would he but turn renegado, but he hath always steadfastly refused this compliance. 'Tis a brave man and a patient, and the doctor sighed heavily, but I see no chance of his ever being released, nor can I help him to tea. It may be that you, sir, turning to me, will be able to bring some solace to this unhappy gentleman by the pleasure of your company and discourse. He is a Huguenot, like yourself, and you should therefore the more readily become friends. At this point the doctor was engaged in discourse by Mr. Kidder, and I was left to ponder over the hard fortunes of this gentleman, whose appearance and carriage had already aroused in me so much interest. Now as I pondered, it seemed to me that I had heard some part of this history before, though I could not at first decide in my mind when or where this should have been. Considering silently with myself the discourse of our friendly physician, I lit on some 2 or 3 words that he had last said, which seemed to stick in my mind and would not be dislodged. He is a Huguenot, like yourself. When had I heard this before? For some time I could not recall it, but at last, repeating them several times in my mind, there come back to me the recollection of that morning when I had stood with Madame Heliodora upon the veranda at St. Thomas, and had heard from her lips those words that had made my life since that time a dreary desert. 'Twas in these very words that she had spoke to me touching that gentleman to whom she was betrothed, the person that, as Mr. Martin had showed me, I had hated ever since then with a sullen hatred, the Viscount de Galampre. Was this gentleman he? Now at first, thinking thus, I was very much tumbled up and down in my mind, finding myself unable to reconcile my hitherto antipathy to Madame Heliodora's servant, with the kindness that now possessed me on behalf of that furring he, as he called himself, and I thought long upon the matter, coming at last to no decision, save that I must hear from his own lips the truth or falsehood of this fantasy of mine. Having thus determined, I found next day a ring that Mr. Marini had given to me on our parting at Madras, whereof the diamond that was set therein was become loose, and sent Loldus to seek for him that was called the furring he, and beg of him to wait upon me once more. It wan't long before he brought him again to my chamber, but to me it seemed a prodigious length of time, so eager was I to be confirmed or contradicted in my guess. But when he was set down, and I had showed him the ring, and explained what lacked therein, I began to cast about in my mind with great uneasiness as to the manner in which I should put to him my question, seeing that once already he had refused me his name, and might deem me unmannerly and prying in asking it again. But while I hummed and hawed, and cast about for some way to begin, he spared me by speaking himself. "I perceive that this is a French ring, sir," says he. "'Twas from a French gentleman I had it, sir," says I, "on my leaving St. Thomas." "Sir," says he, laying aside his work and looking upon me eagerly, "you have visited St. Thomas. You are acquainted with the French inhabitants there, with my Lord Marquis of Tourvel, with Mademoiselle his daughter, perhaps," regarding me all the while with such an air as made me think of some poor wretch that hath been slowly starved, and sees food brought suddenly within his reach. But I was minded to try him further, and so said, as if angry, "I have the honor of that lady's acquaintance, sir. May I ask by what right you inquire concerning her?" "By what right?" cries he, prodigious angry, and I had almost looked for him to strike me. "By the highest right of all, sir. Mademoiselle de Tourvel is my betrothed wife." "Sir," said I ask your pardon. "I conceive then that you are my Lord Viscount de Gallamper, of whom I heard while at St. Thomas." "The same, sir, at your service," saith he, but quickly, as though it mattered not. "Tell me concerning em, I entreat you. For 4 years I ha'n't he received any news of em. Are they still at St. Thomas, or no?" I perceived then that he had never so much as heard of the fall of that place, and took pains immediately to tell him all that I knew touching the fortunes of its garrison, though without mentioning, as you may well guess, my pretending to my lady's hand, and answered all his questions in the best way I might, and so until dinner time, when he rose up suddenly and would have departed, saying that he had detained me too long, but that I entreated of him to remain and dine with me, my companions being all gone to see the Emperor's fine gardens. And this he accepted of with pleasure, and indeed I never saw a man so grateful, nor so eager to hear all that I could tell him. And so at last he departed, loading me with his thanks until I was ashamed, and desiring to be my friend all my life. Chapter 14. Of my leaving the city of the Great Mogul in the company of one that had not entered therein with me. Now because of this strange chance that was come to me, viz., to discover the Viscount de Gallamper in a mean disguise in the city of Agra, I was much plunged in thought, and this of so opposite a nature, that it pulled me 2 ways at once. For since I had left Surat, and undertaken this journey that had brought me already so tremendous a surprise, I had been able to contemplate with, I trust, a more wholesome and sound mind, my passion for Madame Heliodora and the consequences that had followed thereon. For that which I had seen, though dimly, even when I was still pressing my suit upon her, and now perceived clearly, and blushed to perceive it, namely, my great presumption in so addressing myself to her, seemed to me to bring a perpetual sting in the remembering it, so that I wondered how I had ever had the face to look for any answer other than that I got. It had rightly served me had my lady called upon her father to chastise me for my intolerable rudeness, but in the stead thereof she had listened to me patiently, and counselled me with such kindness and gentleness as seemed to me almost angelical. More than this, she had done me the honour to tell me of her contract with Mons de Galampre, which she might well have kept to herself, but deigned in her kindness to impart to me, and this piece of news I, in my blindness, had received worse than all that went before, and hated without cause the gentleman that it concerned. Nay, had it not been for the extraordinary liking I conceived for this excellent person when he was still in his disguise, and his name and quality unknown to me, I had still, as I was fain to confess, remained in this uncharitable and unchristian temper. But now, having seen him and noted the fire and ardour wherewith he did thirst for news of my lady his mistress, I was seized with pity for him, in part, I don't doubt, because from my own example I knew well the pangs and torments of a love that seemed hopeless. I was never one to be able to go with that poet that consoles himself for the unkindness of his mistress by declaring that if she scorn him, he will scorn her scorn and turn his vows elsewhere, and I considered still that my life was blighted and that no happiness was ever to be found for me in love. But it seemed to me that 'twould ease my sad heart to bear some part in making those happy that deserved the same but wanty like to attain thereto. And this feeling was strengthened by the Viscount himself, when I had occasion to desire him next to visit me, upon some mischance that was happened to Mr. Kidder's stopwatch. 120. I am sorry to incommode you again so soon, sir, said I. Sir, says he, the agreeableness of your discourse hath left me longing for this day since last I saw you. You did bestow upon me then new life, and yet I han't he never ceased teasing myself with questions that I should have asked of you, but had forgot. You can't tell, sir, what it is to me to hear credible intelligence from one that hath himself seen my friends. During these 4 years I have taught myself to regard Mademoiselle de Tourvel almost as though she were dead, so entirely did she seem lost to me, but your coming has awakened again in me such a flood of thoughts as that I can scarce contain myself for eagerness to get some satisfaction of them. And with that he poured out such a throng of questions touching Madame Heliodora that I was moved almost to tears to perceive how he must have noted and remembered every particular of her daily life. And perceiving from my answers, as I suspect, the respect and admiration that possessed me towards this noble lady, he did open his heart to me still further, discoursing upon her many perfections in a strain of such lofty and yet tender eulogy, as I had never imagined outside the covers of a romance, so that I, listening, felt more than ever ashamed of the cursed presumption of my behavior, since I had gone so far, though only in my own mind, as to disparage my lady for her insensibility towards me. What chance, pray, had I had, even though I had been as worthy of my lady as I was in reality unworthy, to gain a heart garrisoned with the remembrance of such a love as this? And here the Viscount, seeing in my countenance how deeply I was moved, looked upon me sadly, though without any bitterness, and said, "Ah, sir, sure you are happier than I, for you have seen her later. Was ever so much beauty and virtue enclosed before in a single form? Can you wonder that her image is impressed upon my heart, and that since I can't behold my lady herself, I seize the occasion to discourse with one that hath both seen and spoke with her? You are free to depart, you may perhaps enjoy the felicity of beholding her once more, though you have remained insensible to her perfections, while I, to whom she is as much as all the world, must stay here a prisoner." And with that he left speaking, and remained for some time plunged in melancholy, while I considered his words, though not without some pain, and took counsel with myself whether I might in any way help him. And venturing to interrupt his melancholical musings by declaring respectfully my desire and readiness to assist him, he looked up with his usual cheerfulness, and answered, "Sir, you have very much helped me already, and do continue to help me so long as you are good enough to speak to me of my lady and to let me speak with you of her. I don't know why I should thus burden you with my sad and passionate humors, but I have feared now and again lest I should go mad through having none with whom I might speak on this topic, and in you I find always a sympathy that encourages me to continue. Methought that I might well have sympathy with him, since my case was even worse than his own. But this I did not say, only declaring to him that whatever I might do for his comfort should be done, and entreating him to take courage and look confidently for deliverance and enlargement. And this he did, following my counsel with a very childlike and perfect trust in God that moved me to admiration, since he strove always to accustom himself to the will of Providence, and would pass quickly from despondency to comfort, reminding himself of the many blessings he enjoyed that one in his situation could not have looked for nor expected. And this I may as well say now as afterwards, viz., that which time led me most to admire in this gentleman was that he bare all untoward chances with a great patience, receiving them as from the hand of God, which at first did much surprise me, for my bane in life hath ever been a certain heat and rashness, such as hath carried me on without reflection to do deeds that had been better undone. And these deeds once done, 'twas natural to me to sit down in a sort of sullenness and as it were pagan resignation, as who should say, "'Tis done now, and can't be undone. Let fortune do her worst. 'Tis naught to me." But the Viscount was wont to take the buffet of fate most calmly, as though they were but parts of a lesson that it should be well for him to learn, and to strange chances and vicissitudes he endeavored always to fit himself, since it was God's will for him to undergo them. And I once making him some compliment upon the firmness and constancy of his carriage, "Mr. Carlyon," says he, "you don't know what it is to belong to an oppressed people. In France we Huguenots are thankful if it be permitted us to breathe in peace, and we are glad to seize upon any opportunity of quiet living that offers itself without dishonor. 'Tis a good school for the teaching contentment." And I, truly, agreed with him in this. Yet must you not think that he was one of those poor and feeble spirits that seek any shelter rather than face the storm? Of his exploits as a soldier and a captain I need not speak, For all the world knows on't, yet this I would say, that in all the rubs and petty trials of that adventure which we did afterwards undertake together, I found him to be at once a most daring and experienced leader, and also the most cheerful and pleasant companion that ever a man had. Of his bravery at this time I will speak in its place, but so indifferent was he to all the praise and credit offered him later upon the matter, that he would put it aside with a laugh, and profess himself to dislike that topic. In a word, he proved himself to me the kindest and sprightliest of camaradoes, and this none the less that in ignorance of the cause I had for sadness, he did discourse to me continually regarding her, that was the reason on't, and look for me to declare my sympathy with him. But in all that I saw of him, and this want little, since he did speedily made it his custom, without any pretext of business, to spend great part of every day discoursing with me at my lodging in the caravanserai, I perceived only the more clearly how much better he was fitted than I to awaken the love of Madame Heliodora, and called myself dolt and fool for my ever imagining that I could prevail against him. Also the more I felt my inferiority compared with him, the more I found myself possessed with a prodigious affection for him, and a desire to do what I might for the restoring so excellent a person to the happiness he so well deserved. And this without prejudice to my own resentiments. 121. Towards her ladyship, for so sadly and yet so tenderly did I feel towards her now, when I saw my love to be without any disguise altogether hopeless, that it seemed to me I would fain see these two happy, and would then be willing to die. But in thinking thus I was ignorant of my own self. And now I did begin to cudgel my brains for to discover in what manner I might effect the escape of the Viscount from this city, and his safe conveying to some port whence he might take ship for France. And first I spake concerning this to our friend the physician, that had first made the Viscount known to me, but to my no small surprise, as soon as ever I had opened the matter to him, he clapped his hands to his ears, and cried, as though in great fear, "Don't speak on't to me, sir, I entreat you. I am in His Majesty's confidence, and can't listen to anything that might touch his state. I don't dare meddle in this matter of yours further than to counsel you most strongly against making any such attempt to carry our friend out of the city. 'Tis my only hope, to be able to say truly that I know naught of your plan, and did also scout most vehemently the very suggestion on't. Much admiring the good man's prudence and wisdom, I next applied myself to sound, as the seamen say, Mr. Kidder, but with the same result, namely, that I was straitly forbid to involve the embassage in any such mad folly, and warned against mixing myself up therewith, our chief declaring that 'twould undo the work of years, were the company to be suspected of lending aid to the enemies of the emperor, and in especial to the friends of Sevagi. And upon this I found that I was thrown back upon myself, and wasted much time in trying to devise plots whereby, in our return from Agra, I might carry the Viscount with us in some manner of disguise. For I feared very greatly that, even should I get him safely beyond the city gates, Mr. Kidder, urged on by Mr. Spender, that affected to disbelieve my friend's history of himself, and jeered at me perpetually for consorting with jailbirds, might, on discovering the truth, give him up again to the emperor's officers, and so render his plight worse than ever before. But God, knowing the hard task I was fain to attempt, and my small power of succeeding therein, did come to my help with a certain change and distraction of our plans that wrought for me all I desired. For to such a pass was the negotiations with Aurangzeb now come, that Mr. Kidder was desirous to send word to Mr. President at Surat, and gain his instructions upon the matter, and to this end he determined to dispatch me thither. Being loath to part with me, that was wont always to play the interpreter for him, he would fain have sent Mr. Spender, but that this gentleman was still too poorly acquainted with the Hindustan tongue to go on such a journey by himself, and having the Armenians to be his mediators with the emperor, he resolved at last to let me depart. But desiring to know somewhat concerning a part of the Mogul's dominions that he commonly visited by persons from Europe, he bid me not return by Udaipur, as we had come, but by way of Grier and Jhansi, 122, two great towns, very strongly defended, that lie to the south of Agra. And with this intent he procured for me the emperor's farmand, giving me authority to travel where I would, with my servants and attendants, and with the help of this piece of writing, methought I ought to succeed in my great purpose. And first I consented with myself to reveal my intention to none but to my servant Lal Das, whom I knew to be faithful to me, and with him to devise my plans. Mr. Kidder had begged of me not to carry with me any more of the servants of our party than I should actually need, but to hire coolies, which is carriers, and other attendants, from town to town. And this being so, of our own Surat men I took with me only Lal Das, together with my cook, a Moor that was named Yusuf, 123, and an ancient Mughal soldier named Dara, for to look to the hired coolies. To these two I allowed Lal Das to open our scheme, knowing that they might be trusted, and needing their help to carry it out, but they were instructed by no means to confide the same to any of the Agra men that should accompany us. And next I told the Viscount of my purpose, and of the sorry part he needs must play, and, silencing his words of surprise and gratitude, bade him come to the caravanserai before daylight on the morning of the day when we should start. I don't know how he succeeded in leaving the palace at such an hour unperceived, but God did so order it that he fell in with no one, and outside the caravanserai Lal Das met him and carried him quickly to the stable where I was, looking to the packing of all my equipage. Here were, beside our three selves, namely I, the Viscount, and Lal Das, only Yusuf and Dara, and our business was stowing all our necessaries for the journey in those great baskets wherein the Moguls used to carry victuals and other such things. Then in one of these we hid the Viscount, and fastened down the cover on tea, though leaving him a due space to breathe, and those victuals and packets that should have been in that basket we did put into my palanquin, which was carried with us lest I should tire of riding. And all the baskets being now filled, the coolies come in and took them away, Dara going with them, and all passed through the gate as soon as it was opened, the sun being up. I had bid them tarry for me at a certain village some 5 miles on our road, where was a rest house, wherein I was minded to pass the heat of the day, but I myself and those with me did not start yet for some hours. And these hours I did feel to be the longest I had ever spent, such was my terror lest the Viscount's absence should be observed, or some chance lead to his discovery among my goods. I was fain to comfort myself with the remembrance of the great Sevagi himself, who with his son escaped safely in this manner, but 'twas extreme difficult for me to show myself calm and careless until after I had bid farewell to Mr. Kidder and his fellows, Mr. Spender taunting me at the last with leaving my jailbird to his jailers again, spite of all my fair words, and also to our kind friend the doctor, and to the Armenians that had been our dragoman about the city. But at the last I was able to set forth, having my banner carried before me very seemly, and I riding upon a fine horse, with my palanquin awaiting my disposition if I so pleased, and so went through the city and out at the gate with great pomp. Now I had had some fear lest the officers of the gate should desire to look inside the palanquin, but even so I hoped to beguile them, since they should find therein only my stuff, though this should have frustrated my design with respect to the bearers, who I desired should believe that there was a sick man inside. But as it so chanced, we were let pass without any molestation, and travelling at a fair pace, I riding beside the palanquin as though to cheer him that was therein, came to the rest house before the great heat came on. And here I found the baskets and other packages all piled up on the veranda, and Dara and the coolies awaiting my pleasure. But having had my palanquin carried into the house, I dismissed the coolies for to take their noontide sleep, as also those that were come with me, and with my own 3 men released the Viscount from his wattled prison, and allowed him to walk up and down inside the house, us keeping guard the while. But when the time was come that we should start again, we put into the basket those things that had been in the palanquin, and the Viscount lay down therein in their place, the blinds being close drawn, for 'twas of chiefest importance that the hired coolies from Agra should not see the face of their passenger, and recognize the furring he. And having made this fresh disposition of our affairs, we started again on our way with much cheerfulness. Now in this manner we did journey on during certain days, going as fast as we might without awaking suspicion of our designs, the Viscount riding always in my palanquin, and able to walk about and refresh himself only at night and at noonday. But on arriving at the great fortress of Grier, we dismissed our Agra coolies and saw them safely on their way home again, with a liberal present, and encamped ourselves in a grove of trees without the city, for I feared prodigiously being shut up with walls and bars, like rats in a trap. For this town of Grier is a place of much strength, and the Moguls used to keep their prisoners of state there, so that 10 times in a day, when I looked up to the great fortress that has the air of some huge lion crouching on his hill, I felt a chill in my very bones to think of being shut up there, for our friend the doctor had told us many fearful tales respecting it. Nevertheless, I went to and fro in the place, and observed it so far as I might for Mr. Kidder, and bought there a horse, ready for my friend when he should be able to ride, as I said to him that sold it me. and at this place we hired coolies for to go with us as far as to Zauncey. The Viscount now, when we were got well beyond the city, riding part of the day on horseback instead of in the palanquin, for to seem as though he were just recovering of his illness. At Zauncey we hired new coolies to go with us the whole of the way as far as to Broach, which is near the sea coast not much north of Surat, and began to hope that we were pretty well beyond the danger of pursuit. And now the Viscount left using the palanquin at all, and rid all day beside me, and a mighty agreeable fellow I found him. His looks also was now much amended, since Loldus had dressed his hair for him, and trimmed his beard into a neat picked, 124, shape, for he would not have it shaved off, since, says he, the beard is a badge of our Huguenot religion in France. We were both habited after the Moorish fashion, so as to escape remark from the people, that are prodigious fanatical in these parts, and thus disguised, we hoped to pass for Moguls from the north, in especial as both our faces were now much darkened with the sun. Thus we rid on, enjoying much goodly and profitable discourse together by day, and at night sojourning always in villages or on the outskirts of towns, but never in the caravanserais within their walls. This measure of precaution seemed to me quite necessary, but since we were come so far in safety, I thought little of taking any other. But in these things my friend was wiser than I, he looking at him with the eye of a soldier, that sees everywhere an enemy save where he knows a friend to be. I had observed that the Viscount was always forward to examine narrowly every new tract of country that we reached before ever we passed through it, but this I set down to his desire for knowledge, little guessing that he was planning and rehearsing battles, surprises, ambuscados, retreats, and divers other such warlike notions. But this ignorance and carelessness of mine was to receive a wholesome rebuke, and my friend's foresight a most signal justification. Sir, says he, riding back to me one day when as we were coming down a steep hillside into a valley very thick with woods, do you perceive the nature of the place through which our road now lies? Here is a spot most convenient of all for an ambuscado, and 'twill surprise me much if it ben't made use on. With your permission, I'll take 3 or 4 of the servants as skirmishers, and send 'em in advance on either side of the train. Methinks the Moors are scarce like to look at this point with your eye, which is that of a captain, sir, said I, but prithee, take the servants as you desire, and do your will. There is little possibility that those we have most cause to fear are here before us, but it may be that there is Rajput robbers laying wait for us, conceiving that we carry with us greater riches than we do. Let me entreat you to keep your servants well in line, sir, said he, and to suffer no loitering, for I am persuaded there is danger before us in this valley. With that he took as many of the servants as he desired, for beside coolies, we had now with us some 10 or a dozen Moors, hired at Zauncey for to protect us through this wild country, and furnished with bucklers of skins and their strange crooked scimitars, and bid them search the wood on either side of the road, proceeding with great circumspection, and seeking to surprise the surprisers. Now our coolies, observing these precautions, did not, as you would expect, feel all the safer by reason of the caution of their masters, but became pale and trembled greatly, so as their knees knocked together, and I saw that they were ready to run away if the slightest mischance should occur. Wherefore I placed the Moors so as to hinder them in this intention, and bade them cut down the first coolie that tried to flee, and having mustered the whole train into as compact a body as I could, we entered upon the road through the valley. Now at our first entrance thereon, I noted this, that whereas in such places the birds of the forest were used to rise up and fly about on our appearing, here they were already seeming troubled and disturbed, and wheeling about among the trees as if distressed. Loldus come close to me on seeing this, and Master, says he, there's men in this jungle, which is their name for a wood. And on this strange confirming of my friend's suspicions I was at first took aback, but quickly reflecting that there wanted no way of continuing our journey save by passing through this wood, we went on without remark. But now, when we were about coming to a spot where the road lay very low between two high banks, there come to our ears on a sudden a noise from that on the right hand, as of a struggle and a fall, and then the firing of a pistol. Looking immediately to our arms, we halted for to await the foe, and 'twas well indeed we did so, for with a most dreadful noise there come about our ears a whole hail of matchlock bullets, and before we might even determine whence these were, men began rushing upon us from both banks with divers weapons. It so happened that I had under my Moorish cassock my own hanger and pistols girt about my waist, beside the dagger that the Moors carry, and these stood me in good stead, for the robbers all come at me, and for a time I was in the midst of a whole rabblement of them, they trying to drag me from off my horse or to disable me, but not anxious, so far as I could see, to kill me. So desperate was their attempt, that for a time I thought myself lost, but succeeding in maintaining my ground against their assaults, I did withstand them until Loldus came to my help, my two other servants and the hired Moors being engaged upon the outskirts of the crowd, and the Viscount and his skirmishers in a brisk battle on the banks above, where some of the ambushment had stayed for to resist them. So close was we all packed in the narrow road, that there was no room for any battle array nor show of military skill, for each man must needs fight hand to hand for his own life. And this we did without much result for some time, the coolies balking us grievously in our movements, and raising lamentable cries to their false gods to save them, but at length the Viscount, having vanquished his foes upon the heights, brought his men down to our assistance, who fell upon the enemy with such hearty goodwill that such of them as was able quickly made shift to flee away by the road which we were come. And we, dreading their return with greater numbers, did only collect our own wounded to carry with us, making no attempt to secure any prisoners, and so went on again. But when we were started, up come to me and my friend my servant, Loldus. Master, says he, these men that we have conquered and Rajputs. They are Moors, the Emperor's men, and they were sent to carry your honours back to Agra, alive or dead. How do you know this, Loldus, says I, in a grievous trouble of mind, for, thought I, if the news of the Viscount's evasion be gone before, sure the whole country will be raised against us. I have questioned one on em who is wounded, said he, and returned to his place. "What think you of this turn, sir?" says I to my friend. "That 'tis a move of our adversary that will need some calculation for the defeating on't," says he, smiling, and taking his figures from the game of chess. "With your permission, sir, we will meditate our counter-move." And he rid on in silence, yet pondering deeply, as his face showed. And with this I was content, knowing that he was well seen in all manner of warlike shifts and devices, having been trained in the Low Countries under that most famous captain, the Mareschal Turenne, so that I could not doubt but that he would find some means for to extricate us from our perils. And indeed, before we had left the valley, he turned himself towards me with a smile. "I don't doubt, sir," says he, "that you are already arrived at the same decision as I, namely, that we must avoid all the towns, where the Moguls have garrisons, and seek shelter only in the small villages, where there ain't sufficient force for to detain us, even though the bruit concerning us may have reached them. Nor is this all, for we must leave all thoughts of travelling with a safe conduct in virtue of the Emperor's farmand, which should ruin us the rather, and instead of going on our way, and proceeding to the sea coast, where we are looked for, must turn our steps to the south, and our minds to Sevagi, the only man that can help us at this pinch." "But, sir," I cried, "do you propose to traverse all India? Here are we in the Moguls' dominions, and you speak quite coolly of seeking refuge in the Marathi country. On this," says he, "hangs our lives, so far as I can see. Pray, sir, if the sea coast be closed against us, what chance have we but to outgo the Emperor's commands and reach the border before him? Rumors spread quickly in this country, but I dare be bound that they won't be so quick nor so precise but we may succeed in outrunning them by means of forced marches. Huron turns our fate. In the way we have pursued hitherto, they are watching against our passage, while in turning to the south we may make a certain distance before they suspect our design." I could not bring forward any reason sufficiently strong to weigh against this, though it irked me much to think that an Englishman must needs present himself as a suppliant at the court of this Mahratta king. But I admired prodigiously the quick motions of the Viscount's mind, perceiving that Sevagi was in truth the only man that in this strait could avail to protect us against the Moguls, and could further, by his power over the country of Kanchon, bring us safely without let or hindrance to the very gates of Surat. Therefore I consented with my friend to the plan, and after consulting with Dara and Lal Dus, we turned off our road towards the south, purposing to seek out some trustworthy person that might guide us on our journey, since we knew next to nothing of the way we must take, nor even whether the Moguls were posted thickly therein or not. And herein were we in a strait, for we were resolved to avoid all towns and places where much people should be likely to be gathered. Towards evening we arrived in a certain small village, where we found lodging, though poor and mean enough, hard by the marsh, 125, where the people worshipped, and here we were glad enough to rest, the Viscount placing sentinels and seeing to their relief with an air of as great gravity as if in some great war of Europe. The night passed without any alarm, but in the morning, when we were about breaking our fast, does come to us wearing a lamentable countenance, and saying that certain of our hired servants refused to go with us any further, being afraid to disoblige the emperor. They also, said Loldus, had discovered by the discourse of the wounded what they would be at, and having advised together in the night touching the matter, had consented, 126, to have no further hand in our adventure. I looked at the Viscount on hearing this, as wondering how he should take it, for indeed I, as a simple merchant, did give up to him the conduct of affairs now that we were in a strait wherein he, as a soldier, was so much fitter to act than I let him go, says he. We might carry him on with us by force of arms, but they should be a weakness rather than a strength to us, and might destroy us at some critical point. Do you advise with them, sir, and dismiss them, as many as desire to leave us. Upon this I went out to the men, and found them to look both surly and rebellious, so that I saw them to be capable of much mischief if they pleased, but I was ready to disappoint them, if they desired to come to a tussle with us, and did but tell them, though I won't say but that I did handle them pretty roughly in what I said, that we desired no cowards to company with us, nor men false to their salt, and bid them return from whence they came. Then the greater part of them departed, though with much muttering and some angry words, but there remained certain honest fellows that said they had ate of my salt, which is their way of saying that they were bound to me in honor, and would not go. Then with these I ordered afresh the burdens that must be carried, leaving behind such things as we could well do without, and with this diminished band we prepared to set forth. But here we were met by a new difficulty, for the people of the village, though we had rewarded them richly for the lodging they had furnished us, gathered themselves together across our path, and would not suffer us to pass, declaring that we were enemies of the emperor, and that they would stop us and give us up to him. And at first I did essay to win them over by smooth words and much persuading in their own tongue, but in vain, and then gave place to the Viscount. He, commanding 4 of our men to prepare torches, and to stand with them close to the nearest houses, drew up the train in array, with the carriers in the midst, and setting himself at the head, spake to the villagers, promising them that he would set their houses on fire if they did not give place immediately. And when the people, being mightily concerned for their dwellings, for these were but poor huts roofed with grass, that was dry and would burn like tinder, brake their rank and began to consult together, he gave the signal to start, and so led on with a great rush that took us well past them before they so much as perceived our intention. Chapter 15. Of my second deliverance from extreme peril of death. Now after this escape we went on pretty steadily, keeping ourselves as remote as possible from the vicinage of men, and prolonging our 2 marches as late as we might with safety. Towards evening we met with an encounter which at first cost us no little alarm, but which proved to be excessively to our advantage. For riding in the shade of a grove of great trees, we saw coming towards us an ancient Brachmine, very meanly apparelled. Compassionating his sorry appearance, the Viscount saluted him courteously, and offered him an alms, which he accepting, turned, and looked shrewdly at my friend. Master, says he, we have met before. Nay, says the Viscount, speaking lightly, though his countenance changed somewhat. I ha'n't no recollection on't. Where was it that we met, old man? In the hole of the mountain rat, says the Brackmine, meaning that strong place or fortress of Severgi's called Grier. Is possible, saith my friend. I can't yet call your face to mind. Stay, is it indeed Vincali Row, 127? I am he, says the old man, not without pride. I had not looked to find Severgi's chief friend and manager alone and disguised in the Mogul's country, says the Viscount. Sure you can't have forgot that jest of the courtiers which said that where Vincali Row was found, there Severgi himself might be looked for not long after. That jest is still true, said the old man. I am here, and my lord and he far behind me. What, in the Mogul's dominions? Cried my friend. If he ben't in yet, he soon will be, says the Brackmine. Is he marching on Dilly? Asked my friend, his eyes flashing. Sure here will be feats of arms such as the world hath rarely seen. I am well pleased to find myself here at such a time. Nay, he goes not to Dilly, saith Vincali Row. He is here only on a private errand, the taking of his revenge on Cogia Bucks, 128, the governor of Tash Power. I have heard of him, said the Viscount. He led the Mogul's army in Kanchon some years since, and was highly esteemed as a person of much valor and prudence. Saith the old Brackmine, but he came once too near to Severgi for his safety now. The king was out on a hunting expedition, and halted for the night, with but 2 or 3 followers, at the house of a certain landowner. Hither, after midnight, come Cogia Bucks with a great force, guided by a treacherous slave, and was got as far as the threshold of the king's chamber before an alarm was raised. There was but 3 men with my lord, one of them being Madagi, 129, his cousin, a young man of extreme promise. He sprang to the door of the chamber, crying out to Severgi, "Escape, my lord! We will keep the door." And thereupon the king, tying together coverlets and turbants for to make a rope, did let himself down through the lattice and escaped, the house standing on the margin of a steep, but the 2 soldiers and Madagi were slain fighting. Which, when the king heard, he was prodigiously grieved, and made haste to send a message to Cogia Bucks, saying, "Tell Cogia Bucks that when he visited upon me the door was shut," speaking of their manner of civilly denying oneself to a troublesome visitor. "But I swear on my good sword Bowerny that I will do myself the honor of returning his visit, and when I come to Tash Power the door will not be shut." And 'tis on this errand he is now come, says my friend. Says the old man, for he was minded to go against the king of Gulkandar at this time, but the tears and entreaties of Setabai, 130, the mother of young Madagi, declaring that her son was left to die unavenged, prevailed upon him to proceed first against Cogia Bucks. As you may well perceive, all his hopes of success hang on his being speedy and secret, but in these 2 things my master he never yet found wanting. "And we may hope to reach him?" asked the Viscount. "If you come on him before he make his attempt on Tarsh Power," says the old Brackmine. "If you be later than that, there will be but smoking ruins for to greet you. But at present he is only some 3 or 4 days' journey from you by this road, and little over 2 days by a rough way that I will show you." Then by means of drawing with his staff in the dust, he showed us the way he meant, and presently departed on his journey again, with our much thanks. And that night we encamped ourselves in a thick wood, where we lay in much discomfort for fear of the wild beasts, hearing them howling around us. And indeed, so greatly terrified was our men by the alarms of that night that they prayed of us to spend the next among human creatures. And though we did this with great fear and trembling, lest our evil fame should have spread before us, yet we found that this want he needed, for the whole place was already in a ferment, and that for a reason that lay in front of us, and not behind. For the Gentoos were almighty gratified and proud, as having heard of Severgi's advance, while the Moors were anxious and uneasy. All this was pleasing to us, as confirming that we had learned from Vincali Row, and when we were safely lodged that night in the rest house of the village, and had supped well, though not extravagantly, my friend and I discoursed much of the means whereby we might soonest place ourselves in security. For it seemed, by what the Brackmine had told us, that to reach the Moratti army by the shortest way we must needs pass through a rugged country, extreme difficult to traverse with such a train as ours, while the other way, where there was a good road enough, should occupy us still 2 or 3 days. And moreover, between us and Severgi there lay the strong fortress of Tarsh Power, whence, as we had no doubt, Cogia bucks would be looking forth for us, and our train being so large, it was little like that we should be able to slip past him. These difficulties that threatened us we discussed with great freedom, at one time even purposing to abandon all our stuff, which, though valuable, was little in comparison with life, and take the short road with only our men. But telling this to Loldus, who was making ready where we should lie that night, he showed himself prodigiously concerned, and entreated with much respect that we would allow him to make a certain proposition to us. Which we permitting, he begged of us to leave our train in his care, both the men and all the beasts, that he might conduct it to the camp of Severgi by the longer road, while we, the Viscount and I, rid on without encumbrance by the short way. It went to his heart, said the honest fellow, that we should be left without the attendance suited to our quality, but by submitting to this trifling inconvenience we should be secure of regaining in the space of a few days all our goods, in the stead of being compelled to undertake the rest of our journey without him. And this plan of his seeming to us very good and well considered, we gave to tea our attention, and went to bed resolved upon adopting it. And setting out in the morning as usual, lest the villagers should perceive our divided forces, we separated from one another at some distance from the place where we had slept, our servants and coolies taking the road to the left hand, and my friend and I that to the right. Meanwhile, I was not a little exercised in my mind as to whether we were doing the best we might, and did give Loldus many commands touching what he should do in respect to certain dangers, as that in case of any pursuit made of them, they must all leave their packs and escape into the woods, not rashly perilling their lives for such poor silly stuff as beds and kettles. In all this he heard me very patiently, though I am well assured he would never have suffered any such thing to be done, and so we separated from them, my friend and I riding on in the sweet morning air, the which was mighty soft and agreeable, with as little concern as if that were not to be the most weighty day of both of our lives, or at least of mine. Through all the morning we held on at a good pace, our horses being sound and swift, and at noon or thereabouts halted for a rest of 2 hours, for more we dared not take, if we were to reach Sevagi and his army by sunset. Setting out again on our journey after this time of repose, we found that we must needs progress with great circumspection, since we now beheld very clearly the great citadel of Tashpower frowning from its lofty steep before us. And here the Viscount showed very evidently the value of that training he had received, for his eye told him of every ridge and every grove that might afford us concealment in our riding, and we were well abreast of the fortress before we were forced to relinquish our cover. But here that which we had hailed as our salvation became, so to speak, a destruction unto us, for we had been riding in the shadow of the edge of a certain great wood, so that even had any been watching for us from the castle they had scarce been able to perceive us against the dark trees, and now we come full upon a huge quag or morass, wherein my horse had like to have sunk before I could turn him and get him out. And looking to see where this quag might end, we found that it spread into the wood for some distance, making a dark and loathsome mire and mud, very hideous to behold. Nay, we could not reach with our eyes the furthest limits on T, so that our sole plan was to ride out upon the plain and fetch a compass about it. And this, because time pressed, and we might not search in the wood, to seek the other end on T, we did set about immediately, though doing our best to ride leisurely, so as any perceiving us might take us only for honest countrymen bent on their occasions. But when we come out upon the plain, our beasts and we were evidently visible against the clear green color of the rushes by the side of the quag, and before we could even circle round the end on T, the Viscount bid me look round, and I obeying saw a troop of horse coming out of a gate of the castle in pursuit of us. Now these men were so close after us that they arrived at the side of the quag nearest to the fortress when we were still riding along the further margin thereof with all possible haste for to regain our road, so that they did let fly at us with their matchlocks, as hoping thereby to cripple and so delay us. But by God's great mercy they hit neither my friend nor me, their bullets all falling short of us, save one only, which did strike my friend's horse, making it halt and stagger for a moment. But he calling out to it cheerfully, for he was used always to speak to his beast as though it were indeed a rational creature that could understand him, it went on again bravely, and we too rid away at our utmost speed along our road. At any rate, sir, says the Viscount, laughing, this shrewd pursuit saves us from the need of seeking cover for ourselves. Our safety now hangs on speed, and not on concealment. You are right, sir, says I, and we rid on at a brisk pace, though holding our beasts well in hand in case of any fresh dangers threatening us in front. Looking back upon occasion to see our pursuers, we beheld them at an agreeable distance enough, for their horses wan't so good as ours, and themselves heavier armed. If we can but keep up this pace, sir, says I, we shall hold our own well. Our beasts can do more than this, sir, if need be, says the Viscount, not knowing of the misfortune that was about to befall us. For as we rid, we came suddenly upon a river, which, though not very deep in appearance, had its banks so high and steep that we must needs ride along some distance to find a place where to descend them, whereas our enemies knew the spot, and made straight for it. Happily, we reached it first, though with no time to spare, and putting our horses to the water, swam them over, mounting the other bank in safety only a moment before the pursuers reached the first one. 'Twas well for us that they had not tarried to load their matchlocks again after firing them off, so that they could not shoot at us, but they were so close behind us that we set our horses to their utmost speed and tasked them sorely that we might get a good start once more. So well did the good beasts obey us that we gained rapidly upon them, and had soon near resumed our former lead, though we durst not slacken our pace again as yet. We shall distance them yet, sir, cried the Viscount, casting a glance behind him, but even as he spoke, his horse began to totter and breathe heavily. My friend's face grew pale, but he said naught to me, only cheering the beast with his voice. But I, remembering the bullet that had struck it beside the quag, saw that the gallop across the plain had pressed it too hard, and that it must soon fail, and at the same time there come into my mind a thought that did set my heart a-beating quickly. So strongly did it seize upon me, that I saw at once it must be obeyed, and yet, I am almost ashamed to write it, I felt myself hang back from following it. Sure you would think that this life of mine, that was of so little value even to myself, and still less to others, would be resigned without a pang, but 'twas not so, and in that moment I did learn the foolishness of all those idle vapourings of mine touching my blighted existence, and the ease and carelessness wherewith I would depart from it. For I found myself cling even to that precarious hope on which now remained, and 'twas with a prodigious effort that I made up my mind to do the thing that now presented itself to me, and so make the only amends in my power for my former presumption towards Madame Heliodora, and for the evil thoughts I had cherished against her servant. Now while these thoughts was yet in my mind, the Viscount's beast was becoming more and more feeble, so as I saw it could not long keep on its feet, and even as we were about mounting a slight ascent, it reared up and fell dead beneath him. And upon this I did dismount, as though to help him to arise from the ground. Come, sir, says I, pulling him to his feet, for he was fallen partly under the beast, though mercifully not much hurt, mount my horse. We ha'n't no time to lose. Will he carry double, says he, looking round as though dazed by his fall, but obeying me. 'Tis but a chance, but we may essay it. I helped him into the saddle, and would fain have started the horse with a blow, but he suspected my design, and turned round. Why don't you mount, sir, says he. The beast can't carry both of us, says I, starting the horse and running by his side, as though accompanying him, and your life is of more value than mine. Sir, he cried, very angry, and striving to stop the horse, have you forgot that I am a gentleman, and I hope, a Christian, and do you look for me to leave you to perish? Sir, says I owe a great obligation to Mademoiselle de Tourvel, and do desire to acquit myself on tea. And moreover, you have her ladyship to consider, to whom you owe love and protection for the rest of your life, and I have no one that need care whether I live or die. I have often been weary of my life, and I am well pleased for tea to end in such a manner as this. Am I to forsake you, my friend, the man that saved me out of my captivity and brought me back to hope, cries he. Never, sir. Let us mount together, if you will, and seek to escape so long as we may, and then die fighting back to back, like men. No, sir, says I, for this I will tell you, which I had not looked ever to tell any living soul again. There has come to me in my past life an irreparable loss, so great as nothing imaginable can avail to compensate me therefor, and after this I don't care to live longer. Mademoiselle de Tourvel will unfold my meaning to you if you ask her, but I pray you, ask no more of me. The Viscount looked down into my face, and saw, as I fancy, my history wrote there plain, for he took away his eyes, and may God help you, sir, says he. You perceive by this, sir, says I, that 'tis your duty to live for her ladyship, and mine to enable you so to do. Go on and reach safety, and enjoy your happiness with Madame Heliodora, and bid her forgive me and think kindly of me. Farewell, and God be with you. But he would not depart thus, and stopping the horse, catched me in his arms and embraced me, after the French fashion, weeping the while, until I bid him hasten on, or he should yet be taken. And at this he went on, yet with many tears, and turning round for to bid me farewell once more, and I was left behind, panting from the running and the turmoil of my thoughts, but joyful and glad of heart for that by my sacrifice I had secured the happiness of that noble lady and her servant. Now my constant enemies, for indeed my enemies are as constant and as curious in their arts as were ever the friends of Job, are accustomed to declare that I acted thus from I don't know what wicked design, or else that I had good reason to suppose the means of rescue to be near at hand, which indeed I could not, unless by the aid of prophetic powers, to the which I don't pretend. But in answer to these persons, I may confess, although it be but a sorry confession for an Englishman and one that hath seen many climates, that when I had suffered my friend to depart, and turned my eyes to behold the advance of those bloody and brutal men, that were now close upon me, 'twas with the greatest trembling that ever I felt in my life. Then they, coming up quickly, did lay hold upon me with little gentleness and many ill words, and after binding my arms behind me, and also making me fast with a thong of leather to one of their saddles, did hale me with them back to the castle. And in this journey I did endure such discomforts from the heat, the dust, and the smart pace that my captors kept up, that I had no leisure to ponder over my situation, nor even to do anything but continue the march. Yet this I was glad to perceive, viz., that before we reached the castle there catched us up certain of the band that had been sent for to pursue the Viscount further, and declared that they must needs let him go, for that all their chasing was of no avail. And I, understanding their Persian tongue, wondered much what new thought had seized my friend, that he should so soon have forgot his prudent design of saving his beast in case of some fresh danger, and be now riding so fast as to have distanced thus easily and thus quickly all that were following him. But such speculation as this was of little moment, and I forgot it speedily when I was carried up that steep and winding road, commanded at every point from the ramparts above, which leads into the castle of Tashpower. This is the only way whereby the fortress may be approached, for on all the other sides the rock is so high and steep as even a goat could not make shift to climb it, and the fortifications at the top, which were built by the Moguls on their first settlement of the country, are in every way worthy of the repute of that famous and warlike nation, and equal to any in Europe. Now I being brought up into the castle, they did take me before Cogier Bucks the governor, a person of so ferocious an aspect and discourse that I looked for nothing else than immediate death at his hands, but I soon perceived that he durst not hurt me, being commanded to deliver me up alive at Agra, there to be dealt with as the emperor himself might determine. And at this I was sorry, both as anticipating a more dreadful and lingering death than any they had skill to devise here, and also as finding prolonged this disagreeable space of waiting and looking for death. But for all this, I would not seem to show myself afeard before these heathens, but did talk very big, telling them that those I served would never suffer me to be badly used. But at this they did laugh mightily, telling me that none of my friends should so much as stir a finger to help me, since 'twas those of them that were at Agra had given the intelligence that led to my apprehension. And in this, methought, I perceived the hand of Mr. Spender, but forbore to dwell upon it in my thoughts, desiring to die in peace and charity with all mankind. Then they did cast me into a very deep and noisome dungeon, reminding me rather of the Aljavar at Goa than of my cell in the Holy House, and bid me be prepared to set out the next day for Agra. And I, being thus left to myself, and foreseeing that in travelling with profane and heathen guards around me I should have little opportunity for profitable meditation and such as suited with my case, gave my mind to consider my situation. Now the thought of my present estate brought to me some little comfort, inasmuch as my misfortune was due to no fault of my own, and had, as I hoped, secured the happiness of two much worthier persons. But next my meditations turned upon my past life, and here I found little to console me, for it seemed that since my marvelous deliverance at Goa I had done little but go from bad to worse. And first I considered my temptation at St. Thomas, and recalled with shame how easily I had been led by the nose, as we say, by my Lord Marquis, almost to the betraying my duty and the dishonouring myself. And after this I thought of my life at Ahmedabad, and of the pain I had caused to my good friend Mr. Martin, and likewise his attempts to lead me into a more worthy and Christian course, and my declaration that I was no worse than others. Then that come into my mind which the strange old seaman, substitution Darrell, had said to me aboard the Boscobel, namely, that where force had failed to rob me of my faith, other measures might succeed, and I perceived at last that this was not far removed from being true with me. I saw, also, how I had come forth from my imprisonment at Goa proud and haughty, reckoning myself one that had suffered great things for God, and counting it only just that God should recompense me by giving me in future all things to my liking, so that that word of the apostles might have been wrote with an eye to me, though I give my body to be burned, and have not charity, it profiteth me nothing. Then I saw how that, applying this fancy of mine to my mad and presumptuous passion for Madame Heliodora, I had conceived myself defrauded of my due in not obtaining her, and had therefore fallen foul of all around me, both God and men, accusing the first of injustice, and regarding the last with scorn and even hatred. By this means I had wasted, and worse than wasted, not indeed in a material, but a spiritual sense, 4 of the best years of my life, spending them in peevishness of spirit and in unworthy pleasures, such as might best avail to drown my persuasion of the inequality of my lot to my deserts. Now, when 'twas too late to amend, though not to repent, I perceived my fault, seeing clearly, not only that I had not been fitted for the happiness I sought, but also that it had needed 4 years to teach me that I had no right to seek happiness at all, but only duty. And this also I saw, viz., that in my repinings after the happiness I could not have, I had lost that which I might have had, as the company of worthy friends, the discourse of ingenious men, the delights of research and discovery, and the like, wherewith many, no better situated than I, have made their lives result not only in good to themselves and solace to their own intimates, but also in great store of elegant observations for the informing of persons in England. And this thought, moreover, to the which I was come, did bring into my mind that occasion wherein I had most grievously failed in my duty, namely, in breaking my contract with my cousin Dorothy at the bidding of a rash and selfish presumption, and leaving her desolate and bereaved of the hope in the which she was grown up. 'Twas not the first time that this thought was come to me, but before this I had been wont to turn a deaf ear to tea, seeking to stifle it, and thus making my unworthy behavior worse still. Now, however, I was minded to do this no longer, and as they say that amendment and restitution is the surest sign of repentance, so now I solemnly vowed to myself, though little likely ever to be able to fulfill it, that if by God's mercy I should ever be released alive from this second captivity, I would at the expiration of the term of my service return to Dorothy, if she should still be unwed, and marrying her, make to her the best amends in my power for my former evil carriage towards her. And having entered into this resolve, I found myself somewhat easier in my mind, though still bowed down with shame and grief for my unworthy courses, unworthy both in respect to the good teaching I had in my childhood and the honorable traditions of our house, and also with regard to God's marvelous goodness and care for me throughout my life. Thus then I was brought to cast myself humbly upon the mercy of God through our Lord Jesus Christ, and confessing my sins and entreating pardon of Him, to receive an assurance of forgiveness and grace, bringing great peace into my soul. And having thus attained that which my troubled conscience had long lacked, I laid myself down in the dungeon, and so fell asleep. I don't know how long I continued in this happy oblivion of my situation, but I awoke at last, hearing what seemed to me strange noises. Now you must know that this dungeon, wherein I lay, was dug deep down in the bowels of the hill whereon the fortress stood, and beside the door whereby I had entered, had intercourse with the outer world only by means of a long and narrow passage, in bigness no more than a hand's breadth, but leading out in some way to the open air. And it seemed to me now that there come to me through this passage, or air hole, sounds as of scrambling and of stealthy voices. And first I thought that the moguls of the place, being determined to secure me while I was in their power, were minded to murder me secretly, and were approaching my dungeon by stealth in this intent. But while I lay with this thought in my mind, trembling and shaking all over, as is the wont of those that awake from sleep by reason of any alarm, the noises seemed to rise higher above me, and so at last to cease. But I, listening with all my ears, heard on a sudden a most dreadful cry or shriek, as of one hurled past my window, if I may call the air hole so, from above. By this I was assured that there was some fearful work on foot, and rising up from my place, I came as near to the window as my chains would allow me, desiring to assure myself more particularly of what should be happening. But now there come to me from above a great and confused noise of shouting and the clash of arms, so that I could discern that some great battle was going forward. But though I heard the cries and shrieks, nay, I could even discern from the sounds the moment of each advance and retreat, yet I might not discover who the parties should be, that thus met and fought, until the noises ceased somewhat and the roar of battle was become fainter. Then I heard hollowed, 131, lustily, as though by many throats, that battle cry which had met my ears at the time of my rescue at Grier, namely, Hoa! Hoa! Mohordio! This sound recalled to me at once that former scene, and did cast me into a state of great confusion of mind, so that when the cry was growing less loud to my ears, as though they that used it had gathered themselves together and were marching away, I did sink down in a corner trembling and perplexed. And thereafter heard I many such confused and strange noises as never before out of my dreams, but there was no means for me to determine what was the issue of all that had happened. For I could not but suppose that Sevagi and the Moratis, whose war cry I had heard, had made an attempt by night on the place, and succeeded in surprising the sentinel, and so gaining a footing on the walls. But how they fared thereafter, and whether they still held their ground, or had been drove over the cliffs, I could not discover, not though the question was of the deepest moment to me. With such patience, then, as I could muster, I waited until the sun's rays began to pierce feebly into the dungeon through the air hole, when also I heard footsteps in the passage outside my door, and other doors opening and closing, as though a jail delivery were taking place. More than once I heard the footsteps pass my very threshold, but they never tarried there, and at last seemed to depart, while my heart cried out to me that though others was to find enlargement, I was forgot. And this bred in me a terrible frenzy and passion, insomuch that I beat upon the wall with my hands, and called aloud unto them without, my chains not suffering me to approach the door. And this I did, never considering that my fellow prisoners might only be led out to execution, but possessed with the fear that I was to be left behind to starve. And the sound of the footsteps having now ceased, there was a great silence, while I lay in my corner, plunged in despair. But presently I heard a voice cry very loud in French, "Mr. Carleon, are you here? If you hear me, cry out aloud, and we will release you." I could not mistake the voice of my friend the Viscount, and for answer I flung myself again at the wall and battered it with kicks and blows, calling out the while to my friend that if he loved me he should not leave me to perish. And at this he and the men that were with him came and burst open the door, for the key on't could not be found, and he embraced me very tenderly, and then led me out into the passage, and up many steps to the daylight. And because I was much overcome by the sudden passing from hopelessness to hope, so that for a moment I did cling to his arm and could not stand upright, he would have me sit down, and brought me with his own hand a dram of some cordial, and carried himself so gently and kindly towards me as no woman could have been more tender. And after this he carried me into the great hall, where I had seen the governor, and here was a very stately person of middle age sitting upon a throne, to whom the Morattis were bringing all their spoils from all quarters of the place. And the Viscount bowing very low, I perceived that here must be the great Sevagi, of whom I had so often heard speak. And rising to meet us, I saw that he was of small stature, having arms very long in proportion thereto, and an air of great activity rather than strength, his countenance lively and handsome. Who welcomed me kindly enough, speaking very agreeably to my friend in the Moratti tongue, he answering in the same, which I understood not. Then the Viscount led me away, and brought me into an upper chamber of the castle, sending one of the soldiers for food and wine, and while I did eat and drink, he told me of his doings after our parting. For he said that he had made straight for the Moratti camp, as Vincaliro had informed us on tea, and speaking in their own tongue to the soldiers that he met, desired of them to carry him at once to their prince, who, recognizing him from of old, did receive him with great kindness, and promised to do all in his power for my deliverance. And this promise the king redeemed right nobly, for he called together those of his choicest soldiers that he had brought with him, men well seen in all manner of sieges and escalados, and led them himself to surprise Tashpower. And this they accomplished by the help of ladders of ropes, ascending in this way the cliffs deemed unsurmountable, as hath often been done before by the Morattis, and having gained a footing on the ramparts, as I had surmised, beat back the Moguls, and at length made themselves masters of the place. And my friend then seeking among the dungeons for me, had almost missed me, from my cells being set in an obscure angle of the passage, had it not been for his assuring himself by his calling to me that I was there. This, then, was my second great deliverance, but to me 'twas even greater than the first, since now I was set free also from those unhappy thoughts and imaginations that had been my torment for years, and was resolved, so far as lay in my power, to pursue duty alone for the future. And that I might the better do this, I begged of the Viscount to make interest with Severgi to give us quickly a guard to the coast, that I might bear to Surat the message I was charged withal, and return to my business there. And this the king was good enough to do, although he had at first been minded to have us both, and in especial the Viscount, go with him on this campaign, and assist him with our counsel. Now this my friend had been right glad at any ordinary time to fall in with, but he was now so possessed, as well he might be, with the thought of Madame Heliodora, and the desire to hasten to her side, that he delayed not an instant to refuse the Moratti's invitation, although in the most civil manner imaginable, so that we parted from him the best of friends. So courteously did this barbarian carry himself towards us, that while we tarried with him, he appointed a butcher for our sole service, and had him slay a goat for us every day, since the Gentoos eat no flesh meat, but he, knowing that we Europe men was accustomed thereto, would not suffer us to miss it. And on our departing, he did give us many gifts, yea, even to our servants and coolies, for Loldus was arrived at the camp in safety with his train 2 days after us. Then sending with us a sufficient guard, that should escort us to the gates of Surat, he did bid us farewell, and went on to prosecute that war which for him ended only with his death, the same occurring some 3 years later than this adventure of ours. Now we came to Surat, my friend and I, having dismissed our Morattis at a convenient distance outside the city, with thanks and a genteel present, and were received with great amazement by the gentlemen at the factory, and this amazement was not diminished when our story was told. My good friend Mr. Martin, hearing it narrated by the Viscount, was fit to embrace us both in his joy and happiness, and made his comment thereon in many strange proverbs, culled from divers tongues. I delivered the message I brought to his honour the President, and as 'twas now manifestly impossible for me to return into the Mogul's immediate dominions, though here out of danger, as being supposed to have fallen in the sack of Tash power, another gentleman was sent to convey the answer on tea to Mr. Kidder at Agra, and I was given his place in the factory for the time. The Viscount also did his best to repay our factory for their entertainment of him by instructing divers of the company's servants there in the Moratti tongue, I being one of these. But so great was the prejudice wherewith the reported deeds and purposes of the French factory had invested all their nation in our eyes, the said French factory being at once so crowded with merchants and so poor that they were thankful to leave the Viscount to us for hospitality, that I could not be sorry for my friend's sake when a means offered for his return to France. This was a ship of Havre de Grace, coming from Fulcherry and returning home, whose master offered a passage to the Viscount, and he departed in her, bidding me farewell with much sorrow, the which I also did experience for his leaving me. But although he did promise to write me concerning all his affairs, so little commerce, 132, was there betwixt us and the French that near 3 years passed before I heard from him, And then I learned that he had found on his arrival in France my Lord Marquis dead, and this, as they said, rather of a broken heart upon some disgrace he was fallen into with the court, such as had made him be recalled and kept him idle, than of any more exact disease. Madame Heliodora the Viscount found dwelling in Paris with a lady of quality that was some kin to her, and they were wedded almost immediately upon his return, departing thereafter to his estate, which was situate on the borders of the provinces of Languedoc and Gascogne, 133, and where, says he, we shall endeavour, with God's blessing, to spend our lives in alleviating the miseries and amending the situation of such as depend upon us. And this letter my friend did close with so many and such lofty expressions of the gratitude that both he and his lady experienced towards me, that I can't quote from 'em, yet I won't deny but they were very pleasant to me, and that I loved to flatter myself with the belief that these two persons, whom I did so greatly esteem, thanked me for some of the happiness I now contemplated in them by means of this letter. And with this persuasion of the good fortune of both my friends I did content myself during several years that I heard naught from them, believing them to be so greatly busied with their gracious designs for their tenants that they lacked the time to write to me, and never suspecting that first of all their letters had miscarried, nor later that evil was befallen them, until I heard it from their own lips. Now about a year after my return to Surat our ambassadors came back from Agra, their business well ended, and I, who conceived myself to have, as you may remember, a crow to pick, as we say, with Mr. Spender, did demand of him his reason for denouncing me to the Mogul, and thereby imperiling both my life and my friends. But instead of betraying shame or confusion, such as you might expect, at my knowledge of his treason, he turned aside my question with the greatest coolness in the world, saying only that 'twas a person's bounden duty to use any means in his power to succeed in his designs. And I then leaving him, fearing lest in my rage at his effrontery I should lay violent hands upon him, learned from others of the ambassage that the Viscount's escape was at first kept as a secret by the Moguls, but that when it came to the ears of the ambassadors, Mr. Spender gained an audience of the Emperor, and all for to tell him that our coolies returned from Grier had spoke of a second Europe man in my train, whose face they had never seen, and this, said Mr. Spender, might well be the escaped prisoner. And the Mogul, hearing this, did take those measures to stop us whereof you know already, and showed himself very favourable towards Mr. Spender and the rest of the ambassage. Chapter 16. Of my departing from East India, and returning to my home and Dorothy. Now after my friend was departed I did spend 7 years, more or less, in the service of the company at Surat, serving them to the best of my ability, and enjoying at the last the dignity of warehouse keeper, which is a place of some honour and profit. Yet I want he, during all this time, tied, so to speak, to my desk in the factory, for I made 3 short voyages to the further east on the company's occasions, sailing once to Bengal, and again to Bantam in the island of Java, and once again to the great kingdom of Siam, from all of which journeys I did bring back experience and profit for myself, as well as advantage to my employers. Now it so happened that there was at Surat, at the time of our sailing on the third of these voyages, a certain popish priest, a Portugal, that did take passage with us to one of the Portugal settlements lower down the coast, and from this gentleman, that showed himself very agreeable, and no bigot, in spite of his creed, I learned somewhat touching an old friend that I had of late years, I shame to say it, near forgot. For asking of him some question touching divers persons at Goa, though cautiously lest he should recognize me and denounce me to the Inquisition, and I should thus again come into their hands, he told me of a band of Jesuit missionaries that was sent to convert the savage people of a certain great island lying not far from Java. Of these Paulistans, says my priest, there was one that had shown himself extreme devoted, more than all the rest, and very forward in all the work that was undertook, so that when the savages turned against them and ill-treated them, as they did after the space of some 6 months, they did torment him in especial with great tortures, which did so work upon his frame that soon after, being rescued by a Spanish ship of war, he died in great suffering and in the odor of sanctity, and the name of this person was Theodorus. Furthermore, it was whispered among the other fathers that this father Theodorus was wont to use himself thus hardly by reason of a certain monstrous sin that he had once committed, and this, said my priest to me in great confidence, was said to be some inadvertence or lightness of speech of his whereby some heretic had been enabled to escape the punishment due to his evil deeds. But this was gathered only from his sayings on his deathbed, and could not be confirmed. But I, as you may well guess, knew the truth of this matter, though I would not reveal it to my friendly priest, and grieved myself much to think that the good man should have conceived that this piece of kindness needed to be so hardly atoned for. But the priest never knew that he had told his tale to one so closely involved therein, and he left us at his journey's end without remark. This, then, was a result of one of my journeys, but I wa'n't idle now when at home, even during the slack times of our business at Surat, for I laid up great store of observations touching the Indians and their ways, and also the Europe men settled among them, all to be employed later in a way that I shall show you. And in all this I had the help and countenance of my good friend Mr. Martin, who displayed as great an alacrity to assist me regain my earliest dispositions as many men's friends do to lead them into ruin, so as I must ever be grateful to him. Likewise among the other gentlemen at the factory, with but few exceptions, I did find much kindness and friendship, and had also another friend, that was a faithful though a humble one, in my servant Loldus. This man, shortly before my leaving Surat, professed himself openly a convert to Christianity, and was admitted into our holy religion with the use of that form set forth of late years for the baptizing of natives in our plantations, and such like cases. The minister of the factory had willingly took him into his service when I departed, but such a prodigious affection had this faithful fellow conceived for me, that he must needs forsake his country and friends, and follow me in my return to my native land, whereof I will now unfold to you the particulars. Now you must know that though I had, as in honour bound, wrestled with and conquered my passion for Madame Heliodora, that was now my friend's wife, yet this had not wrought in me any reviving of my former affection for my cousin Dorothy. Though I still persisted in my design of marrying her, considering this to be my duty, I had not announced it in my letters to Mr. Sternhold, conceiving it to be only just that she should have the chance to find a servant more to her liking, and that loved her better, if she so willed it. Yet I did read with a certain anxiety each epistle of the old lawyer, whereof he writ to me regularly one in the year, and want he by no means displeased to perceive therein that my cousin still remained a maid, for, strange though it may appear, yet the thought of a life at elsewhere with this beautiful and virtuous woman for my wife want he at all disagreeable to me, though I loved her not. 'Twas a pleasant dream to admire at times, when I had little else to do, and sat alone in my chamber, but so little did it touch my heart that I was content to work on year after year and never seek to go home, until a simple chance awaked some spark in me, and kindled it to a flame. And that you may perceive how this come about, it may be as well for me to relate the substance of a discourse that was had one evening between Mr. Martin and myself. Ned, says my friend, when I found him sitting in the gallery outside his chamber on my return from a ride, have you forgot that tomorrow you must needs declare whether you will accept of the proffer of the agency at Caerwar, or not? I han't he forgot it, sir, says I, and until today 'twas my design to accept on't he, but, though I am almost ashamed to tell it you, I have this evening been led altogether to change my mind. Come, says he, sure this is a sudden determination, lad. What hath led you to tea? And what do you purpose to do if you don't accept of the agency? Itn't he every day that such places go a-begging? Well, sir, says I don't doubt but you will be prodigious astonished to hear that I feel myself very strongly drawn towards home. Home? England, saith he. Why now, Ned, you do indeed astonish me. I can't blame you, and yet it seems strange you should desire to leave the service so young. Not so monstrous young, sir, quoth I am 38 years old, under your favour. So you are, says he. 'Tis 20 years and more since the day I met you upon the landing place at Swally. But prithee, Ned, tell me, whence come this new plan? Why, sir, says I am almost ashamed to tell you, as I said. But indeed I was visiting upon our friend Mr. Stokes but now, and entered his house suddenly, sending no word of my approach. Coming then into the inner court, I found him at supper with his wife and children, for, as you know, he is married to a country-born woman, half Portugal and half Gentoo, and hath several children by her, and they had no time, by reason of my hasty entrance, to retire, as is their custom when his friends appear. But this, sir, must appear to you so strange and foolish that I ask your pardon for tea beforehand. The sight seemed to breed in me a certain longing and desire for such a home of my own, and recalled to me that I might have had such an one now had I wished it, and in fine, it did awake in me a vehement design of returning at once to England and espousing my cousin. So, says Mr. Martin, looking upon me jestingly, "is this your mind, lad? Well, every man knows where his shoe rings him, but I'll own I hadn't looked that yours should ring you here. You will wait, I presume, for the Boscobel, that is expected every day at Swally on her homeward voyage, or are your occasions so urgent that you must needs charter a country junk, and perform your journey in her?" "Sir," says I perceive that you regard this sudden determination on my part as foolish and laughable, and indeed I can scarce see it otherwise myself. But give me leave to remind you that the purpose for the accomplishing whereof I came hither is much more than performed, for I have long since heard from my attorney that all the burdens and mortgages on my father's estates are paid off, through the sums that I have remitted to him, and all necessary improvements effected, and now I have a genteel competence assured me from my rents as well as from the moneys I have put out to interest at home and adventured in divers cargoes, and see, here. I have no desire for prodigious wealth, and do now possess more than any of my family has done, though what I have invested here must needs continue to increase, so long as our trade subsist. Why, then, should I tarry longer in the Indies, becoming strange to my own country and growing old and crabbed, when at elsewhere I may live in modest comfort, cheered by the company of one of the best women in the world? Why, says he, your argument of your case is mighty convincing. But I pray you remember, Ned, that he that reckons without his host, must reckon twice. What if the lady of whom you speak don't care to wed you? Oh, but that is understood, sir, says I. Well, Ned, says he, go, and may you enjoy all the good fortune you look for. 'Tis well you can disengage yourself from the pursuit of wealth thus early, in the stead of toiling on for the mere sake of toiling, as 'tis with others, and with me amongst em. How shall I do without you, lad? Nay, sir, says I, come home with me, and sure we will show the world a modern example of that friendship which they say is now passed away. Nay, said he, not yet. I have no bride awaiting me, Ned, nor no cause for haste. In 5 years or so, if it please God, I may come home and pay you a visit. But Surat is as dear a place to me now as any save one, and that I trust to see once more before I die. My parents lie buried there, and one that I had hoped should be all, and more than all, to me that Mrs. Brandon is to you, lad. That spot I would fain see again, but little time will be required for that, and I look still to be of some use here. Though Mr. Ned Carleon Benty my fellow no longer, I may yet find some young writer but newly arrived hither that will bear with an old man's infirmities and listen to his counsel. But your work lies at elsewhere, Ned, as I see now clearly, and therefore I can but bid you go home to tea immediately. Take time when time cometh, lest time steal away. Now this advice assorting so well with my inclination, I made haste to follow it, to the extent even of sending in my resignation of my place to Mr. President and the Council, and calling in such moneys as I had that I did not design to leave in Mr. Martin's hands. 3 days after this sudden determination of mine, the Boscobel did cast anchor in Swally Road, and up come Captain Freeman to the factory, much moved by the prospect of having my company on his voyage home. "'Twas his last voyage also," says he, "for he was growing old, and might no longer depend on his bodily strength in any strait, as he had once done, and therefore he was minded to ask a decent pension from the company, and with his savings build him a likely house by the riverside down Deptford way, and live there with his old wife, laying down the law to the younger skippers, and shaking his head with the old ones over the new-fangled ways favoured by the officers of His Majesty's dockyard. And here," said he, "must I come to visit upon him, and we would smoke a pipe together in an arbour by the water, with the smell of tar and rope all about us, and talk of our former voyages in the eastern seas the while we watched the king's ships floating down with the tide." And I was well pleased to humour my old friend in this simple dream of his, so that we spake on tea many an evening on deck during our voyage. For I was able to make an end of all my occasions before the ship sailed, and therefore embarked in her, with Loldus my servant, and many great chests and boxes filled with precious merchandises and strange toys, 134, that I had lit upon in my travels. Thus, then, did I bid farewell to that most rich and pleasant town of Surat, and to my fellow servants of the company there, that had showed themselves, with scarce any exception, as genteel and agreeable persons as any man need desire for his fellows. And I am right glad now that I departed from East India before this famous city lost her preeminence in our trade, the which was given over to that low and sultry island of Bombay, to the great scandal of all in the factory. But this, as I have said, happened only after I had left the place. Now this last voyage of mine with Captain Freeman was a mighty prosperous and agreeable one, so that from the day we left Swally to that wherein we were able with our perspective glasses to discern the white cliffs of our own island, we met with little rough weather, and no calamitous accidents. And on this quietness and lack of danger our captain did much felicitate me, saying that had the pirates and the Barbary rovers, whom he feared, but known of the wealth that I brought home with me, it had gone hard with them if they had not come against us in so great force as to overpower us, when we must all have ended our days as slaves in Algiers or Sallee. But this danger, like the others on our path, we passed without encountering them, and so arrived safely at Gravesend, and there landed, where I had embarked more than 20 years before, on the 3rd day of October, 1684. Now in London I must needs repair to the company's house in Leadenhall Street, and there give some account of myself, delivering, moreover, the letters wherewith I had been charged by Mr. President at Surat, and 'twas also only fitting that I should pay my respects to my Lord Duke of London, the son of my own learned and virtuous patron, and when these things was done, and likewise much business of my own, with respect to that merchandise I had with me, Captain Freeman would have me visit him at his inn where he lodged, and make the acquaintance of his wife and children. But I can declare to you that I hurried through these duties with the greatest haste in the world, desiring nothing so much as to have them over, and so feel myself free to ride into Northamptonshire and seek my own home. For during all our voyage, that longing that had seized me at Surat did but grow stronger and stronger, so that Captain Freeman told me I was like a sailor lad coming home to his sweetheart. With so great eagerness did I watch for favoring winds and desire the first sight of the shore. And now that I was once more in town, and saw on every side the spots where I had wandered as a lad, with my head full of glory and of Dorothy, the spirit of those past days seemed to return upon me, and I could scarce wait to complete my business before I bid Loldus have the horses saddled for a start betimes one morning. I had been careful to send to Elswether no word of my coming, for I desired to take my friends by surprise. Alas, to what evil discoveries of this same desire led many, and now I could scarce bring myself to allow of the needful halts upon the road, nor to refrain from riding our poor beasts to death. I had brought with me only such things as was strictly necessary, that so we might travel the lighter, and had bought 2 good horses for myself and Loldus and our saddle bags, and our journey wanted thus a long one, though it seemed so to me. 'Twas on an evening near the end of the month of October that I reached Puckle Acton, and then found myself in such a heat and excitement from being so near my journey's end that I could not resolve to lie there the night and ride to Elswether in the morning as I had purposed, but leaving Loldus and the horses at the inn, set out to walk thither at once. Now this was a time when the town was very quiet, and the people all agog for news, and 'twas quickly reported amongst them that a strange gentleman with a blackamoor servant was arrived at the inn, whereupon there come together a great company of the lower sort for to talk with Loldus in the kitchen, but I had bid him tell them nothing, and therefore he feigned not to understand them, so that they were forced to let him alone, though they tried him even with broken English, thinking to make him conceive them easier, so that I laughed to hear them. And before I could get away from the place, come the landlord with a message from certain gentlemen that were wont to spend an hour or 2 of an evening in the parlour there, asking the favour of my company to drink a bottle of Porto with them, but this I made haste to decline, though with all due civility, saying that I had friends near that 'twas a great concernment to me to see at once. And upon this the landlord, desiring to know who these were, offered to guide me in case I knew not their dwelling, but this also I did refuse, saying to him that I knew my way well. And thus at last I set out, but found to my surprise that there was so many changes in the town since I had seen it last that I had been well advised to accept of mine host's offer, for I lost my way in the darkness, and could not find it again. Seeing then an ancient person coming along the street, very reverend in his bearing, and apparelled with an air of great seemliness and prosperity, with his servant carrying a lantern before him, I approached him and asked of him the way to Elswether, the which he told me very kindly. "My house lies on that very road, sir," says he, "and if you'll give yourself the pains to accompany me thus far, I can direct you from thence with more conveniency than here. Pray, may I ask whether you be charged with any letter or message for the ladies at Elswether?" "No letter, sir," says I, "but a message, maybe." "Sir," says he, looking into my face very hard, "your voice seems known to me, but your features I can't recall. You will pardon me if I should know you. You may well be pardoned, sir, says I, for 20 years' absence is like to change men beyond recognition. 20 years, said he. Tom, come hither. Sir, pardon my rudeness, and he took the lantern from the servant's hand and held it up so as the light thereof fell upon my face. Why, as I live, 'tis Mr. Carlyon. Welcome home, sir, glad I am to be the first to greet your honour in this place. Sure 'tis a happy omen, sir, says I, that the first person to greet me should be so tried and faithful a friend as yourself. Pray, how do Mrs. Sternhold and your daughters find themselves? I trust they are all three in good health. The best of health, sir, I thank you, said Mr. Sternhold, for he it was. My daughter Cicely is married to Frank Packworth, that your honour was wont to fight with at the grammar school, but is now my partner, and a very worthy man. Dione dwells still with her mother and me, and is the very light of our eyes. I am rejoiced to hear your good news, sir, says I. Pray make my most respectful compliments to the gentlewomen, and assure em that I shall find myself impatient until I may be able to renew my acquaintance with them. You are very good, sir, says Mr. Sternhold. May we hope that you are now returned to abide among us as did your honoured father. That is my design, said I, though I don't dare hope to approach my father's virtues. Will it be surprising to you, sir, to learn that after all my wanderings I am returned to my port of departure, determined to marry my cousin and settle down in my place here? I account, sir, that the question of your honour's marriage hangs in some slight degree upon Mrs. Brandon's inclinations, says he, and seemed to hint at something, though what I could not tell. Oh, without doubt, sir, says I, carelessly enough. Ah, well, says Mr. Sternhold cautiously, I can't pretend to answer for Mrs. Brandon's resentments, and with that he stopped, and I could not frame to question him further on the point, though I had fain known whether he sought only to check my too eager assurance, as had Mr. Martin, or whether he did hint obscurely at some actual and apparent rival. But now we were come to Mr. Sternhold's house, and though he would fain have borne me company to the hall, I would not suffer it, accepting only his proffer of his servant and lantern for to light me thither. And we walking on together, viz., the servant Tom and I desired much to question him touching Dorothy, with the view to learn the truth regarding the matter that puzzled me, but refrained, thinking shame to encourage a serving lad to play the spy on my cousin. Arriving then at the gate, I dismissed him with a present, and went on alone up the fir walk, remembering how the last time I had rid down it Dorothy had stood and cried to me, saying, "True knight for true lady, cousin Ned." With these words of hers in my ears, I rang the bell at the great hall door, and presently heard the bolts and bars undone within, and an ancient serving man opened the door a small space, and looked out for to see who was there. And I seeing it to be Miles, that I had known well of old, it was in my mind to play him a trick. "Who's there?" says Miles, peering at me, I standing before him on the step. "An honest traveller," says I, "with news from East India." "This ain't he no in," says he. Why not bring your news in the daytime? Because I and he but just arrived in the town, quoth I. Prithee, good fellow, let me in, and give me speech of Mrs. Brandon, for I am come to bring her word of an old friend. From the Indies, saith he, opening the door wider. Why, then, give me your message, so I may take it to Mrs. Dorothy, and ask her if she will please to see you. Nay, says I, I'll give my message to none but Mrs. Brandon herself. I see you are an impudent fellow, says he. If I may not serve you, sure you may go whistle for Mrs. Brandon, for I won't disturb her nigh upon supper time for to come to the door on a fool's errand. You lack a master here, indeed, said I, in some heat, but ceased suddenly, for I beheld a lady come down the great oaken staircase, who stood still on a sudden at the sound of our wrangling, and looked towards us. As she stood there, holding a great candlestick of silver in her hand, I could almost have thought her a painted portrait, framed in the doorway of the gallery behind her, so clearly could I mark her gown of flowered tabby and black satin petticoat, her dark hair curled under a high cap with lace, and even the silver buckles on her shoes. Though I could see all this so well, 'twas but for a moment that she stood thus, her face wearing a quick, eager look, then came down the stairs, and setting her candle on the table, came towards us. What is this, Miles? Says she. Why do you keep this gentleman at the door? Gentleman, do you say, madam? Says Miles, very angry, and would have grumbled on, but she cut him short and turned to me. Sir, I entreat of you to pardon this incivility, and to give yourself the pain to come within. You have a message for one here, I believe. May I ask whether your business lie with Mrs. Skipwith or myself? I count, madam, says I, that I have the honor of speaking with Mrs. Brandon. This being so, and she made a sign of assent, I may tell you that I am come from the Indies, and that I have been asked to bring you news of the welfare of your cousin, Mr. Edward Carlyon. You are my cousin's friend, without doubt, sir, says she. Pray give us the happiness of your company to supper, and let us know all your news. My friend Mrs. Skipwith will rejoice to hear it as well as I. Madam, says I, your commands is too agreeable not to be obeyed, and thereupon I followed her into the parlour, where was an old gentlewoman sitting, dressed very seemly in black, with a white cap and handkercher. Madam, says Dorothy, this gentleman is a friend of Mr. Carlyon's, that is come from the Indies with news of him. Sir, allow me to present you to Mrs. Sophronia Skipwith. Sir, says Mrs. Skipwith, when I had saluted her very civilly, any friend of Mr. Carlyon can't but be always welcome to us. Dorothy, my dear, pray bid Miles hasten with the supper. Being invited by Mrs. Skipwith, I sat down beside her, discovering that she was grown very deaf and that her eyes were become dim, and did set myself, when Dorothy was returned, to answer their questions in the best way I might. They would fain know when I saw Mr. Carlyon last, how he looked, whether he had any thought of returning soon to England, and the like, and these all want he troublesome to answer. But presently Mrs. Skipwith saith all on a sudden, and pray, sir, Is Mr. Carlyon yet wedded? I would not choose to look at Dorothy, but I saw her start and catch her breath, and made haste to reply, Mr. Carlyon hath altogether abandoned the hopes he once cherished in a certain very high quarter, madam. The lady to whose hand he pretended hath for some years past been the wife of another. Says Mrs. Skipwith, with an air of much contentment, hath she jilted him, sir? No doubt 'twas the best thing could happen to him. 'Tis ever a mistake for young persons to look too high in marriage. Not that I would say, she seemed to remember that she must needs uphold the honor of the house to a stranger, that a French countess is over high for a Carlyon of elsewhere, but when, aren't you afraid of wearying this gentleman with our family matters, dear madam, says Dorothy quickly, as though she feared what the old gentlewoman might say next. Should we not do well to speak of things more entertaining to him? But here is Miles to tell us supper is ready. Sure we must delay for a time the rest of our discourse. And in truth, there stood Miles at the door, still glum enough of aspect from his late defeat, and announced supper. Then I, by no means loath to escape from the questions that I found well nigh as disagreeable as did Dorothy, did offer my hand to Mrs. Skipwith for to lead her into the dining room, my cousin following. The chamber was still altogether as I remembered it, save that the portraits in little, 135, of my father and mother hung now on either side of the chimney. The table was set as I had always been wont to see it, with the state and dignity that my father had accounted essential to his quality, and covers was laid for Mrs. Skipwith and Dorothy at the head and foot, and for me at the side. Noting this, I handed Mrs. Skipwith to her seat, and turned to lead Dorothy to hers. She accepted of the civility, but when we reached the place, dropped my hand suddenly, and with a courtesy, "Take your own place, Cousin Ned," says she. Then, as I can assure you, there was a noise indeed. Mrs. Skipwith weeping and laughing both together, and crying out that 'twas a mighty pretty piece of fooling, and she had known the truth all along, which indeed she had not, nor even guessed it distantly, and Miles begging my pardon and cursing himself for his dullness, and then crying out to the other servants that the young master was come home, until they all come for to see the sight, cook and maids and the boy that helped in the garden, and all, and wept and talked and remarked upon me until I was fain to shake hands with them all round and to send them back to their kitchen, saying that I was hungry and desired my supper. But first I saluted a second time Mrs. Skipwith, that did weep over me again, and call Miles to witness that when I was a young urchin newly sent to school she had prophesied that I should be just the man I was today. And then I came to Dorothy, that sat in her place by the table, very white and pale, and though I would fain have took and kissed her as I had been used to do, I durst not offer it, so noble and unbending was her air, but kissed instead on the hand she held forth to me, and felt that this was above my deserts. So then we sat down to supper, a right merry party, for Dorothy had thrown aside her ceremony and talked and laughed with the best, so that she seemed to me to be indeed again the little cousin that I had loved so long before. But in all her mirth this I noted, namely, that she would not meet my eye, and when she found me looking at her, turned away her head as though displeased. And this caused me some slight apprehension, remembering Mr. Sternhold's words, but I did quickly put it aside, being resolved to enjoy to the full this the first night of my return to my ancient home. Now after supper we returned again to the parlor, and talked there until it was late, and the more my eye rested upon Dorothy, and the more I heard her speak, the more she seemed to me to be the same as ever, and never to have lost her former place in my heart. But when I would have showed somewhat of this in my discourse, calling her little cousin and sweet doll, I was grieved to perceive that she turned from me again, as showing that she had no liking for such familiar fashions of address. But this, says I to myself, was doubtless but the effect of our long absence and estrangement one from the other, and after that I had bid her good night, I did thank God for the prospect of happiness opening before me, not knowing that I was about to pass through some of the sorest trouble of my life. But nevertheless, this I did perceive, that whereas it had seemed to me when in East India, and even on the voyage and since I was arrived in England, easy enough to offer to Dorothy myself and my lands, though without my love, yet now this should seem to me, as to her, an outrage, and I determined with myself to wait and say naught until she should know me better. Chapter 17. Of my setting to reap the harvest I had sown. Now in pursuance of this resolve of mine, I did determine to watch and study Dorothy, and so to perceive how I might best recommend myself to her favor. And with this view I did take care to spend great part of my time in company with her and Mrs. Skipwith, hearing from them of all the changes that had took place since my departure, and telling them such things as they desired to know touching East India and my travels there. But since I had begun this procedure as a matter of calculation and prudence, I was surprised, when no long time had passed, to find myself hanging upon my cousin's least word, and seizing every occasion of offering myself as her cavaliero. And perceiving this, I was startled. Can this, says I to myself, be all repentance towards Dorothy for my former hard usage of her, and if it ben't that, what is 't? Come now, says I, let me examine and see how I should regard her were I but to fall in with her in company as a stranger, and what resentments I should entertain towards her. And this I set myself to do, but in the course